help. They gave up the sights, and Genji are just too smart with it. They read it, they react so quickly, and get into positions where their players can pull off magic like that. Final round, Zekken glass cannon operator. You're watching here as he tries to take contact.
VALORANT Masters का.
Dodging that initial wave of utility. Too many targets.
Now, once more, Brent. Sassy drones out through B main, making it feel like perhaps there's some level of aggression happening over there. They're trying to prompt the reactions out of Genji. But this team is so smart. They wait for a full commitment before they decide to do stuff like that. And Munchkin's the playmaker actually here, making his way all the way up through halls. It's not a full commitment on the A split just yet.
Not quite.
Trying to make a play or get some info.
Does like to take the initiative though. That player to watch for here, Meteor. Holding. Kibi's a util, potentially the flash there, I believe, in his hands, but thinking twice about it. And again, it's just pure silence. They're letting Sentinels stew, hoping that they make a mistake.
No real reaction though from SEN. They're not going to get baited into defensive aggression.
Now the drone. At least should trigger that reaction with the knife down. Cancels it! Reactions there from Zekken. Repositions there with a dash, but might want another go. I think still with the door opened wide, he realizes it is back. He's open to two different directions, and he's really got to try and watch this one here, at least get some help from the rest of his team. Genji are moving into the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, they're going towards Zelsis, who's reinforced with John Cudy's utility.
Players haven't budged, snared into space. Zelsis hearing that one broken, now wants to take the fight to him. Out wide, onto the wall here, Kairon. He's worked and wiggled his way into the back of the side again. Back to it, reload! Oh my! 7 seconds left, but the spike drop down. Sentinel surely are favoured, and yes, indeed they are. No chances here in the final round of this first half. Not for Munchkin. So maybe, gotta think, it's a better look for Sentinels here on Breeze.
A much more competitive opening to this game on a map where most would write them off. Genji dominated this map when the sights were flipped last time we saw it. He had great awareness, dodged the drone, used the knife to cancel it, punished the player coming in. There was a trip there onto texture. He had to kind of adjust in mid-air, and Zelsis caught him, plucked him out the air like a butterfly.
Absolutely insane stuff for first half. Guess what? Plenty more left to go in Breeze. Let's send it down to the analyst desk to discuss everything so far.
Thank you so much. Wow, what a way to start things off. But let's just jump right into it. Our Verizon high-speed moment of the match came in the first half. We had multiple, as a matter of fact. It was kind of, you know, your choice, pick of the litter here, Hypoc, because Zekken, this kid's putting on a show today.
Yeah, I mean, just looks so clean time and time again in these high-pressure scenarios as well. Last alive here, like back against the wall to try and find a bailout round to really try and recover this. We're so used to seeing him now in this scenario.
Yeah.
And it's ridiculous because this guy just turned 19 in his first international final. He had that birthday while he was here in Spain. And the journey for this guy has been long. When we first saw him internationally, he was only 17 years old, playing with X on stage. At the time I talked to, his parents were there with him, going along to Istanbul, but they've been with him the whole way. This is a picture from Americas of his grandma out with him, supporting in the crowd. He's a young guy, but he's had his family all the way behind him throughout his journey here in VALORANT. And now he's at a point where he's in an international final and really in that discussion for best player in the world.
Yeah, what's so impressive here about Zekken is just not only does he carry himself like an absolute pro, but the man is just so meticulous in the server, Hypoc. But he's going to need to continue to output more if this team wants to get back into it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Josh was leaning on this in the cast as well. You've got people on the other side, Texture and Meteor to really overcome. Karen obviously being the clutch master on that controller role. Zekken's definitely going to have his hands full today if he wants to continue frontline versus this Genji roster.
Genji's post plan's got them a great half here, but their comp also excels in the retakes. They have a lot of util to bully Sentinels out. Genji looking strong in this first map.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult here for Sentinels. And for Genji, hey, it ain't going to be a walk in the park either. I'm expecting some fireworks in this second half. Let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
The pistol round is where it really needs to start here for Sentinels. I mean, we've already been highlighting the real importance of it. Genji winning, was it 6 out of 6 when they last played each other?
So now 7 out of 7. And heading into the 8th, SEN need to be able to get some of those online. And this is the half where we saw SEN have no success. Kaplan said that they came in with an anti-strat that they thought would work, but called it wishful thinking in hindsight.
Oh, ways, Meteor just taking that fight straight up.
Good punish, though. A lot of damage. Yeah, it's not the kill, but they forced that back. Denied Genji a little bit of space. And now this drone's really going to make it feel like it's a commitment into B. Instead, the spike is going in the completely opposite direction. I think this is looking more like an A split where you rely on the fact that Zekken has holes control.
Gen G, they do play to those sound cues. Oh my, just missing the chance and the timing there for TenZ, but with the orb now bloomed and blossomed, can start to get a move onto the A side still. It's Kharon. It's locked down into the corner position. Guess what, Zekken punishing the rotation! And 3 heads roll. Down and out here, Kharon blinded as anything, cannot win his fight out. Zekken, they're chanting for it. You can feel it, the roar of the crowd behind him. And he knows what they want.
TenZ spots him.
Munchkin spotted. Ow! Wow!
Denied, but that is the first pistol that SEN have put on the board in the rivalry that's blossoming between these two teams. And what a fantastic attack side strat that is. So much better against Gen G than what they were pulling out in the 3rd map of the upper bracket final. They call a fake, they use the advantage of having map control, they use holes against a team that has a solo initiator. It just ticks every single box to me. Learning from the failures of before.
Of how rotate-heavy Gen G play, I mean, maybe a bit of fakes and finesse might be just exactly what Sentinels ordered. Clearly doing that prep work here. Now the orbs can be farmed up, granted for them, without too much pushback. Of course, got to be aware there's always a chance that they could fight back.
There's a slight bit of danger in this round, Bren, because Meteor managed timing the recon dart that Sassy threw into mid, I believe. So they have no idea that Meteor is positioned this deep, but no one on SEN looks like they want to get into that area at all. SEN running a default looking a little more like when Loud played against Gen G, not going for the early round group ups in A main, but happily now grouping up together to make sure that they can trade out the lower eco players. And like I said, I don't think they realize that Meteor is this deep.
Meteor going for walkabouts as a face early on. John surely hearing this one now, facing him, but it's too much to overcome there. Meteor with that Sheriff, and again, a bit of stray damage through TenZ. To try and at least lock this one down into the side of the...
He missed it! Oh,
but they have found him. Right-click bundle diff, apparently so. 3 players still left to stand here for Meteor. Find that one, maybe could be a chance, but it does go down in the end. Traded with the nade, flushed out wide, and found in the end. There it is.
It is a conversion for SEN. It looked a little difficult to be able to get across the line. It's always going to be tough when Gen G have smokes that you have to play around. They're flashing into the smoke here to blind Kharon. Clearly they have a good understanding of how Karen's going to be playing. I think one of the key antis that they came into the last time on Breeze was that knifing Kharon so that he can't use pulls. They thought that would give them easy access to the A site. In fact, Gen G have way more layers to it than that, but you can start to see SEN looking to break them down. And now coming into a bonus round. Do we have another great strategy called here by the brain trust of John and Kaplan. And Drew as well. I should give credit to my kilt-wearing neighbor from the north.
You certainly should, yeah. Takes a village, after all. But it has been evened up in terms of that scoreline, 7-2-7. And like you said, the bonus round is where Sentinels will look to see if they can get over that hurdle here. Texture, Toast, okay. Not going to be able to play anti towards that one, and everybody playing inside this cloud burst, not expecting him. He pounces up, already just locks that one down. These Sentinel players are left scrambling and wondering exactly where these players are coming from. Texture now with the dash. Smoke to play in for TenZ here, but how do you really overcome this? You just can't. It's just raw mechanical prowess on display. An easy one is what it feels like here for Gen G, overcoming all sorts of obstacles that were thrown at them.
And I think that's an example of what was going wrong for SEN last time. Gen G are just so good when it comes to defending the standard hits. And this is a very standard A split that Sentinels send in. Gen G's crossfires are amazing. Kharon can always play around Pyramid because he has smokes to dip and dive inside of. And then you have Lakir up towards stairs, Texture in that gutter. They've always got triangles going on that are extraordinarily difficult to break. The weakness with Gen G's defense is to do with Lakia and him being overstretched, having to run around halls,
yeah, jump spot heard. Real opportunity for Zekken to get that punishment. You are right, it is that weakness. That's why they have to put bodies into it. But now a double walk up and phase. Second, got to be ready for this one here. Is it going to be cleared? It's an off angle. Lakia in the crosshair, precisely on exactly where it needed to be.
Yeah, great re-clear. Gen G are going to go for those occasionally because that is the weakness of their composition, and they need to make sure that they have info in that area of the map. Meteor going for an info peek when they're up 5v4.
Everybody's got their backs turned to every possible position. Texture, though, seems to be more aware of it than he is. Shuts down John QT. Sassy out in the open. Done into the back of the site, and it is traded and cleaned up by 10 still. Only 2 to left stand here for Sentinels. We'll get control of the B side and the plan online. Even more so, to try and overcome Texture, Lakia and Charon, taking their time with it.
They know that Zelsis does not have the orb on the spike. They can see that over towards mid. So he's probably not playing post plants, probably on site with 10s.
All up, re-clear. Just feeling unsafe, but they do take control of main once more. They can play this post plant from this position still. Smokes are available. Lakia, at least Charon puts that one up, but a kill found still. It's down to just 10s.
He's got to do it all.
Does have a nade, but still he's got to deal with this. And what a play to make. Texture so damn aware, but there's the shot still. Will the nade land in time? Lakia's sticking. Spam damage! He's just about got it! Unbelievable from 10s.
That is cold! That split-second decision to pull out the fragment grenade and make sure that you have additional damage. What a 1v3!
That's on a knife's edge though, isn't it? Look at it. But my God, look at it slow down.
Oh, very, very close. He's drawn the game back 8-8, where SEN actually have the economy advantage, putting together much better rounds, using more of the map. And Gen G, even though they're finding advantages, letting that one slip away. This time, Munchkin going wandering, tucking underneath where John Cuty's playing. This is always a dangerous spot. It's obviously a risk. If the player on window checks, you're just 100% dead. But taking a risk on a round like this where you have lower economy is absolutely worthwhile.
Oh yeah, time to do it.
And of course, he will be able to hear rotates if they go heavy towards B. And he'll hear them early enough to call those defensive positions.
Back here with the Bucky. I think he's going to be going for a peek here. Still wants to hold that close angle. The dart broken. It's going to be pulling players, actually. Reaction out of Gen G, thinking that, okay, well, his presence there, but now the drone adds another level to it. A bit of confusion into the camp for Gen G, wondering where the hell are these players landing with only 40 seconds left. Time could start to become a problem, but Texture, he was the real danger in this round, at least with those knives, and with him shut down, now it opens wide, but Munchkin immediately there. No command sent flying, Bucky gaming! Lakia dropping 10 straight down to it. Removes him from the fight, A-main control. Granted and gained, tucks it up and doubles up. Now with the drone over, an attempt to punish Charon, running and gunning. Zelsis time, 12 seconds left. He needs to find this kill, but the rifle has been handed over, and so is the spike. John QT, head on a swivel. Too much to deal with, too much to overcome, and surrounded, man, surrounded.
That's the value of Gen G taking risks. I'm telling you, Munchkin tucking into that spot. You won't see him do it often on a rifle round, but what a timing to do it. And Lakia, he gets the perfect glimpse of 10s right before that. But also, they had no idea that Charon had already pushed down through halls and was in this position. 10s is coming, that there's only one person in A main there for sure, because they just had no clue that the Astra was also ready, holding Lakia's back during the drone. And just like that, all of 10's good work in the 1v3 undone in a moment.
Right back at it with the economical disadvantage.
And from watching Gen G, they love using Meteor's ult to help them defend sites. It might seem weird using the Oro ult. That means there's another player that can't.
Hello.
Huge pick.
Against his adversary as well. The Nemesis on the other side of things. A clear win con is that Zekken can shut down Texture as a player. It's a fast reaction going to be called here with the neural theft. Gives him a lot of information. Hunter's Fury. Sassy's hoping that he can at least set this one up. Meteor. Now Out wide here with a dimensional drift. He was hoping for a chance to really get that punish onto Sassy, but it's all cancelled in time, and now the rest of his team flooding in. Munchkin spots it, just the shoulder, and finally the kill. Straight to the dome, a wider peak indeed, but this is going to be face down and sprayed through entirely. Tens finally deals with him. Pesky intruder to a site that should have been theirs. Lakia is out wide, firing that util. A pull already going to be used and utilized, but 3 players left standing now for Gen G. Meteor already in position. A 1v2 for Zelsis. Doesn't know where they are. Wall up, reposition spots. Karon, splash, blinded himself. Karon with the follow-up.
Gen G bailing themselves out of a rough spot there. But I think one of the key problems is that when Sentinels got in position to try to hit the B site, I believe Zeken's waiting for another piece of utility there. He's just delaying, waiting to peek at the right time and sets up Munchkin for the triple kill. If they had been able to move a little faster, had that set up a little quicker, Munchkin probably ends up just going something like 1-for-1, and Sen are in a much better spot. Nevertheless, that was an eco round for them. We come in 8-10. Rifles again online. And Sen on an eco swing round with big ults for Gen G.
Massive ults. So far this map, I mean, it's just been a tenuous tightrope walk, hasn't it? Either side, just Thrifty's making it nice and even, potential chance, but overall Gen G just holding that edge.
They saw Lakia droning through double doors there, so they should have an idea that there aren't too many players' halls unless it's being pushed. But that's not where Sentinels are going. Looking instead to dominate mid and set up this line. Karon is sometimes going to peek that, but it doesn't look like this round.
Textures planted himself onto the half wall. He's locking directly down into the tunnel angle.
Can they cause a distraction in B main that pushes people into Zeken's crosshair?
Zeken. It's all about the reactions, but Texture, of course, he's favored. On LAN, already in position. It's all on Zeken. Zelsis seeking to just sow that chaos and discord into the map, at least with the pit laid down. Gen G feel it really imperative to try and clear this one, but they're already just losing players. Sentinels toppling like flies. Tens, he has worked his way deep. Gate crash now into the back of the site, so Meteor's going to be rejoining his team, and they have reinforced that area with 20 seconds left. What is the call? Jumping away and on high, but still they're surrounded with this pit. How did they even get themselves into the site? It's 12 seconds. Time working against them again. Lakia to play to do the most. Spoiler, there it is. Branley spraying them through with 5 seconds down. No chance of sticking. I don't believe there's any time. And even if there was, Lakia could have absolutely sealed it up anyway. Beautiful work from Gen G.
And that round should be the first nail in the coffin here for map 1. They're going to push Sentinel's economy down into a really rough spot again. And Texture opening things up. It just looks so simple from his point of view. All of these Gen G players, they're so skilled, they make it look easy. It certainly isn't. Almost every other team has struggled to deal with Sentinels. Gen G are wiping them out. This is a map where they're favored. And sure, it's closer than it was last time. But it's remarkable as Sen take a timeout, what Gen G have done with this squad. Yeah. This is not like Sen, where it's big, heavy hitters returning to the stage looking for redemption. Gen G, this is a new roster. Sure, some people have been here before, but others brand new to a stage like this. And Gen G are on a 9-match win streak, beating out DRX, becoming the top Korean team, beating PaperX, becoming the top Pacific team, and then beating every other team in Madrid playoffs to find themselves here with map V2 advantage in the grand finals, 2 rounds away from locking up map 1. To say the pressure doesn't faze them, I think would be an understatement. They look elated on stage.
Just having fun. They're happy to be here, absorbing it all up. And yeah, I mean, listen, the pressure probably would have gotten to some of these players a little bit ahead of time when they're playing against the top, at the time, Korean team. That was DRX, even in just the kickoffs. I mean, Gen G, this is a squad that was put together and really had a tremendous amount of doubters. But they have slowly but surely knocked down every single obstacle they faced and more.
And now the pressure is on Sen's side. They've taken this tactical timeout, and it's going to be for this round. This is them forcing up, trying to stop Gen G from getting to 12. Little jump peek there in case Texture was on the angle.
Deep knife. Keisha covered her cross as well, looking to try and split themselves into B. Now there are players here, great dash forwards with that flash. It's all combined and calculated. Munchkin layers it down now with the hits. Dropping down in this position. He's already found Celsius. Where's the follow-up? Where's the follow-through? It's not there. Keron, the supportive util, the smoke to just prop it up and divide up the entirety of the site. And now a tasty morsel has been claimed with the spike drop down. The advantage again, rolling its way to Gen G. It's Sentinels that are forced to react.
Unbelievable play from Munchkin. How he's got the awareness and the composure to do that boggles the mind.
Here.
This is an almost impossible spot that Zekken and John find themselves in.
Gen G are not giving him anything. Diligence off the charts here.
No crumbs.
Slight jiggles onto the angle, never overextending. 30 seconds remaining.
Left.
Chance, but
there goes the op.
Is there, op down, still 18 left, and they have to deal with Munchkin. Smoke down, grabbed and out, dash forwards, but Munchkin again, they weren't expecting it right from behind. It's the IGL Oasis. And credit where credit is due for this guy. Munchkin, one of the players with the most international experience. He's been to these events before, but guess what? On a completely different team. And the deepest runs he's ever been, 9th to 10th.
And now finding himself pushing up with an ace to get to map point in the first of the grand finals. And not just any old ace, not an eco ace, in an incredibly important round under so much pressure, pitting, running towards his opponents, making a mockery of them. SEN have to force up again, but it's odds and ends. It's not looking strong.
It's scraps, man. Pure scraps.
Take flight. Poison's off.
To drag it into that territory to stand a chance in this round against Gen G.
And I think they've found the most success when they've tried to find people, push people into aggressive positions, but that's almost impossible to feel good about lurking and then taking a 1v1 if your player has, you know, a bulldog or a stinger even.
Yeah.
You just don't feel favored.
Contacting as well onto these angles with texture, opping. It's apparent, it's known. Puts that little bit of fear, that little bit of doubt into the back of your minds. John QT, it's all about the corners being cleared, and guess what? Doesn't look like he wants to open himself up to it.
He's not thinking about it.
Not thinking about it at all. Lakia, punishment is there in place, over the top with the knives, dodging, dashing, and away with one blade left. And for Zekken, needs that rejuvenation, he's got it, but instantly again, Keron, the trade is there. Fundamentals off the bloody chart for Gen G, and this is it, surely, with the map pushed into the positions, already there. Clone revealed the position, flash through into the box, Sassy's out, wide and alone. Scared for his life, too much to deal with, indeed. Gen G lead the charge here in our grand finals of Madrid, taking map 1.
Looking calm and collected, doing it too. It could be a long series, but Gen G are going to try and wrap it up as quickly as possible. They had the double map bans, they got to pick the first, and they've set the tempo. Certainly closer than last time, but as soon as Gen G got onto the defense side, it looked like some of the same difficulties again.
Absolutely, and plenty of questions up in the air as well. Bind is up next. Gen G haven't played it at all so far at this tournament. What are they going to be coming out with here in our grand finals?
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Tengo muchas cosas que decirte ahora, pero antes de empezar quiero que le demos sin freno. Si tú quieres podemos empezar desde cero. Sabes que contigo yo me atrevo.
What a fantastic start it is for Genji. I'm now joined by their coach Solo and Jen to do some translations. Now, the last time you faced them on this map, it wasn't as competitive. They clearly made some adjustments coming into this. Did you guys also have to make some adjustments on Breeze as well?
감독님, 지난번 센티널스를 만났을 때보다 훨씬 더 접전인 경기가 펼쳐졌는데요. 센티널스도 많이 준비를 해왔고 또 젠지에 맞춰서 좀 카운터를 많이 준비해온 것 같았는데 젠지도 오늘 하면서 좀 즉석으로 전략에 변화를 주던가 아니면 어떤 준비를 했는지 궁금합니다.
저희가 원래 하던 대로 하려고 했는데 센티널이 생각보다 라우드식으로라고 해야 되나? 준비를 잘해왔더라고요. 그래서 저희는 라우드식으로 하면 어떻게 이겨야 될지 알고 있었기 때문에 그 후반전에는 좀 저희가 좀 더 수비적으로 해서 게임을 이긴 것 같다고 생각합니다. 네.
Well, in the beginning, we tried to play our own game, but Sentinels have done an incredible job coming in heavily prepped, and I feel like today they were playing more of a loud style, so we were trying to figure out how to counter that, and in the second half, we tried to be more defensive and less progressive, I guess, proactive, and trying to counter that loud type of style that Sentinels were pulling out.
Oh, that was a great game plan. Thank you very much, Jen. Thank you very much. Good luck in map 2.
भाई seriously game টা কিন্তু দারুণ গেম হচ্ছে ভাই
Gen G picking up right where they left off when they defeated Sentinels on Breeze last time. This time, though, you got a Sentinels that had a bit more up their sleeve, but I think it goes without saying, Gen G, they knew exactly what the game plan was getting ready for this one, Mimi. They had to beat them on Breeze.
Yeah, I mean, like the coach was saying there, they absolutely did. Sentinels, I think, changed up a lot of their ideas coming into this, but Gen G did a great job of adapting, slowing down from going for these forward aggressive plays on their defense, instead playing more of these set retakes with the Yoru Flash Dart combos, and it worked really well.
Yeah, and I think as well, the key thing to know here is every time we watch Gen G, the protocols, the fundamentals, they seem to improve time and time again. And Sentinels are the perfect sort of team to dismantle that sort of play style. And I mean, players like Karen, obviously Texture, Meteor, the ones that we time and time again talk about, these ones really actually reinforcing that play style.
Yeah, I mean, they're also, if we want to take a look at a specific round, round 17, I mean, this came off of a 1v3 from Zekken, Mimi, and then Gen G's like, hold my beer.
Yeah, I really thought that second clutch was going to be the turning point for Sentinels to maybe take this map home, but this Thrifty round was utterly pivotal. When we talk about Gen G, we tend to really focus on the fundamentals, how good they are at converting advantages, being clean in their trading, but they win a lot of scrappy rounds too, and this in particular is a great example of how good they are at kind of disrupting those timings, getting weird in those Thrifties, and oftentimes coming out on top.
Yeah, capitalizing, being creative and reactive to what's going on is also something that Gen G have excelled at, and really that comes down to Munchkin being the one to really take hold of, exactly, take hold of the mid-round and actually push the heat back onto IGLI John QT that we've kind of bigged up as that's where he excels, the mid-round, the reaction to information gathered across the map.
Yeah, of course. But let's go ahead, though, and take a look real fast at our aim lab shoot-around with 10s as we break down what we should be expecting here on Bind coming up next.
Yeah, the entry duo for Sentinels, Zekken and 10s, did well this map. 10 and 4 in their opening kills. I think they were taking over a lot on the attacking side in a way they weren't in the last Gen G series. However, Gen G's really good at sneaking in, converting those advantages, making the hero plays when they need, and that's what won this map.
All right, well, I do want to hear what Coach Kaplan actually has to say before we get into map 2. He's always got to drop some nuggets. Let's see what he has for us as we get ready for Bind.
I'm now joined by Coach Kaplan from Sentinels. Now, you guys looked a little bit more comfortable on Breeze this time around, but looking at the rest of the map pool, no Lotus, no Sunset. So what other areas do you feel like you guys feel comfortable on right now and could potentially give you a map pool advantage?
I mean, we feel really good about Bind and Split. We feel great about Ascent after yesterday too. I would say Icebox out of the maps left in this series is our least comfy, so I was relieved they put Ascent ahead of Icebox for us. Yeah, that's where we're at with maps.
Thank you very much, Kaplan, and let's see if they can indeed bring it back on Bind.
Welcome everyone to my stream again.
I'm now joined by Coach Kaplan from Sentinels. Now, you guys looked a little bit...
That's what we're wondering here, right? And I think, if anything, this is going to be the opportunity, Mimi, for Sentinels to really make the statement.
It absolutely will be. Gen G haven't played this one in specific, whereas Sentinels came to Madrid. They debuted a new comp playing the Gecko and the Sky and implemented it really well, taking down a Team Heretics who were looking hot.
Yeah, whether or not Gen G have a trump card to obviously pull out. Last time we saw was very one-sided versus Paper X, whether or not they're feeling as if this is the comfort composition they want to pull out. But it's interesting, obviously, in the coach interviews to hear, you know, the allusion towards Sentinels prep. Actually, is this a question mark for them? Is this something maybe they're expecting to have to deal with very early on in this veto?
Yeah, he said yesterday, Coach Kaplan being him, that Sentinels was kind of playing for a 3-0, and that's where their prep was focused on in those first 3 maps of the pool, which they predicted. It sounds like what he said in that coach interview is that they're playing for the 3-1 here, that these next 3 maps are critical, and he's absolutely right. Sentinels have not played a ton of Icebox. When we've seen it, it hasn't looked great, and that has been one of Gen G's strongest maps in this pool. So if Sentinels is going to lift a trophy today, I think these next 3 maps have to be where it happens.
Yeah, there's a method to this madness. You love to see it. There's a game of I mean, you know, there's the battle of the coaches and the picks and where we're going to end up in this game, and that is also part of this journey that we've been seeing both of these teams go on, where they're not just trying to, especially with the format, try and like counter pick against their opponent. They're trying to play their game, but in this format right now, you kind of have to manipulate it to your favor.
Yeah, I mean, but it's a big question mark for me. You talk about expected results and expected scenarios with the map pool. Let's not forget what's happened with Split, right? Even across the map pool, there's questions, sure, of how deep the strength runs for Sentinels, but if that's kind of the MO coming in, Gen G were the team to kind of throw that off balance, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they were the team who dominated them on Split.
Yeah, exactly,
The map that has been their home this entire tournament. Even back in Americas, they looked incredible there. So honestly,
I mean, they rattled them so much that they gave them the play. They gave PaperX the playbook when they played last time.
I mean, it is crazy to think that SEN has lost their best map twice in a row now. And I'm not going to focus on hindsight because they were amazing at that map, and they still are.
It takes nothing away, but I think it gives massive credit to the teams that can dislodge that sort of statement.
And it really goes to show how close all these top teams are, that you can big up all the fundamentals, all the ideas Sentinels take, but it just takes one good day of prep, one good team showing up, and that can really change.
All right, well, we do have the Agent Select coming up here. We'll see what we end up getting. And again, I think really it's just, as we keep saying, you know, HiPoc is just going to come down to the margins really at the end of the day, the small details between these two teams.
Yeah, don't expect any changes here. We're not seeing any, obviously, Gen.G previously. Whether or not this is a comfort pick for them coming out of the grand finals. Only saw 2 occurrences of it regionally, but they look damn good at it. A close fought affair with DRX, sure, but that finals versus PaperX, this was the home stretch for them.
I think the struggle for Gen.G will be playing the solo Skye here, not having that refreshable utility that the Gecko gives you. Sentinels can re-clear extremities, can have that Dizzy back online. Gen.G, on the other hand, doesn't.
It's time to see who has the better ideas here on Bind. And let's go ahead and send it to your cast. You got Sideshow, and I had to say it, Bren, the birthday boy. Love you, buddy. Have fun.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Bind being a stage that has been set here between these two teams now for map number 2, and it's a series of unknowns really for Gen.G. I mean, we haven't seen them pull this out in quite some time. They are running the same comp as they did when they qualified for this event of Madrid, just before it all occurred in the kickoff. And yeah, some question marks really about their play, about SEN's preparation, how comfortable they are going to be heading into this. Now, clearly, there is some level of that. It was the first map the Sentinels got their pick of when they actually got to, wrangle that map, pull that map veto out of the hands of Gen.G.
Pistol round again. Very clear focus. Gen.G looking to fight over Shower's control. That's where Tens and Second both are.
They are rapid onto the corner here. White face, 3 players though left to fight them. Tens hightailing it out of there. Backs away. There's a smoke drop down at his feet as well, just to cover that retreat.
Looking like they want to take another fight immediately over towards short. Tens just trying to make sure that nobody walked up behind the Viper wall. Risky to try to take that kind of play, hoping to catch a timing on Munchkin had he gone for that. Gen.G's approach here is quite slow. Sassy's already used one of his flashes just to let him know that Fountain was clear at the beginning of the round. And now Lakira and Munchkin gaining information, peeking into John.
John should see this, as you said here, with the jiggle. A little bit of damage done.
But John, look, not pushed off that angle. So still getting information that Hookah is clear. That's going to keep 2 players over towards A. Right here. So if Gen.G were hoping that that play would open up A as the weak site, it's not going to be the case. Zels is still with Molly.
Whistle though will be about to be set up here. Now, what's the emphasis being placed towards this A side? Dogs straight through to Molly, doing a bit of damage. It has slowed them down. They realize Showers is open. The reposition now into the back of the side. Dizzy up and away. Broken in place. Sassy, good kill. Wingman with the swing. They are absolutely running over these Gen.G players. It was the fast TP and a wrap around. Shut down. Sentinels. A pistol round gained. Just in time for them.
Fantastic pistol. Completely turning the tide of the narrative in the previous match that Gen.G were dominating all of those important rounds. And the player to watch there was Tens. He did such a good job. That's a fantastic play from Sassy too. But I love the wingman usage. I love the double up with Zelsis and Second. And making sure that they catch Meteor. To me, when I watched Gen.G last time playing on the attack side on Bind, the player that stood out to me was Meteor. He gets so aggressive on Cypher.
Oh yeah.
A little Alpha Yer-esque.
A lot of solo takes into Showers. This time though he's supported with the whole pack almost here. Still Outlaw.
Nice shot.
Extra meets his match, drops to the floor. And these are kills that you don't really want to be funneling into Zekken. Don't want him to get those showstoppers online, but with Showers control gained, peace of mind granted for but a moment. They still need to deal with potential lurks.
They've actually pinged out where John Cutie was playing in the previous round, and everybody on Gen.G looking to group up over towards Hookah. So perhaps, you know, because they found that positioning previously, they're going to look to try to punish it. Look, again, setting up, making sure the crosshairs are in the right place, but John playing a different angle. Escapes without any danger.
Good jump spot from Tens too. Gen.G again, the whole pack just roaming around here, looking for those openings. Here's Meteor.
What a shot.
Took this guy up. bigged him up for good reason. His mechanical ability's off the chart and he can just solo open things up. Cool, calm and collected with the aim. Has to really steady the hand now through and out into the site. And they have dropped the players for assaulting the positions.
Nice.
Karen spotted. Ten's holding position, just waiting for these reinforcements to come through. It's looking fairly clean. Nicely done from Sentinels.
Nicely done.
Ten's building up to what looks like a fairly speedy Thrash, which could be a massive ultimate to work with.
Oh my god.
I think this is the dangerous side actually for Sen. When I was watching them play this composition against Heretics, bearing in mind that we've only seen them play it once, they've really adjusted their defensive setups, or at least did in that game. Whereas previously when they played the Yoru, they were focused heavily on Showers and B-Long. We saw much heavier focus towards Hookah, Shaw on defense.
Seems to be a return to that, right?
It seems to a little bit, but bear in mind we've only seen it once prior to this. So that could have just been their game plan against Heretics. This defensive setup, for example, much more reminiscent of what they've been doing early on in this game and more similar to what they've done classically on the map.
Here's the Meteor Classic, as I was talking about. I mean, the guy just likes to go walkabouts. Solo plays towards Showers. He tries to play off the timings as well and noise that the rest of his team makes.
And I would say that this is Munchkin's weakest map individually. I think that's one of the reasons that Sen will have picked this and felt confident about it too. Gen.G's map pool is just outrageously good, but this is probably down towards the bottom. If they're able to recover here and put up an excellent attack half, I mean, they might just be the GOATs. Who knows?
Let's see. Taking a gander now seriously at this bonus round. There's a call being made fast. Look at that Stimmy. Ten's following it through all the way into Lamps. Stunned up. There was that connection and they are just running and gunning. Current didn't stand a chance. A second go of things now. Dizzy, there's some value. Blinded up, but at least Lakia can stand his ground. Rooted into place with 40 seconds left. Time, not too much of a problem just yet, as long as they do slow it down and pick off these remaining players around. Sassy, back at the site. Ghost, winning it, but now just facing all together.
30 seconds
Second
left.
realizing it, backs himself away now, up towards heaven.
Lakia has to plant here with 3 HP. Zekan has a nade. Is he going to be able to get into position to deny this?
Open himself super wide, but he takes the risk. Actually just goes for the wider swing, and Lakia, yes, he does go down. Straight bit of damage, 140 to the chest and texture. Back at the site, not accounted for. Gun round
taking it back.
earned here, and one out. So no bonus to get away from them. Sen don't get that luxury.
But they've done an enormous amount of damage, honestly. Gen.G's economy is not going to be in an amazing spot here. You know, Guardian, Bulldog coming into the next one. And there was certainly danger. I love this decision to fight back site. It was a little disjointed from Gen.G, but a nice call. And Sen's defensive setup again prioritizes Showers at the start of the round and B-Long. Quite different from the last time they played against Heretics.
Certainly does. It's time to be split. Waiting out the molly, and Texture's just not scared at all. Look at this guy, wide facing. Not worried at all with the wall was down. Plenty of angles left and waiting. Flash through there, getting the acknowledgement. Tens, what is the call to be made? They are really just out wide and open. If this wall goes down, they should know the timing for it, but it's going down. Flash through and out there it is. Meteor falls, deleted. Lakia!
How has he done that?
Away, I'm not too sure. Jumping up and hopping up. That was a Trailblazer kill that I just saw filling up the feed, but the spike dropped down. Texture will seek to reclaim this one, and all this action has happened with still a minute left on the clock.
What is Munchkin's call here? Zelsis is still waiting over by Showers, expecting them to use that teleport, because Sentinels have lost B-Long control. Love the play from Sassy and Tens, going for a fake B-Long re-clear and then a real one afterwards with the wingman. But it still left things in an even scenario. This is still looking like they could take the teleporter, but Munchkin's getting into more and more of a committed position.
30 seconds
Slowly
left.
now assuming correct positions, like they want to try and exec themselves into this site. Here it is. Munchkin has a snake bite, will send it flying. That's just to block off that CT exit and entrance. Still the face, and the fight is called. Munchkin, a lot more left to do now here with only a few seconds left. Removes the Seeker, was pesky in his face, a bit of a problem, but again, time against him. And with the spike in the middle of nowhere.
No time.
Clear wing cons, acknowledged there. Zelsis, yeah, he runs his way out.
Very well handled from Sentinels in this round, and Sassy stepping up. A lot of what Sassy has been doing on this team in this new version of Sentinels has been purely supportive. You don't often see him at the top of the scoreboard, putting himself in good positions to dominate in the same way that we saw him when he was on Loud. But this round, finding great impact. With the reclear, with the swings as well, shutting down Gen.G. And all of that economic damage that Sentinels did on the bonus now really paying dividends.
Stacking up. It's a much weaker buy-in approach here for Gen.G. They're sending out that cross-map molly. Should be familiar with it by now. It's going to be landing onto B long. Allows Texture to claim that ground. Slowing it down. In the right moment, waiting for the team to back him up right behind him here. Classic playbook of Gen.G, just contacting in, hoping that they can take a fight and trade it out if it goes poorly. Sassy is the one to watch for here, and look at that Texture. I mean, insane awareness, shots fired and rattled, but there it is, Celsius returning. A few of his own, the spam battle won out, or at least evened out.
Evened out, and Munchkin is looking to try to take this timing down short. He's posted himself in an aggressive position. Second and 10s want to re-clear.
Arrow theft, molly was sent flying.
Oh, they missed it!
Oh, he missed it! Still walking into the molly. How are Gen.G finding all of these kills are onto the A side already?
That is ridiculous! I thought Tens and Zekken had the awareness that Munchkin was there, and Zekken, he ends up getting caught as well, so giving away his positioning. He's going to have to pull out heroics to get this. It's looking awesome for Gen.G.
Yep, doesn't do anything there. Gen.G doubled up. Almost every position accounted for. Sentinels. Yeah, decisions be made for them. Backing away from this one.
Brutal decision that they have to make in this spot. But terrible economy on Tens, Celsius, Sassy as well. How have Gen.G managed to pull that one away?
That's a confusing one.
It felt very similar, though, to that eco round that ended up swinging things when the score was something like 8-8, 8, you know. I think it was round 17, actually, yeah, on Breeze, where Munchkin tucked underneath window over towards B, and he made that aggressive move, and he got rewarded for it. And this is similar again. There's a distraction play over towards B, and Munchkin gets into position. This opener is lovely, but I think what actually ruins them, oh, that's brutal. He just didn't hear the molly or realize. But this is the play that I think wins the round for them. Munchkin finds the timing to be able to punish Tens and opens up the A site for his team to rotate. SEN have been aware of that before. Tens was looking to re-clear, but they just didn't go deep enough down short to catch Munchkin hiding behind that box. Flips the economy on its head. But actually, Gen.G are taking 2 Guardians into the round. 3 players that'll die to a double tap.
Really just trying to min-max as well, that money. Keep it flowing. Face now out wide. Munchkin. Great awareness and even better aim. That's 3. Drop down red, filling up the feed.
1v3 over.
Yeah, of course he returned the fire, but guns being reclaimed out in the open. No chance left here, so Gen.G all but certain now going to be that 3rd round. John happy to do a bit of that damage, but yeah, guess what, Meteor, he's not letting him get away with that.
Punishing the gun pickup instantly there. And I said earlier that from what I'd watched in Pacific, I thought Bind was Munchkin's weakest map individually. And I also said earlier that when I think about Gen.G, I'm thinking mainly about Texture, Caron, Meteor being the 3 powerhouse players. When Munchkin is finding plays, finding moments, and winning duels like this, I truly believe this team's unbeatable.
Yeah.
Because it adds that additional layer. Munchkin ended up top fragging on map 1. He destroyed them last time these 2 teams played split. He's been outrageous in this tournament.
He's doing it again now here on Bind. Nade off the Dizzy's contact and a fight as well out into the open. That's the one who's going to be coming up on top. Seekers here out. A little bit of chaos now. Strone really into the mix here with the orbital strike. Was committed. No kill from that one though. And Gen.G wounded. Be limping themselves away now back over towards that A site.
They know that Zelsis took the teleporter, so they know that there's a Brimstone around there with ult to be able to deny the plants. This isn't a round where Gen.G can just try to fight quickly. They actually smoked off the teleporter at the very beginning of the round as they took sand control, expecting a crunch from SEN. But instead, it was that double up under Hookah that did the damage and put Gen.G in this spot.
There's mid-round by Munchkin. Call to just contact all the way in. Has done them wonders still. They do have to worry about that ult. And there it is. Sent flying out to the back of the site. Lakia, pop flash play. Out and collected. All sorts of kills and damage. damage, but then wide face of Celsius. Beautiful with the movement. He glides and saves the day. Leaves it down to that 1v2 still with the pit up. Munchkin, plenty of options left here. Is he going to be aware of this? Potentially keeps the pit up. Tap.
He actually might be able to tap here and use the teleporter even, but he's looking to try to take the fight instead.
Trying to make a play. Every angle needs to be watched for, and it is.
What a round by Celsius.
Yeah, Vibe Merchant in the flesh.
Nice play.
Impeccable play there, and I love what Gen G went for too. The awareness from this team is spectacular. They're thinking about the fact that they could get sun crunched at the start of the round. Then they call the mid-round over towards A, tap, and look to flash backside to punish the players who are going to be trying to get into the pit at that time. Love what they did, but Celsius shuts it down from his position on top in heaven. Very competitive game that we have here. And Texture has yet to really show his dominance on the entry, coming straight down mid.
No direct hit.
He got rocked.
Straight to the back wall. Yep, it's second. Comes out on top in that one here. Nade will get sent flying. Players seeking to try and plug up that gap as well. You can see them, Gen G, trying to swarm that position. Mosh Pit does relieve that pressure, but okay, Meteor still alive and has dropped him down. Now the showstopper. Earns up and a bound. Zekken eventually claiming the kill, just using a gun this time. Here it is into the site. It's Meteor. He splits it up.
He's distracting. He's pulling 3 players over towards A. Munchkin, though, instead of rotating, decides to reinforce his player, who's in a deep position. But this crossfire looks impossible to break.
Can you break it? You just can't, surely.
Well, they're worried about a B lurk, so this might break it themselves.
No way. And
they don't swing.
The trade's late, the swing's late. Meteor, he's gone for seconds, you greedy, greedy boy. But spam down at a triple point, and now there's the call. Finally, a TP by Munchkin. Gives the indicator again, but Sentinels left worried. They've made the right read onto this one.
They have. If they double swing at the same time, they're going to be able to catch Meteor. Do they predict it?
Discipline, the diligence. Meteor can't land his shot. Still 30 seconds left. And again, it's a wrap around, the ring around the roses, straight through the TP. Munchkin, though, will be met or placed. It's going to be blocking them off, at least from being able to flood themselves back into it. But he actually didn't activate the orb.
And he didn't throw the snake bite either.
Bit of a misplay potentially, but now finally out into the open. A few bullets pay for the price of that one, still alive.
Sen was so worried that Munchkin was fake tapping there that they didn't even get into backside in time. So now Munchkin's snakebite with the orb completely locks them off. They are worried, where could Munchkin be right now?
There's that misinformation strewn into the round. Now Munchkin has a snakebite. Can play it as the first point here. Sassy just sticking, holding with faith in his teammate right behind him, and you can feel it all the way through. Paranoia settling in for John, but still he lands the shot in the end.
Great call by Sen, and a right smile on Munchkin. Look at that. Fantastic positioning by Zekken, and he hops over the top of it. Playing jump rope up there. And Kaplan's happy about that one. Sen starting to pull away. Not doing enough damage to Gen G's economy just yet, but they've got themselves in a great spot. Ults abound, their defensive setups are working, and another fight potentially here. They've got the read that Meteor just keeps placing Cam in similar positions.
That's why the fast face comes out, it looks like, from Sentinels, just making sure that they take away the Cam, don't let Meteor set himself up into that spot. But John QT, his pit blocks off at least one section of the B site.
Mid-round timing. I mean, Zekken here might be looked to be bailed out by the Thrash. Yeah, you can see this setup. But it's possible that if Gen G have enough players here, this could just be Zekken in a one and done. And everyone is here, all 4 players for Gen G grouped up.
Dogs contact.
Either going to be amazing or terrible for Sentinels.
Thrash being held for the Trailblazer. Here it is, sent flying, but it's a little bit late. It's the late second. Does he get out of entertainment? Right on time, Keron. Oh, he's barely crawling away there. Death's door, but he will survive into this round. And guess where Meteor is? Go and walkabouts once more.
He made a noise.
So damn good at trying to play the map into this fashion. But yes, he did make a noise. And now the Seeker's being used. It will point him towards him. Has to break it. Drops down the cage. Direction. Gen G turning in and facing over towards the B side. And again, Sentinels will be running and following them fast on them, hot onto the heels. Inside the smoke. Meteor dominates the angle and dominates the space of his own neuro theft down. Gen G stand a chance and more. The decision to be made. They fight into the back of the site. And it is going beautifully for them.
Spike planted.
The pace from Gen G is just far too much for Sentinels to deal with. This team reacts so quickly. The calls are amazing. The decision there, realizing that the solo play from Meteor had taken enough space to get in, and instead of doing something simple, like throwing Karen's molly over towards that smoke and stopping the SEN flood retake, they get inside it themselves. And I was seeing this all the time when these two teams played on Split. To me, one of the biggest issues was SEN could not keep up with the pace of decision-making from Gen G. Like there, TenZ throws the wingman because he's thinking, I'm going to stop somebody from getting inside this smoke, and I'm going to get into it first. And he doesn't realize they've already thought of it and got there quicker. And these tiny adjustments in timing will be all the difference. Cool idea as well from Sentinels on that short hold. Just not quite enough. Look at it as well, the extra layer of flashing through the smoke. It's just so good. And while SEN felt like they were pulling away with their wins in round 7 and 8, it's actually them with a battered economy now.
Shoddy by.
Now Zelzis can still be a real difference maker with the judge in hookah. Do not count that out.
Oh my goodness, you do not want to be standing there.
Yeah, they're expecting somebody to be playing for the orb, but nobody's won away, so just a hard read perhaps that they were going to go for that on the eco. Sassy and TenZ set up to go for that re-clear down B long again.
Texture though, he's in an anti-flash.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Gen G are aware of it.
Sassy's out wide here. He's jiggling all that information. Trailblazer, this timing could be absolutely everything. It's broken up close and personal. Knows that Gen G have come knocking. Seems like they want nothing to do with it. Dizzy, flash play. But only around, they've called it to go back again.
Yeah, Dizzy only shot one person. So Gen G might be thinking, right, they think we've left, let's re-hit B now.
Rooted in place. Maybe the noise. Dog taking ground there. Lakia faking like there could be more presence over towards it. Sentinels making calls of their own to just triple up into hookah, but with Lakia not spotting anything, now the call has been made again. Another pivot here by Munchkin. He's cementing this idea that it's going to be that open side for them. They're not worried at all, are they? Nade, almost a punishment on it. Caron gets out alive. Heal on line 2, so he will be topped all the way back up.
And this is where the judge and the stinger don't look so good anymore.
The post-plant position is immaculate. Munchkin playing a deep angle into showers, even just Lakia with a late rotate now doubled up with him. Too much to deal with here for Sentinel, surely. They'd have to just some absolute miracle shots, and they're already setting up and gearing up for it now. Out wide again, but guess what? Yeah, Meteor is too fast onto the approach. Inside the smokes, inside every possible option that could have been there for Sentinels. And Zekken, the only thing he's focused on his mind is trying to get out with that gun, but even that is denied. 5 to 5, Gen G making it nice and even here.
I'm loving this attack side calling from Gen G. I think they're playing the macro game really, really nicely. It's been one of the things I'm most impressed with this team. And one of the reasons is, I had no idea Munchkin was capable of this. No. We've seen him at global events before, but bear in mind, nobody on Gen G has previously been in a position to do this kind of thing. They are not the creme de la creme of Korean talent, at least not until this year. They've always played second fiddle. Munchkin and Meteor were playing in Japan. They didn't even have the option to, you know, get those opportunities on top Korean teams. Lakio languishing on the bench. Texture off Duelist. Karen not even a pro player, for God's sake. And every time Munchkin had turned up, there'd be a language issue and the attack side calling didn't look very good. This team has come together with HSK prepping the roster, setting the groundwork, and just exceeded every expectation, even the coaches.
And then the respect region-wide. I mean, they've come knocking at multiple opponents. They've always knocked them out. #1 seed of Pacific for a reason.
And it's not so much, in my opinion, that they're standing on the shoulders of giants and building on what Pacific have done before. They look to be straight up leapfrogging them.
Oh, yeah.
How many times have we seen DRX and PaperX try to break through that glass ceiling? And yet Gen G, what ceiling? Wait, you guys couldn't win before? Why not? It's actually kind of easy. It's unbelievable. Double outlaw here for Gen G on the attack side, predicting the fact that SEN are going to be on an eco.
Maybe right. It would be right. Deep smoke dropped down here for Sentinels just to try and at least hold on to control of bathroom showers. Not towards that A-long angle, but B-long. A question entirely here, because again, walking slowly up towards it. Reactions on point for texture. Just sit through the wall. Sassy barely survives.
Very lucky for Sassy there. Does Meteor have a read that Zekken's in this corner? Zekken trying not to make a footstep while staying agile. No damage on Zelsis.
There's noise being made all over the place here for Gen G. Just, I mean, how difficult it must be for Sentinels. They see the dog go up B long, the shots fired off towards A. Flash sees nothing.
That's ridiculous.
Flash sees nothing.
Anti-info and Sassy's leaving. How has that happened?
That is ridiculous. I have to see a replay of that one later, and it's already just being sold even further. Nades, snakebite, full combination. Terrible concoction. John QT, the sole defender, just needs to hold down his little portion of territory. But Meteor just seems so damn aware of it. He is. Hunts him down, sniffs him out.
Brutal situation for SEN to be in. This site's so difficult to retake Lakia. Oh, body block there for a moment.
Surely no chances though with the gun advantage for Gen G. They are just cross-fired up out the wazoo, making sure that they can beam down anybody who tries to step past that mark.
Zekken will take the death to be able to, oh, the kill, sure, to be able to get his ult online for the next round. But it's just all focus on round 12 here. Oh, and they're just playing with Sassy.
Dude, I thought he was going to go for it. I really did.
And any danger in the round for Gen G, completely upset by that bird telling lies over towards B long.
Let's see this one.
Yeah.
Way to go. Not
Flashes
too sure.
around. I mean, it just goes into garden, but everybody's playing an anti-flash position. I'm not sure on purpose there, really. Just happened to give terrible information. The bird disappeared without a whimper. A canary in the coal mine as Sentinels quickly did the same. 3 ops online for Gen G here, looking to try to close things out if SEN get aggressive.
Okay. Let's get silly.
They've all got rifles, I would assume, to be able to pick back up as well.
Round 12, final round of this first half.
And actually a really important one, I think, for SEN to be able to get online. You know, they've got the ults here. Zelsis one away from having an orbital strike too.
All it takes is one misstep though. One opened up body, just trying to gather the information from Sentinels. It might just go down to it. Zekken again jiggling. Meteor eager for the fight, eager for it indeed, and there it is. The first punish online. I mean, operators across the field. It's Caron just plucking tens out of the picture.
And that reaction trying to set up the showers crunch where Zekken could re-ult back onto Meteor. Didn't realize Meteor had already left. They'd read the play and punished the reaction.
Hiding inside the smoke, doubled up now. They want to flood back into this one, trying to catch that timing, and here it is. Doubled up high-low, Sentinels. This may be the right read for them, but Lakia is brute forced and barrel through Sassy. So damn fancy. Might have brought them a window of opportunity, a chance, very narrowly. Nade rebounds, but not enough to stop this one, and Zekken still has the rocket showstopper available. Pit now going to be dropped down here with the rocket to clear through and out over the top. It's lifeless. Baron in nature, but he snipes him anyway. Expected a position, Sentinels claiming the 6.
Zekken takes over in the 11th hour to tie this one up at the half. But if this is where SEN thought they had the biggest advantage over Gen G, this first half has taught them that they are not going quietly. This map pool, it's an ocean for Gen G. Lovely play from Sassy there, utilizing the brim smoke, ducking, dipping inside of it. But this is anybody's game.
Right. A series of unknowns really as we head into that second half of Find, despite it being Sentinel's map pick. Absolutely insane stuff, but on the floor standing by, we have a special guest, a very special interview.
I am here joined by Valorant Studio Head Ana Donlan and obviously our Global Head of Esports, Leo Ferrer, Madrid. Uno de los motivos y las razones por los que estamos hoy aquí es gracias a ellos, así que os voy a pedir un fuerte aplauso para darles la bienvenida y las gracias, obviamente, por este pedazo de evento. That's just for you guys, so thank you for this event. Now, Ana, I want to ask you, today we just introduced a new agent to the pool. What can you tell me about them?
So Clove is something we've been working on for a really long time. I'm so proud of the teams back at Riot. They really pushed themselves on this agent, both from a design perspective, creatively. I think they are so vibrant and beautiful, and it's going to do so many great things for the game. So I can't wait for everyone to get to play them next week. I thought the show match today was amazing. It was so good. Congrats to Mixwell and Team España. That was amazing. And yeah.
Okay, we love that. Thank you very much. Now, bueno, obviamente creo que lo habéis entendido, ¿no? Que tiene muchas gracias de que tengamos a Clove entre los agentes, que el showmatch ha estado genial y que solo en una semana ya podéis estar probándolo y creo que va a estar muy, muy guay. Now, Leo, of course you're on the competitive side. What do you think about this gorgeous, gorgeous event here in Madrid?
Oh my God, we are so happy to be here. We've been dreaming about coming to Spain for a very long time. This is our first time here. You all have been incredible hosts. Thank you so much for embracing VCT. We love you. This is just the first event of the season. There's a lot of VCT to come in 2024. We're going to jump straight into stage 1. And we're so happy to be here, so thank you all again.
Nos da las gracias por estar aquí, por ser tan acogedores. Esto para los que no habéis hecho el workbook. Pero la verdad que lo estáis haciendo genial. Obviamente todavía nos queda todo el stage y todo lo que queda por llegar en 2024. Recordad, cuanto más ruido hagáis, más conscientes serán de lo que necesitamos estos eventos en España. Pero obviamente esto no ha terminado, así que seguimos con el partido.
Do love a bit of crowd work. The people riled up here for the second half of Bind. Full importance.
You should open the Google Translator
now onto this pistol round.
And I know that Sentinels have changed up a lot since the last time they played Bind against Heretics with this composition. But when we saw them play, it was a lot of short execs with late showers backstabs. Have they got more in their arsenal? Are they prepped against what Gen G are going to bring out here? This is a must-win map for them.
Lakia feeling the heat now and the pressure from that one. Bundle of util be going to be used. Trailblazer holding his ground just for a moment. Baits it out the shots, but he does get the info that he was after.
Oh, Ten's taking the ult up there when I think he was aiming to pick up Wingman.
He'll be happy with both.
Yeah, didn't get punished for either. Gen G are so happy to follow the noise and trust the read with their defensive rotates. This is such a key thing when you watch them. They stack sites like nobody's business. You've got to run fakes against them. And now, Trailblazer coming down short, trip broken, that starts to pull Texture away. But only for a moment. He realizes there's nothing following it, and they trust their gut and stay on B.
30 seconds.
It's so difficult to sell a fake against these guys.
30 seconds left.
But I think SEN have just about managed it. The B control actually turning into the fake, looking to commit down short again. And I said, these 4-1 execs, they were bread and butter for SEN.
Mutia, is he going to be spotted? He's playing deep tucked inside that smoke, and he could again be the difference maker. Guarding, body of Wingman, orbs picked and placed back up. Plant down here for Sentinels. It's all about how he gets played into the post, but Meteor, he was spotted out. Wide into the smoke, Nade flushing him into the back of the side. He is down and low, but hopefully a heal online, potentially there still. Need to hold down onto this ground here for Sentinels, in through lamps, and Gen G, they are methodical in the nature, the way that they approach a lot of these retake situations. It all comes down to the minutiae, these tiny little details. Flooding now, front of the site, shots found and kills finally online. The Gen G team in the defuse, Caron half already. Has he bought them time enough potentially for Gen G here with 2 players left? Lakia, the orb, at least there, another kill, found and out and defended! You're joking! You're kidding me!
From the first Masters event, coming out here in the most recent Lakia, so clutch. These shots are unbelievable towards the end. Defending from every different avenue.
My
Popping
God.
off.
3 kills. Lakia, nice. Nice shot.
Lakia himself said in a recent interview with Pedro Romero that his biggest mistake in his career was joining DRX, then known as Vision Strikers, after having that success in his first Masters event.
That is gold.
Yeah, imagine that.
Gold.
And now, he's overtaken that team that he ended up joining and having more success here in a grand finals.
Potential off the charge for Sentinels. This is a great charge out wide and open. Look at the volley, the damage all combined and collected. Growled into it. Gen.G obviously favored. He's got the spike and he's in their spawn.
It's a weird one.
It is a really strange one.
Actually, if Karen ends up going down, although I don't see how he possibly could.
With the judge, surely not.
But the A site would be open, and there is simply no way.
Just understands the timings inherently.
All left on Zekken.
I knew his backside. Call being made from his teammate. Second. Earns himself a plant at least here. Really, shouldn't be any opportunities for him to win it out. It'll have to be a bundle of mishaps and mistakes here from Gen.G to really topple this one. So.
And these are just the consequences of Gen.G winning a beautiful pistol round here. They get themselves up to 8. And Lucky is going to take the defuse. He's now only 2 away from getting Seekers online. They know that Karen saved the judge into this as well, so might anticipate him being positioned over to Hookah for the next. Normally, that's going to be Munchkin's job, defending onto Hookah. And when I was watching Gen.G playing Pacific on defense, they love to push. Not in a coordinated early round manner, but just looking for those mid-round timings, trying to abuse the fact that on bind, teams don't tend to be as spread across the map, watching everything all the time. Of course, Sen's comp doesn't have the Cypher to be able to rely on. Those trips are not going to be there in market, so if anybody finds the mid-round push timings, they're good for it. And it is Munchkin looking to cover Hookah, while Karen picks up short.
Sentinels.
Clearly aware that Munchkin likes to play that aggressively. I think this side is where we've seen weaknesses from Munchkin before, but he also loves to take fights so much that if he's on fire as he has been today, and he was in their last match, he could easily be the win condition for their team, in fact.
Gen.G looking like they're calling for a reclear in through Hookah, so they're going to get information pretty rapidly at least.
But Bren, if the judge wasn't in Hookah, where else is it going to be other than short?
Now they're walking right into it. Caron. Too much util. The dog doesn't clear him, but he does break it anyway. Kill trip. Lands a shot. Good adjustment in the end, but Tense does return that fire. Now flash blinded. Texture still only for a moment. Sen's blind and 8. Now there's 45 seconds here for Sen. Collect yourself and cool down your senses. Enough for potential pivot to a different area, but they've committed the smokes. They want to know what his last play is. That Texture. What is that? Pulling away. Trip's still not dealt with. Lighting these players up. Yet John QT is right there again. TP through. That was only Zelsis. What is the call to be made? Bonus round for Gen.G finally, full committal, but they're going to be walking again into Munchkin. Never losing his ground here, always holding on to this space, and now Meteor doubled up crosshair setup. This could be nasty, this could be brutal. Obliterated! Gen.G just have such an immaculate read. Every position, every scenario, it's all accounted for.
It's these defensive rotations again, Brent. Gen.G are so far ahead of it. Sen think that they've got the timing to be able to go through the teleport like that. Gen.G have already got Meteor not just over towards B, but already set up a crossfire with Munchkin. Beautiful little bait play there. Munchkin letting himself be seen first and dragging them into Meteor's crossfire. When you watch Gen.G on defense, you would call it over-rotating if it wasn't winning so often. They have such a trust in the read. This nade to push Texture away from his position.
Nasty one landing right on top of the box satchel. Second setup now with this Bucky forward position, but Meteor. Oh, Meteor! Oh, what a snap to the side! That's the wrist breaker there from Sassy, and hello! What a time to come alive here for Sentinels. Much needed, much anticipated now. Texture trying to dodge and juke that timing here. Entertainment onto Lakia. Is back to all of them, chasing them down, hunting them down. Sassy wants even more. Offloading the Seekers. Why not? A winnable spot, a winnable position. Caron all alerted to the presence, but he picks up the rifle almost with the pre-fire. Still 2 versus 4. Spike has to get planted here, so Sentinels will at least earn that.
Everybody on SEN inside lamps. It's a really unusual post-plant position.
Gaps to be played within. Sentinels cannot let this one slip, not after losing previous gun round, not after losing most of the scenarios where they had that advantage. Thrash off that tap. Satchel over the top here, and a seek to punish. There it is. Texture, last one left, last one alive through the box. Nade earned again. But tucked, hiding away from the position. It's Sentinels trying to play this one just with a little bit of intelligence. And John gets that information.
Oh, shot.
And a shot to the head. Thrifty here. MasterCard well earned.
What a timing for it too. Definitely felt like Gen.G was running away with this game. And this is a must-win map for SEN. This is where they felt the most favored. This was their pick of all of the maps they could have gone to. And as the desk was mentioning earlier, they're kind of playing for the 3-1, hoping they don't even need to get to Icebox. Incredible shots being hit there. Sassy on fire here on Bind.
Literally, I'm shocked also.
We expect to see those a little more, I think, from the Gen.G players. But here it is.
Time.
Texture with an operator.
This is
long.
Literally like.
He's got himself onto a really nice forward angle. Spotting out this operator is going to be pretty key and essential here for Sentinels, but they don't have anything concrete to clear it out. Look, even the Dizzy just clears it. Jump spot from second was really out wide, but giving up that space. But Gen.G putting such a heavy premium on control of just both B long and showers. Even got the cam set up. Munchkin willing to hold it down.
Yeah, and they've actually not really heard much on either side. Caron goes for the gamble over towards B. I'm interested. Munchkin didn't quite find the timing to take a duel, but he's now tucked in a position going to get cleared by that flash.
Yeah, certainly should be. Zekken eager to take the fight there with a boombot just right behind him. He knows the rough position here of Munchkin.
Caron's back immediately over towards A, so there's still 3 players defending this.
But only 30 seconds roughly left here. Mosh Pit sent flying over the top now as well. Trying to take the space. It's only 10s and he's left alone to his own devices. So for the rest of his team here with only 25 seconds. That's a spike drop down on top of it. It needs to be heroics and it needs to be masterful play at that. Munchkin almost going down to the stray satchel, but it matters not. Overwhelming aggression from Gen.G. Full lockdown in approach and play. And seconds dwindling down to nothing. It's Gen.G up to 10.
The stack, the crossfire, way too much for SEN to deal with. And not just that, Gen.G fighting close. Not trying to hold into backside and rely on the fact that, you know, they'll give SEN the play and try to push through smokes or anything like that. They fought almost even before Meteor was taking contact from the short trips. Look, they pick off 10s here. They're looking to try to fight them in short. They mollied off showers as well, so Zekken couldn't help. They picked that apart and fought aggressively. There's a really interesting quote from HSK, actually, during another interview where he said that Gen.G tries to make the plays that other teams would hesitate to make. That's a very conscious thing that they've come into this year trying to do. We are going to try to be the team that picks that timing and fights you.
Been working so damn well for them here. Gen.G.
Look at the rotates, Brad. Look at the rotates. I mean, it's less than 10 seconds into the round, and they're planning to 5-stack B.
Second showstopper. Loose here was vulnerable, but up close to the corner to clear. Lakia! Blinded! What? Found what? Snaps it! Sentinels. They found an advantage, but it's about converting it now into a round win.
And they've got an inkling that there's a ton of players here stacking the site, but they're not fast enough to pull the trigger and go for the rotate through the teleport, which would have been a play to open up the A site for a free plant. They found themselves that player advantage, and now Gen.G, with the players stacked, looking to re-explore.
Oh man, look at this call to contact re-clear. Are they going to be ready with the rifle play? It needs to be online. It is. Sentinels. Clean sweep there, out towards it. Forcing Gen.G out in the open. That slight pause keeps them alive for now. And it was really necessary, Josh. I mean, you end up losing that one. Gen.G up to 11.
Like, you know,
the economy just been dwindling. Sentinels getting rocked left, right, and center.
But what is this? The timing on that Dizzy.
Just look at that.
Just blinds Lucky. Right. Yeah. Well, he was 1 HP, I think, after he went through the Viper wall as well. Yeah,
but
so
seriously?
But still, caught down extraordinarily low.
Check there.
And the crowd here behind
scene
Sentinels, willing them forwards.
Not easy rounds that Sentinels are winning.
They're not at all. Again, Gen.G had 5 players B.
That's fast though. Second. It's in front of the snakebite as well. A little bit of damage, almost a kill onto Lackey. It's good damage. It's going to be permanent. There's no heal online. At least he can't heal himself. Now the Trailblazer for the re-clear. Munchkin, you can't be calling for that one again. He just goes down with it.
Yeah, and these are the times when Munchkin ends up getting punished, and it's looked rough for Gen.G.
See,
we haven't seen very much of it. Munchkin's been playing a superb game, but that's the kind of stuff that was happening in Pacific, and SEN have taken full advantage.
I don't know, but SEN actually doesn't play like this. Like,
though the orb is not here.
लग रहा है
another pause in the round.
Gen.G is into their like onto their head.
They've got to be cautious about
उनके दिमाग के अंदर घुस गया है.
And Garon's for
Gen
that
literally
matter.
लग रहा है कि SEN के दिमाग के अंदर घुस गया.
The more they let the time click, the more that those ults could just
भाई
win it for
1v4 1v3 clutch कर रहे हैं Gen वाले बंदे.
Both of it up. Make sure you can clear somebody's
अलग ही है भाई.
trip. Spotted and broken. Not be pulling any of the Gen.G players away. It looks like positioning is being shifted. No, still a reclear of Texture. He's happy to hold this close angle.
30 seconds left.
This one he has the rocket available to him. Another trip. This time. Noise pressure on either side. The TP rotation is now core with 20 seconds left. Guess what?
What about
gone now?
What about Caron's ult?
Caron's ult, yeah, it's not really going to be handled here at all, and that's going to be sending it out with Wingman. He's going to be broken. No, they can scaled it correctly, but it does catch on the second. So the plan is online. 4v4 though. A must win for Sentinels. Must win indeed.
The flank.
Fast wrap around flanks on flanks. Lakia punished for it. At least recognizing SEN the weaknesses of their own compositions, but is immediately answered and evened back out.
Celsius got
Even
ult.
So advantage now for Gen.G here with the ult. That's the first tap, but he's waiting for the second point. Karen's fast onto him. Karen's fast onto him. Already approaching and expecting that position, and he just has to let it rip anyway before anybody even taps. Gen.G so fast with the moves, yet Sentinels shut it down.
The tension in those kind of rounds when it gets down to a post plant is palpable. Sentinels were so close to major ults getting online, and I think if Celsius hadn't found the kill to be able to get his up, there was all the chance in the world that that round was going towards Gen.G. Tens with 2 gorgeous kills towards the end, off the back of the Dizzy, and Gen.G forced to take a timeout. Their first of this map. Frankly, it might be the first in the match that we've seen. I'm not sure whether they threw one in on Breeze.
Certainly a rarity. You don't see them often. Calling for that timeout, cool down in the play here, because this is Sentinels actually making a very decent go of it. Yes, only one here and there, a couple of half-buy rounds when the economy wasn't too good, but that was, you know, full-on gunplay occurring.
Remember, though, that this should be the map where Sentinels are the most favored, and they're still behind by 1 round.
Yeah.
Even though they're favored in the next due to the economy advantage, it's not clean sailing here, not by any means. Gen.G fighting for every inch of this, not willing to give up any of these maps that they so carefully selected. Now, in terms of what Gen.G are going to be talking about in the timeout here, I think it's going to be about those defensive rotations. They've been stacking the opposite site to the lurk. So when John QT goes and puts pressure and breaks that trip, if it doesn't feel like an exec down short, they still keep players on B. And this time, John QT took the space and called for the rotate over. So that's kind of the opposite, I think, of what Gen.G were expecting. And it's possible that Solo and HSK are just addressing that and coming up with a slight variation in how they play the defense. We'll have to keep an eye.
Lakia now eager for this orb, looking to one away from the ultimate, but again, might just earn it himself, he does, with him dropping, sent to the spectator seat. He's gonna have to sit on the sidelines and really fester and wonder about what went wrong there. Now it is explosive, second, through and out into the Alba position, spraying down Texture. This is explosive, into the back of the side. They try and stand their ground, but they can't hold their candle. Not against the weapons.
Huge one, clean one. Sentai the game up. And those ults that were close to being able to be put online a couple of rounds ago, where Zelsis Orbital Strike made all the difference. Now look at them. Huge tools available to SEN. If they're able to lean on those, it will knock the Gen.G economy once more. And the game, which Gen.G had under some level of control, will start spiraling away from them. Gen.G
just churning them up now.
The stack, 3 players over towards B to start, and Karen in a very committed position.
Super committed, but he backs away now with the knife out. Close tucked here. Sentinels
This is looking like you thrash to try to put pressure on people, yep. And Zekken follows it up.
Mosh and Seekers with a thrash on top, like you said, Josh here, sending it flying. Zekken is eager for the engagement, even more so, spots it out, Munchkin. First one to fall, fills up that feed for them nicely here, but Gen G might even look to just try and fight back with the pit down. Something has to really dislodge this one here, maybe even a few stray bullets. Sassy finally planting, elbow control for them. On top of that, it's Hookah.
They didn't plant though. They're still getting it down now, and Gen G are taking elbow control in the meantime.
It might work against them because it has cut off these angles, and the core made to contact works out beautifully. Thrash through with the flash as well. On top of it, it comes down to how can they win these kills out? Second, as the Wrangler the Beast that is his rifle lit up like beacons, but it matters not. Sentinels. It feels like almost the first time here in this series. I'm sure it's not, but they get that lead, at least by one.
And relying so heavily on getting those ults up. Look at this play, Munchkin stuck while the rest of his team ended up playing for retake. He was just hoping to go 1-for-1 in this spot. But Zekken's entry has so much to help him. Seekers coming from B long, a thrash, nade into backside, smokes to cut off all the angles. SEN just decided to drop the nuclear codes and just send that one into B. And it's a great time to do it too. Oh, the punish on Alakia. Huge. Great read that he was going to be going for the ult orb at the start of the round.
And that's play just going their way.
Yeah, that's what you need. You need to keep these anti-ecos clean for SEN if you want them to start building up. Because Gen G are super dangerous in these kind of moments. You cannot count them out. They're so apt to take risks in these rounds that have paid off well in the series so far.
Clearly ignoring Hookah. It's a smart call as well. You don't want to walk into those shotguns, but the trips close will cause some issues here.
Celsius has just used all 3 of his smokes, one, I believe, to drop off Hookah, so they've got to commit while these smokes are up.
Fine with a trip get any value, just over above the top of it here. Second satchel now to see the ball position will meet you down. Really no more danger. Sentinels, they are steady as anything here. They can feel it on the precipice of getting that 12th round here. A critical map in the juncture that is this series.
Texture and Munchkin really with no chances in the round. Though Sassy looks to take the fight instead of relying on the double up.
Zelsis, safe pair of hands there. Rifle in them, make sure that there's no funny business.
And Munchkin, you can see the motor mouth popping off there. Just gonna save and take this time to address with his team what the game plan is once rifles get online in round 23. Because this is crunch time. Gen G need 2 in a row to just drag this to overtime. And they do not seem happy with the idea that SEN are going to be able to win on their map pick. There is still a chance for Gen G to get back into this one, but these recent rounds have all gone the way of SEN. A reminder, though, that they did it by using ultimates. Even here, Zekken pops the showstopper to be able to get into B. So Gen G, do they actually need an adjustment?
Wow.
Not just the save for Munchkin to talk, now a timeout called, the second of the map, to allow their coaches a bit of input too. But Bren, what I'm saying here is, yes, it's been 5 in a row for Sentinels, but crucial rounds have been won off the back of ultimates.
Yeah.
And SEN do not have access to those anymore. I mean, they're one away from getting Seekers back up because Sassy is frying. But I think Gen G's game plan has not necessarily been the issue so much as them fighting an uneven war.
Finally, there's going to be a bit of that parity. Even guns on Gen G's side. Sentinels running out of those ultimates. I think you are right. I mean, you're right on the money in terms of just talking about the game plan for Gen G. It hasn't really been going amiss. They've just been getting ran over, steamrolled almost by just that sheer ult economy that's just been churning, generating constantly for Sentinels, but it has run out. And Gen G have to put a stop to it here if they want to stop Sentinels on their map pick.
Yeah, we're talking about it running out, but Sassy could certainly play for the Showers Orb here. It looks like SEN are set up for a fast Showers take. And unless Meteor's able to pull off some magic, because he's going to be vastly outnumbered.
Let's see it.
Seekers are going to be online, surely.
What have you got up your sleeve, Meteor? Team needs some magic. We need it now. He's backing away. It's just that aggressive cam.
He's been putting that there a lot, though. Yeah. They've already seen that in a couple of post-plant situations. SEN are going to know. It could trigger some kind of Showers crunch, though, so they've got to be a bit cautious. Look, TenZ, Zekken ready to punish the players that might come through the teleport, using Sassy as bait. And now they walk forward, get Seekers online.
Texture. Close up onto the angle. Dog broken. Boombot as the first layer of contact.
Munchkin
here.
pushing out through sand.
Here's Munchkin, and he's been doing this at least in the qualifiers. It could be a punishable element. They have to be aware of it. Gaps in the play for Sentinels, and it looks like Celsius is seemingly clearing most of this, but they've left that tiny, tiny window.
These are slow rotates. Zekken, though, making a little bit of noise. Munchkin's going to make the call. Look at these rotates from Gen.G. All come in, beating the rotate.
No way.
Getting into B.
Flooding back in.
And Munchkin has not overplayed his hand. Makes sure that he just feeds the info his team needs. And what a call this is.
Gets the hell out. 30 seconds. This is going to be a full committal. Straight into the maw, out wide. They're not expecting it. Gen.G players holding their ground, rooted and snared into place, but they're willing to just fight tooth and nail. Spike dropped down, Molly's at the feet. Nobody can advance, nobody can step over the line. There's gonna have to be those shots, it's gonna have to be that firepower. But again, is it enough? Is it enough? It's not!
What the fuck?
Meteoric from Meteor himself.
3v1 ले लिया
What a call
भाई
by
ने.
Munchkin, man. We saw him go for those sand pushes all throughout Pacific, often getting punished for them, but played this one to perfection. Sentinels have got to be scratching their heads after that, thinking, how on earth, when we were fairly quiet the whole way over towards B and had made noise throughout showers, how did they get the read? How did they know?
भाई what the hell? सही में मैं वही बोल रहा what the hell भाई?
Incredible play from Munchkin without really even popping up on the kill feed.
क्या scene है भाई?
All just based on getting that deep positioning and hearing the footsteps and calling the rotate. The defense side rotates from Munchkin are just phenomenal, and to make that play and just push the very boundary of what you can get away with in a round that now makes this feasible, that we could be heading to overtime.
That's why SEN are calling this timeout here. It's the last one that they've got, at least in regulation, and they understand the importance of the round. You don't want to go to OT, not against Gen.G, not when they've been making these adaptations over time and correcting towards it.
Yeah, and not just that, Brent, we were talking a lot about the ults being on the side of Sentinels. Well, now the coin has flipped. Munchkin still has access to that Viper's Pit. Charon, one away from being able to get an orbital strike online. These are ultimates that in the middle of a round can change the flavor of what's happening dramatically. Oh my, Gen.G are going to start the stack on A with 4 players. What a gamble to push them through into OT.
4-1 setup. Don't see it. Looks like they're going to try and set up Munchkin for that deep pit in through the main choke, and he is going to layer it down. Needs to be defended in time, but here's that showers fight. Molly drop down. Gen.G walking, Gen.G walking, Gen.G walking, but losing the fight. Initially, it's up to Lakia. Hold it down and stand as
the
ground.
short players!
Away the short players, and Lakia comes up huge. You're joking. Getting away with murder.
It just flips in an instant. Gen.G not happy to just sit inside the pit. Pushed outside of it. Managed to get a kill. 2 up towards short. Outrageous decision from Munchkin and the Gen.G coaches coming out of SEN's TAC timeout. And now funneling the final 2 survivors straight into these trip setups. I mean, this just looks absolutely brutal for SEN to deal with.
Dire straights. Not only the trips, got to worry about Charon's ult, denying. Meteor himself as well, he's just tucked. Safe position. Out wide, there won't be any punish onto these trips, but they're not going to walk into it anyway. It's just concealed, but that TP through Munchkin.
They just know.
Just got to read. I mean, they just know. Now with the camera, spotted it all. And look at that, Charon sends it and splits them up. For OT, all the way here, Gen.G not going to be denied it at all. John QT dropping to the floor. And let's go again, shall we?
What the hell is going on with
There's
Sentinels?
a perfect example. I mean, look, let's look at this for starters. Zekken and Celsius trying to hold the push. And just got minced. TenZ as well, not realizing that Lakia was in the corner, despite the fact that he caught a little bit of chip damage. But for me, that final moment where Munchkin just comes, all right, there's 30 seconds left. We haven't seen them over towards A at all. They've got to be taking B. And they just went through the teleporter. They're not worried about the fact that it could have been a late A hit at all. They just trust the read. Something that
right here.
A lot of the coaches have been talking about. I mean, defending champs, Potter and EG talk about that all the time. Trust in your gut, and I feel like no team embodies it more at the moment than Gen G.
Yeah, full committal into the calls that are being made here, but the sides are swapped around now. Opening round of OT. Meteor making a go of this one here. Cam attacking, but already through the choke point. Still, they deal with him. Pesky intruder out towards, and Shower's control is going to be essential. What is the call now for Gen G?
A plan for backside here and taking control of the defense spawn seems like a good idea. But Gen G don't want to commit to it just yet. Now Karen's got one smoke to play with. You can smoke off heaven, you can have somebody watch over towards pipes, but they're not making a decision here. They're slowing down and they're kind of trapped.
Waiting for Munchkin.
Yes, but what is Munchkin really going to do? Tens is on a great angle at B long.
Yeah, bhai. ये क्या scene
It's
हुआ?
just all hinging on this, isn't it? It's an off angle at that.
I just don't see how Munchkin clears this.
Yeah, an ADS. Spoils it for Munchkin here, Tens.
It's weird though, because they don't know where Gen G are. They could be all the way up heaven, all sorts of spots.
It's going to cause the push out here by Sentinels, meeting them right into texture, but he wasn't waiting for it. As a trade attempt by Caron, he will fall too. Everybody topples, Sentinels. Flawless here, the first round of OT, and another chance to seal up this map.
Rare moment of hesitation, I think, from Gen G there. Munchkin clearly wanted to take matters into his own hands and was hoping that Gen G would find Sentinels making a mistake, going and re-exploring A for information. But Sen was so happy on B. Just one watching spawn, one watching B long. Very good patience and diligence from Sen to get themselves up. To get another map point. They've got to start closing these though.
It's integral. You look at the overall map pool in this best of 5 grand finals. It's an uphill battle almost all the way through.
Sen attacks.
Bind is a necessary component that they need to take away.
Brent, Munchkin's in a really committed position here at Hookah. I don't see how he dodges Boombot Dizzy.
Here it is. He's out wide anyway. Just hates to fight to him. No way. How are you doing something like that, Munchkin? The two best players, arguably, on Sentinels. Put down like nothing.
Hello.
ball.
Finds that time before the utilities used. Perfect.
I really don't know Sentinel
This is going to get scrappy though, because they want to fight over the spike. They're not content with just playing the numbers advantage.
He's willing to join them, but he has cut off that angle here with
Tens pagla jada hয়ে গেছে
actually going to be stunned up. Bullets raining through TP. He's right there fast, and here's the reinforcements. Here's the whole bloody team. Everybody joining the fight and the fray. Fast rotation, stimmy, evacuation.
I don't understand.
That's an amazing read by Sentinels. They know that all 3 players are there, and this is a race that Sen have won. Rare for them to be able to beat the defensive rotates, but a rare mistake as well from Gen G. They haven't got the plan down.
Sassy hears the noise cues, but he just pre-fires and guesses incorrectly. The gamble not paying off still, not willing to give up that space, but finally here, Mazaus is out in the but still, the kill found 2v2, running and gunning to just retreat and cover that section. Now the defuse, Meteor sticking all the way! Sprayed down, half earned, but that will be it! Sentinels, even it up 1-2-1. And I said it was necessary,
Sentinel wound
and it certainly was necessary.
Seriously? মাথা হ্যাং করে যাবে এইসব গেম দেখলে।
কিম জংনের ভাইকে গালি দিচ্ছে। কিম জংনের ভাইকে গালি দিচ্ছে। ওমালটা এমভিপি যা খেলাচ্ছে না।
Absolutely incredible stuff so far. Plenty more action where that came from. Do not go anywhere.
টেন্স কি খেললোটা বুঝলাম না।
জানি না কয়েকটা রাউন্ডে টেন্সকে দেখে খুব কষ্ট হলো। सही में कुछ राउंड में टेंस को देखते मेरे को बहुत मतलब कैसा फील हुआ पता नहीं।
What the fuck is this?
क्या फील कर रहा था? सेंटिनल जो टीम सबके साथ खिलवाड़ करता हुआ टीम है, उस टीम के साथ जेनजी खेल रहा है। So you're watching this This gaming shares that Secret Lab made. No? I love them, man. Love them. I really love those chairs. Those Titan Evo and those are like brilliant. Seriously, those are very, very good chairs. भाई साहब क्या गेम हुआ भाई.
Red Bull gives you wings.
भाई जेएनजी के जो टीम है, टीम के राइट साइड में एक फ्रिज रखा हुआ है रेड बुल वाला. जाके लेके आ जाओ. Two minutes of time out.
এখনো দুটো রাউন্ড.
না এখনো দুটো কোথায়? এখন চলবে, বাট সেম তো করে দিচ্ছে.
3 রাউন্ডে খেলা তো.
হ্যাঁ, রেস টু 3.
না, একটা জেন জিতলো, একটা সেন জিতলো.
হ্যাঁ, তবে ফাইনাল এরকমই হওয়া উচিত. হ্যাঁ, কারেক্ট, ফাইনাল এক্স্যাক্টলি, মানে ফাইনাল এরকমই হওয়া উচিত. বাট কি বলতো, মানে মাঝে মাঝে সেন্টিনেলসের দেখে গেলে একটা ভালো লাগে ভাই.
তুমি যখন চেয়ার দিয়ে গা ভেঙেছিলে না, সে যা তুলেছে 5টা রাউন্ড পর পর উঠিয়েছে, ছিলে না?
হ্যাঁ, আমি তো দেখলাম না, 5টা না 3টে রাউন্ড ছিল, কারণ আমি তো 10-9 দেখে গেলাম, এসে দেখি 12-10 হলো. বাট it's good. Final should be like this.
ওটা কি চান বানিয়েছে শালা ট্রফি.
Seriously, I don't understand. Like, বাসে টেন্স ওই রাউন্ডটাতে ঢুকলো, লাইক উইদাউট এনি ইনফো, সাট করে ঢুকে গেল উইদাউট চেকিং. কর্নার মানে দাঁড়িয়ে মেরে दिल ओपन है. आई रियली डोंट अंडरस्टैंड. पूरा उसको कॉर्नर चेक करना चाहिए था. वो मतलब
मे बी टेंस गेक को खेलना
ना. अरे they are in the VCT finals, bro. They should play. They know all the agents. They know everything. VCT finals खेल रहा है,
देखे অন্যরকম লাগছিল
ना. VCT finals खेल रहा मतलब समझ रहा ना, खेलना नहीं आता, मतलब कौन सा एजेंट खेलना नहीं आता उनको. एजेंट गन्स एवरीथिंग, दे आर द प्रोज. उनको जॉब का थोड़ी ना जरूरत है. वो लोग गेमिंग देयर जॉब है. खेलना नहीं आता, नहीं सभी खेलना आता है, बट क्या ना पैनिक हो जा रहा है समटाइम्स.
AWS এর অ্যাড দিচ্ছে না টাকা
सर.
AWS
हाँ, तो ওখানে সবই স্পন্সর था.
HyperX Guru.
Well, folks, we got ourselves a game. 1-1 tied up, and there you can see the Vibe Merchant himself clocking in for a hard day's work. An incredible run from Sentinels in overtime. Took some heroics 100%, but goodness gracious, did Genji make them work for it, guys. I mean, Mimi, that was just... what a game we were just treated to.
Yeah, I mean, Genji was looking incredible in the first half. It seemed like all 5 of their players were stepping up and having moments. Lakio winning clutches. But once we got into that second half, Sentinels execs with this double flash comp were incredible, Mike.
Yeah, their ability to really slow down their tempo. And I mean, Josh kept talking about the rotations and stuff being absolutely key for Genji. But what was crazy was Sentinels continued to slow things down. And that's those sort of rounds where you're looking at it and you're thinking, yeah, Genji got the reads, they're going to have people in the right place at the right time. Sentinels were the ones to actually dictate that, and they came out on top. That string of rounds was absolutely insane.
Oh, it most definitely was.
Live recommendation
there were some brilliant calls. That actually takes us to our HyperX reflex moment of the day. A little bit of a different different one this time around. Mimi, why don't you go ahead and walk us through it?
Yeah, so this round, I think the real reflex of it is just showing how good the timings on utility is for Sentinels. Zekken using one satchel to get over that volley, and then waiting for the second one. But right as that happens, you see that Sky Flash Dizzy combo coming in from long and from short, perfectly catches that player in hookah, and blinds everyone on site as well. So these traders from Sentinels can swing out together and win this round. Their synergy on those are incredible, and it really relies on these two guys on your screen, Mike.
Absolutely does. I mean, Zekken, we keep talking about how he's so explosive. I mean, no questions about it now. The most explosive player in terms of impact, in terms of what you see him doing on screen. And I think so far, it's 51% overall round win rate for Sentinels. It's 70% when Zekken gets the first blood. He's dropping, literally, there's a 1 in 4 chance of him getting a multi-kill. He has over 80 multi-kills already at this event, topping the charts. It's just insane to watch.
And I love watching him and Tense play together. No matter the agent, that duo's synergy is absolutely on point in the server.
But you know who I got to give some love to here? I got to give love to my ball brother. Sasi, my guy's holding it down. This dude seriously has been impressive, Mike. And this is a question mark coming into this. How is Sasi going to be? How is he going to perform? And I think in this one, he proved exactly why you want this world champion on your squad.
Sure, and we said this earlier top of the show. Sasi, maybe not numerically, has had a couple of rough performances, you got to say it, right? Yeah, bottom of the scoreboard. Yeah, you're lacking the value from utility, but particularly with this composition, like you've just noted there, having that second layer, particularly for some of these slow mid rounds, has been absolutely crucial. And Sasi, in my eyes, this has probably been one of his best maps so far.
We're already into the agent select for Ascent, and this is a map where I think we really go back to what we've prided both these teams on. Excellent fundamentals. They're both going to be playing the default comp, but I think we have to put some extra pressure on this map, because for Sentinels, in my mind, this is a must-win. If they lose this map, they'll need to go to Icebox, where they are absolutely not favored, where they haven't had time to prep. They really need to take home Ascent.
Yeah, absolutely agree. We've also got the concern of split. That's what I understand as well. So talking about aiming for the 3-1, looking for this to be a little front-loaded, this is the one you've got to follow up from that Bind victory.
If Gen.G can win this one, they have a real chance to lock in that trophy to win the first from
the pivotal map 3. We'll see how things land and send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
Even more important with this one here. Started in Ascent in our staging ground. Territory left to be claimed for both of these teams in a best of 5.
এই মেসেজটা আমাকে এই চ্যাটটা আমাকে রিভিউ করার জন্য দিয়েছে আমি এটা শো করি
So much weight on Ascent and so much uncertainty, I think, in terms of how these two teams are going to perform. It's a map that recently saw them perform incredibly well. Against Paper Rex, second in particular. Gen.G moved up over towards tiles. Both teams, when we saw them play against Paper Rex, did a lot of the defensive set plays. I think that was a specific anti. I don't know whether we're going to see as many of them here. It's a trap lane mid for Sen. Turret to watch contact over towards B.
Question is, how do Sen pivot now that the turret takes a contact? It's going to be Zekken.
সবাই একই এজেন্ট নিচে, what the fuck?
The angle, orb. Picked up, now a smoke.
This is quite nice because once you break the turret, you actually break the trap setup in mid as well. So Sen's setup that was dangerous to walk mid on, dangerous to walk cat on. Now gets dismantled.
Computer সবার মাথায় একই জন.
Continues to be played really beautifully by Gen.G.
We need to watch those two, like, see texture, munchkin.
A bit of a wander now.
By those who are
the alarm bot to notify them of this one here. Sentinel's potential
জম্মুকে স্পেশাল পায়েস তৈরি করে খাইয়েছে munchkin.
Damage now onto munchkin. Now steps going to be made with the alarm bot broken. Here it is, the flurry and rush from the Sentinels players. They have to really back them up. He does have the flash. Paranoia goes wide and does not connect onto the necessary target, and that is Zekken still with that dash, spraying away, quite praying as well. It's all Sentinels fighting and colliding. Only 2 left to stand here for Gen.G. Munchkin lack here. Side by side.
Munchkin.
Into their face. 12 seconds left. Munchkin is drop down and spawn on top of it. You have to make a good go of this if you are Gen.G. But you have to take liberties. How's he got away with that then? Time? 4 seconds, barely enough, but now broken in place. Zekken slaps him down with that one. A pistol round now. Granted here for Sentinels.
মনে হচ্ছে ওই সেন্টিনেল ফর্ম
on the final 2, but his positioning tucked behind the box.
Women
Given the pick on Meteor, I believe it was, who tried to push lane. That's the one that's huge.
Hey, ওদের প্রত্যেকটা স্ক্রিন রেকর্ড হয় নাকি?
Losing it. Celsius is under pressure. Suddenly the B side looks like it's
তাই দেখ রুম দেখাচ্ছে তারপরে ফট করে ইওভি দেখিয়ে দিল ফট
into the adjustment. All looking good.
Somebody keep an eye on as well.
कैसा चिल्ला रहा है देखो.
Second. Let's seal it up onto that pistol round here. Getting a bit of acknowledgement, but we'll be taking a gander that head-to-head, him versus Texture. Texture, another great map too on Bind. Seeing how that made manifest. Will there be a continuation into the series? Yet to be seen. Now Gen G looking to just take control, maybe get an orb if they can, but they're really just being fought over this every step of the way.
Well,
टेंस का देखते चाहिए खाली.
टेंस तो मेरे लिए पाली का लग चुके मेरे.
Funneling the ult orbs into the players that would want the most. That's a silver lining to what's otherwise a simple.
What is Jaken?
Trying to bait out the second shot so there's a punish. But second with the ghost as well. Yeah, knocking that one out.
Jakenটা দেখলে?
দেখলাম. Sentinels can now set themselves up going into the third round here.
What the fuck?
Really critical one.
And I think this is where we'll get to see.
ওটা কিভাবে করে ওরা?
Sentinels going to go for the defensive set plays. And that aggression, because this would be the perfect round to try something
Practice
like that.
makes the man
flash recon into mid, have 10s
দিনে 18 ঘন্টা ওই খেললে কি আর হবে?
দিনে
it kind of looks like they're set up for a task crunch, except that there isn't a flash in mid. Maybe just a bit of aggression over towards mid.
মাথায় বড় দেখে একটা টিউমার হবে.
Gen G, all 5 players grouped up.
ভালো জায়গা 12 ঘন্টা ভ্যালোরেন্ট নয় তোকে ইয়ে করতে হবে. বলে এমল্যাপ প্র্যাকটিস করতে হবে.
এমল্যাপ তো খেলি মাঝে সাঝে.
এমল্যাপ মাঝে সাঝে না দিনে 5 ঘন্টা এমল্যাপ. 5 ঘন্টা এমল্যাপ 5 ঘন্টা ভ্যালোরেন্ট.
Yeah, nobody has gone to close the door, so the nanoswarms haven't been used.
प्लांट हो गया ए पे.
Now they're popped. Karen took one of them.
सब बाहर निकल गया, सब लोग इधर-उधर हो गए. मतलब एक ही ছেড়ে দিয়েছিল নাকি এরা কিভাবে হলো ব্যাপারটা বুঝলাম না.
They have been clean with it in the past. Texture to take the fight there, but caught out in the open with the paranoia attack.
টেন্স দিয়েছে কে লিয়ে বাপ রে টেন্স দেওয়া দিচ্ছে হট করে.
Enough with the bullets to spray them down. Reflank attempt now in through it. He spots it.
টেন্স হঠাৎ করে খেলানো শুরু করে দিল.
Not be able to stick that defuse. He can't even get second onto it, and the damage has been done to all of them. Sassy has to really stick this one and pray for his life.
টেন্সের বউ ফোন করে গালি দিয়েছে.
Barely over the
পরে
line
ঢুকলে
here for
খুন্তি
Gen
দিয়ে
G.
পেটাবো.
And they lose Lakia too.
এটা ছেড়ে দিলে বড় ভালো হবে. এটা ডিফিউজ ছাড়লে বড় ভালো হতো. अरे डिफ्यूज छोड़ना था भाई वो मार देता.
I like the idea that they went for there. 2 players, Munchkin calling it, going for the wrap, back down through catwalk, and then playing it one at a time. So Tennis thinks he's dealt with that post-plant lurk. And Meteor's able to pop through. At the end of the day, though, I think that's a win in the column for SEN. It's not technically, but they've done quite a bit of damage. Kept the economy under control for Gen G and got themselves the Odin, the op.
ওই ডিফিউজটা ছেড়ে যদি ফাইট ব্যাক করতো এটা কাজের কাজ হতো. ধরেই রয়েছে চিপকে গেছে.
কাজ ভাই বলছে না জিতলে মুখে
Twice about it, I think, off the back of all that noise that Gen G are making. For a bit of a tussle here.
ঠিকই বলেছিস.
মুখে নেব না সাদা খুন্তি গরম করে
কেড়ে বলেছে ওটা বলে সত্যি বলেছে না জিতলে নেব
Can't quite lend a second when at least his teammates can. Lakia.
আর খুন্তি গরম করে আলাদা করে দাও.
অপারেটর
gamble in that
আচ্ছা
position.
জ্যাকেন
Ridiculous.
এটা ভুলভাল ছিল. এটা ভুলভাল ছিল.
জন কিউটি কি বেশি
The smoke that Tens is using, got no problem with that. The one way used to be more standard, but
জন কিউটিকে দেখা ওডিন দিয়ে কি হবে? ওডিন তো ধরে থাকবে.
It's really annoying for the attacks to deal with. You're seeing that Lakia is investing the drone pretty much every time. And actually, they start to get the read on that. You know, Tens or Celsius could start dominating that smoke and trying to spam him down when he's going for the drone. There are little counterplays that you can do, but just not
Shoba hunting
the timing. Tens chose to try to get back into the kind of A main cloudburst.
একটা কাউকে পেটাবে তুই দেখ.
The attackers are going to be in there a little faster most of the time. All right, so SEN, silver lining, they still kept the op and the Odin.
টেক্সচার ঢুকলো দেখলি জায়গাটা থেকে যেটি.
Puts a lot of pressure on Celsius then backpedaling.
Nice.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair and honest Valorant.
We have the devs in house.
কি আগেরটাকে টাইম চলে গেছিল নাকি?
I'm sure they're working on it
না
as
না
we speak.
প্ল্যান এতে হয়েছিল তো ওরা বিতে সেভ করছিল ওডিনটা আর ইয়েটা সেভ করলো অপারেটরটা
SEN have managed to at least scramble a bye together ever so slightly. It's half armor and guardian.
I think this is going to be fast here, Brent. I think Zeken's going to want to look for an aggressive position. Or are they going for the one-way and tucking into wide?
Gearing up for it, and that didn't tag.
Yeah, but it did onto Tens, who was thinking about using Paranoia.
Now mid. Name of the game here for Gen G. 4 players waiting. Zeken, too much to account for here. Wow, still gets out and still has the dash as well. In fact, going to use it. Yes,
Oh, Zekken, what the fuck?
With the readjustment there, still.
Nice shot.
Now he nails
One more
it.
for Zekken.
Body's hitting the wall.
to the
He's so
reach,
rapid. Look at this guy.
reach.
He's all the way up into heaven, but he is going to be shut down in the end. John QT, good awareness from that Ant-Man, trying to keep
Nice
up
shot.
with the tempo.
Down A.
Can't let Gen G run all over
Ooh.
you. Lakia, sole survivor. One shot left for Zekken. Shot dart.
Zekken.
Lakia
Great punish.
A lot more
short
to do.
Lakia short
Wants to make a go of it.
Nice.
Lucky it has been astoundingly clutch, but he's not going to get anything this time. Zelsis
done Sentinels well
shuts
done
it down.
nice
What a round from Zekken with the operator in hand.
Oh yeah.
When we saw him play against Paper
Very
X,
nice.
barely pulled out the op on defense actually. Mostly rifling, mostly going for those defensive aggression plays.
bhai.
Now he's just allowing people to walk into him. Gorgeous reposition onto some of these angles too, playing around the utility very well. Bit of a question mark for me, honestly, how Zekken was going to play with the op. We saw him absolutely dominate on this map. But
ইনজাঙ্গের ভাইয়ের প্রেসারে আছে না জিতে বাড়ি যেতে পারলে কি হবে ভগবান জানে
Hello, jump spot. No chance here. Doesn't anticipate
Killer.
texture. What the hell is that? Ferrari peak.
That's amazing though, playing with that. Oh, and look at this, Caron. So deep.
Oh, through, and he gets the punish there onto Celsius, looking for that information
Karen এসে জালিসকে
inside the
মেরে
smoke.
দিছিল কি হবে
Of his own making. Drone clears through, and now he can just
আরে
retreat back
জেনজির
into the
প্রতিটা
side.
প্লেয়ারই মানে
Play by
কি
GNG.
বলবো এক একটা এক রকম
Incredible from both of those players, Texture and Caron. Now, got more than they bargained with.
জেনারেটর
Playing
চালা
disadvantage retake.
And they've got an off.
Generator.
Very difficult.
Nothing to write home about here.
Zekken
Now, Gen G.
Zekken আগের রাউন্ডে মরে গেছিল
Nice position, yet texture goes down close. Quarters, action,
Nice.
meteor, action
Generator.
indeed, but he does go down to the follow-through, spray through of Sassy, anticipating
ভাই
the reflect now, just
নিয়ে
to
মারছে
reclear
দেখ
into mid,
শুধু
now
হুড়মুড়
regrouping
করে
up here for Sentinels.
ওটা তো
It's
জেনারেটর
done, but so
Nice shot.
is still on the
Nice
opposite
shot.
side, Zekken.
লাকি
Respond
আছে
with that one. Need to deal with these players though. Anchoring tucked, close Caron, he's gone. Lakia, Hunter's Fury available.
Yes.
Decisive though in terms of how he wants to play this one. Sassy's just sticking this, and it is washed. Get down, Mr. President. Sentinels. I mean, pulling that one out of nowhere. I'm not going to lie. Player disadvantage with the operator. You shouldn't be winning retakes.
But it's Zekken again who actually finds 2 kills. One by
actually
peeking
they
heaven,
are
if I'm not mistaken, and the
doing
other
like they are playing
throw
with
an-
Odin
a recon dart
now
that forces
also
a swing.
like Genji also
And he
will
gets
have
this kill
a
kind of for free.
you know
But good
defending
awareness.
round
That is bonkers that they've turned that one around, especially when Lucky had the Hunter's Fury to
Genji
work
যদি
with
সবাই
towards
মিলে
the end
Odin
there.
শুরু করে
You're right, it
তখন
really
মুশকিলে
did
পড়ে
seem
যাবে
like he
এটাকে।
wanted to set up a shock dart play or the Hunter's Fury and just
That
realized
would
I
be
have to
a
swing this.
massacre actually
500 জেনারেটর রাউন্ড
He is. Still danger though. Knife going to be stopping a few of these Gen G players in their tracks there. Caron, he actually can't get out of here, but it's a knife on either side, so there's no util to flush him out of that spot. And finally, they get their abilities back online. Keep these out of dodge. While all this has been going on, Gen G happy to take that B main control. We're going to try and set up Lakia there in the meantime.
Yeah, looking to just try to farm the ult orb, Meteor 1 away. So it's entirely possible that they're playing for that. Zekken pushed away, they know that there's no op over towards A. And Texture clears out the entirety of A main. This is going to allow, I think, Meteor to get his ult on one. They might really want to go for this with the lockdown.
Texture ulti আছে
But what is going on here, though? Gen G retreating away, but they haven't picked up the orb, so they can't use the lockdown to fake towards.
টেক্সচার আলটি জেকেন
Just
আলটি
got some
দুজনের
kind
কাছে
of read
আলটি
here. And to some degree, they're correct. Zekken was hoping towards
টেক্সচার লন্ডন জানতে আছে
আছে অলরেডি যেখানে অলরেডি
They
আল্টি
are
ইউজ
hitting
করে
the
আছে
weaker side.
একটা মূল্য
Texture sees the barrel. Oh my goodness, what a timing for the ult. It's a way to
কি
knives, and now
টাইমিং ছিল
Texture.
আলটার
Weak as
যেটা
anything,
আল্ট বন্ধ করে
declawed
দিয়েছে
in the mix.
ইস,
Has to back away and hide.
That might have been based off a flash that Munchkin threw over towards A. Are they expecting this on B?
There's that a sword.
What? Look at the minimap.
Munchkin. What the hell is
nice
going
shot.
on here? Still, the adjustments there with the flick of the wrist. And Gen G again left scrambling.
There's 15 seconds left and they don't want to survive.
Don't want to keep the he's into the next round. I mean, Texture's got nothing. You don't keep the blade, so you don't keep the ults. Flash, pop through around and aside here, spamming and spraying. A reload, no punish. 5 seconds left. Plant online, maybe enough. Maybe enough. It's going to be going down to the wire. Do get a continuation, and Meteor gets the kills. Added concatenation, man. Round to the back, it's watched for. Texture will get shut down.
Meteor.
To be managed. Paranoia now. That is perfection, immaculate placement. Meteor with 32 health, and nothing but dreams will be fading away.
Nice one.
Sentinels with a rather scrappy turnabout round.
Nice one. Now they are playing.
I've been praising the macro from Gen G all match, but that one
আগের ম্যাপটা মনে হয় ভালো
boiled
লাগছিল
the
না
carrots for too long. Turn it into mush. I think they could have played it a little more simply. I mean, Munchkin almost gets an opportunity.
This map is very good actually. This map
makes up for it. Gorgeous.
ওদের একটু ফেভারে আছে
The operator. And he's frying, by the way. If you want to talk about individuals, Zeken's looking just as good as he did when he played this map previously. And Texture's not really finding those openings as easily.
Of course, it's harder when you're the attack side Jet. I mean, you have to be set up with util. Not going to be favored into a lot of those fights, but
also it's Texture.
Exactly. You kind of expect more from him. Here's a fast play now, Texture.
What?
Not shying away. There's a dart over the top that sets us up on either side here. Texture now is into the site. He's worried about backside. Still, he could seek to deny. There's no one watching the back here of Zekken, but he does dash away and out of the fight here with the smoke. Covering it, 4
They don't even know.
Good information here for Sentinels, but Texture again needs to be this playmaker.
Karen teleports in over towards lane. Only with 30 health, and used the lockdown as well. But look at the lockdown positioning. It denies mid and market. It's so good for keeping control of side. Karen dies, but he'd already stuck that plant.
Second, get detained. We'll slow them down. Plant down.
No. Last moment.
Look at Lackier's position. Again, he's got that Hunter's Fury. He's going to be waiting for the right time to strike. Same with Meteor. Takes up that space, but he was blind as anything. And John QT, a little bit delayed, but eventually getting that trade. Hunter's Fury now is being used proactively. 2 tags, no kills though. Damage being done. The back side players, they need to be dealt with. Popping through with the flash. Texture putting them down side by side. Tens will follow through. Time has run out entirely. And another's been bought here with all of these plays. Gen G barely pulling that one out from the jaws of defeat.
I really can't believe that Lakia decided to send that Hunter's Fury instead of playing for the time. Because time seemed like the biggest asset on Gen G's side. That ended up being the deciding factor. I was worried there for a moment. That aggression from Meteor is so classic to the way that Gen G love to play as well. The Pacific teams, Paper X do this too. Not happy to just fall into backside B when they play the contest.
Man's got that timing, they will take it.
Okay, so Gen G get their 3rd on the board. A recon. Push away Zekken if he was playing around mid.
Very mobile though.
Yeah, he got smoked off, and now he's going to pick up mid at the same time as the recon dissipates.
Drone কত উপরে তোলে?
Be called out at least. It should be that winners. Double they can't hit it away.
Short tens.
My God, man.
Short tens.
And the follow-up, the backup arriving in the form of an ultimate. Couldn't have been better.
Short হয়ে গেছে।
Give him an inch, he'll take a mile. They just whiffed on him for a moment, and he readjusted his aim and took down 2. He looked
এবার উঠেছে, ডেঞ্জার খাড়া হয়ে গেছে।
The game plan worked for Gen G, it's just they just couldn't land the shots in the moment. 2v3 though, and we've certainly seen Gen G pull out rounds like this before, especially when SEN lose info around the map. You know, Karen could be in a position here where he just shoots them all in the back.
Yeah, reminiscent of Breeze. There was multiple scenarios where Sentinels threw
Yes,
away their player advantage situations because they didn't know where the enemies were, and now with the plant down.
Yeah, do they go for the ult? If you ult, you kind of have to just sit there and defend it.
Down on line, that's what they were waiting for. Here's a lockdown, pushing the players out wide. Caron
you have to defend
forced to make a play. Yeah, you do have to defend this here. He's not going to be detained from this spot. Here's it. Zekken not adjusting for that angle. Not even expecting it here. Now they have to worry about this crossfire setup, but John QT's half already onto that defuse. Sassy responds with the fire, but here he does not know. Finally, shock dart fired. Sassy tapping, forcing out wide again. Lakia this time prevails.
Now Lakia is
monstrous in the clutch. time again. The enemy of Sentinels. They had a player advantage, but they had no information about where Gen.G had disappeared off to.
Oh, nice play. See?
Another great play for TenZ that ends up being wasted somewhat by his team's inability to capitalize on those advantage situations. And Gen.G using other advantages, map control, info denial. They don't need the players online.
There's a fast play though, already setting up. Flash in hand alongside that Tar. Texture might just be blinded fully. He's playing inside the smoke, he dominates it. TenZ have been playing this one before, but with the Odin spam at least potentially evened out, but not quite. Lakia straight there in the fight. Side by side. Advantage now for Gen.G.
A massive advantage with John Cutie falling. That's all of that Killjoy utility over towards B that's disabled. SEN are going to have to make a proactive call here. They can't just wait this out.
Gen.G are just doing the exact same, waiting. Hoping to catch that proactive call. It's a great read. Celsius might just walk and wade right into it. The crossfire of a Sentry. And look at that, the call to 3, 2, 1, peek it down. Tap, 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 second! Right back at you. He's got plenty more to deal with now. He wants to make a go of it.
He's got 2, but it might be too little, too late. He has read this, though. He might be able to get into spawn at the right timing to cut this off and get another for free.
Doesn't break the knife, actually, yes, and he's got the dash back online.
You just don't think logs here, though. You just never think about that.
Don't expect it. It's going to have to be reactions and adjustment potentially there. Still close to the corner. Jiggling from Lakia. Decides to take the timing and a fight right to him. So 5 to 5. Even up now again for Gen.G. This is a really good spot for the attack side of SEN. We've got to imagine it plays out a lot more typically.
বললো না মার খাবে জায়গাটা তাগাচ্ছে আর লেফটে বাড়ি দেয়
টেন্স হঠাৎ করে ইয়ে করতে গিয়ে
They already used this. It was round 6, I believe, the last time they played on SEN. And TenZ that time was able to get into the smoke before his opponent dominated it and got the win. This time, Texture just a little faster, just a little sharper. SEN knocked down onto an eco and going for another set play by the look of things.
Have to take risks here. I mean, when your money's so dire, if you're letting Gen.G take the lead on their attack side. Ooh, missing the silent jump up. Second, it's given an indicator.
His duty is
yeah, it doesn't do any damage, but it indicates that Zek is not going to get away with his Bucky play.
Movements.
They know कि मने उनका गेमिंग सेंस दे उनको पता है कि वहाँ पे वन वे के बाहर बैठा होगा.
Gen.G would love to keep clean. While there's a little moment in the round as well. 5 rounds on attack side.
Gaming sense টা কি public engine লইতে পাবা?
It has been somewhat even. SEN have in fact actually been pretty good on the attack side too.
Up through
look at Mike.
Gap is spotted here by Gen.G. Now a fast play approach. Trying to slam into these anchoring players, but it's on them to try and hold their ground. Sentinels standing side by side here, but again, the weaponry just not ideal for the job. Now, Texture feeling it necessary to really clear through. Hello, Karen. Spotted and an upgrade here for the anchoring players. Again, close, tuck to Dice, but there's no trade and no swings. The anchoring players out back here with the Sheriff. John Cutie, not expecting it, away with the Bucky! Gaming! No! Can last shots, damage done to it. 10 set up, it's a 1v1. That's such an important one at that. The money was dire. 10, 6 bullets, accounted for! Exactly what he needed.
TenZ like surprise, motherfucker.
Seriously.
Another miracle.
In the mid, it was like that. Surprise, mofo. Look at
How are they doing these? What a timing.
Man.
To be honest with you, I thought it was over when the Bucky didn't deliver those 2 clean one-shot kills.
I mean, I'm sure the second didn't one-shot them.
Yeah, he was so close, but still able to finish one of them off. The other week, TenZ wins a 1v2 towards the end after opening things up. So many rounds like this. It's a Red Bull clutch, but it's also economically upset the tide.
Ever so slightly for that final round, but still the knives online for Texture.
Got to
respect that one with the dart coming through. Counterplay in order.
आवाज generate.
Hey, now Jin Lakia has Odin.
Away from it. He's going to be earning his ult as well.
And Sentinels have got to be thinking about the fact that Texture would love to do some kind of updraft dash engage into B now that they have B main control. So, you know, you're playing retake B at this point because you don't want to challenge that. He's got knives. But you've also kind of set up for a bit of a retake A approach. Now Tens and Celsius looking to re-explore perhaps.
Right here.
Pinging out the alarm bot, important. Genji have to make sure that nobody followed that drone up.
When you pick your time is a counter spam.
এক লাইনে যদি একটা মরে যায় না ভাই
Out of here with the drone, everybody lit up, but a shot goes wide and just goes a miss. Second though, he's still alive in the fight here, but a TP into the back of the site now.
ওখানে ভাবো কি জয় থাকলে কি জয় আর
Only 30 seconds left. What is the call to be made? The reposition, backing away. Hunter's Fury. And Lucky is hoping to set this one up for the rest of the team. They're going to A. 20 seconds, indecisive.
They're going back to B.
Running back to B. Can't be making plays like this, man, but maybe just getting hectic in those final moments. TP engaged. B's here. He's looked his way in. Damage done, and another kill found. It's all being added up.
Zekin কি মারলো এটা?
Kills here. Needs to stick in. Right click.
What the fuck? Lucky tongue.
Oh my god.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Celsius 1v2, 1v2, 1v2. Rushing entirely into it.
I don't think I've seen a round that chaotic the entire tournament. Genji didn't know where to end. What a way to finish that half.
Godlike play,
pulled it out off the back of Meteor.
Next match, next round deciding
Yes. And then they have to body block Caron to avoid him being caught by Zekin. Look at them getting in front of the
ছেলেটা গালি দিচ্ছে কোরিয়ানে
ludicrous.
My
God. You crazy little raccoon. How have you done
that? কেজেকে বডি ব্লক করে কেজের পেছনে দাঁড়িয়ে গেল যাতে করে জেকের থেকে মার না খায়
এটা আলাদা লেভেল
It's another great half of Valorant here in the grand finals, and I got two very special guests with me here. It is Tenz's mom, Valerie, and Sassy's wife, Sophie. Welcome to the grand finals. Now, every map has been so close so far. They were so pumped on stage when they won bind. I wanted to know what was going through your mind when they managed to close that out. I'll start with you, Sophie.
It's crazy actually, but the 6-6 were even.
Oh, I like it, I like it. What about you, Valerie?
I was a little nervous, but I feel good, and I think they got this. I think they're bringing the trophy home. I can feel it.
Oh, well, it's been, 1,029 days since Ten's first brought that Masters trophy home. So tell me, what's it been like to follow his journey and support him all the way back to the top?
It's amazing, entertaining. I love it. I'm in awe of him all the time. He's awesome.
We think so too. Come on, guys, give it up for Tens. Come on, come on. And for you, Sophie, you won there in Istanbul when Sassy became a world champion. So what are your emotions right now to know that he could potentially win a trophy here with you in the audience?
I think if we get the trophy, it's going to be a really step up in his career, and the boys are amazing. I love them all, and let's go SEN!
Come on, you guys know what to do. Sentinels!
আমি তো ভাবলাম আবার চাইনিজ ভাষায় বলতে হবে ঠিক আছে যেটা বুঝলাম
এই পাবলিকটা she knows almost 5-6 languages I believe.
আরে না ওই মালটা আগেরবার ইংলিশে বললে হলো পটপট কি বলা শুরু করে দিল কত ফুক
ওটা ইটালিয়ান ছিল তোর স্প্যানিশ ছিল
যাইও যাইও বলে কি বলছে আমি ইংলিশ ভুলে গেলাম নাকি
না না দ্যাট ওয়াজ স্প্যানিশ
এটা বুঝতেই পেরেছি কিছু তো একটা ছিল ইউরোপিয়ান ল্যাঙ্গুয়েজ
able to lift the trophy twice, and they would be looking to join them. Tens and Sassy. We've also never had somebody win a Masters and a Champions before.
Sassy ended up overcoming this.
তুমিও টেন্সের অপোনেন্ট
is Gen G. Would be the first player to ever do it.
ইন্ডিয়ার মিডল ক্লাসের ছেলে হলে টেন্সের মম বি লাইক পড়তে বস হোমওয়ার্ক না হলে গেম তো খেতেও দেব না একদম
getting the rounds up online.
দেব না বাড়িতে completely agree. And not only mom,
on the tax side,
টেন্সের বাবা is like নিকুচি করে যে তোর কম্পিউটারে তুললো দুম করে ভেঙে দিল আচার মেরে।
And I think again I'm looking at the Genji defensive rotations and how John tries to play with those. Because Genji are just so happy to trust the read.
Okay, now they are attacking.
Look, I mean, at the beginning, Caron getting info.
Sub cutter detect.
He's going to start calling people back over towards B. They were thinking.
He's out open. They could be fast onto him, but they're not really going to be quick enough. He's just waiting for the drone now with a shock dust through as well. A lot of damage. Tagged him up. Zekken. Slight pause into the play. Slight pause into the angle. Waiting now. What is the call from the rest of them? A flash play into the back here, but they're just waiting for the right time to strike potentially. But now jumping right, leaping into his face, and there it is from Gen.G. Calling their bluff. They want to fight it. The front section of that side of Paranoia is good, and it blinds them all up. 3 players tucked to the site now for Sentinels, and they still don't have that plan down.
I feel like as soon as Zelsis goes for it, Gen.G are going to explode, and he thinks the same.
A dink. Straight damage.
They
could come down to anything. A few stray shots now. Paranoia flying forward. Still no damage being planted.
30 seconds left.
Oh, Caron? Has he got a pixel? No, not quite.
Not quite at all, but waiting for it. Now the knife. Takes away the abilities, takes away the threat of this one, and as the turret's getting broken, they swing right into it. Wonderful, wonderful patience. Capitalizing off the right moments there.
As soon as Sen put pressure on the player backside, that is instantly turned into Texture dashing into a smoke.
Jin attacking me bhalo khele.
As soon as they know that Sentinels are focused not on them, they go and
Manskin
get
ওখান থেকে
themselves
বসে
into a
দুজনকে
retake
নিয়ে নিল
situation and start putting
ওটা কোনে
pressure,
এটা
even before the plant is down.
Manskin বলছে তোর মাথায় আঙ্গুলের ছাপ বসিয়ে দিতে পারলি।
They are looking good. Taunts being thrown across the stage.
টন্টিং চলছে দেখ শুধু মানস্কিন যতবার জেনি দিচ্ছে ততবার উঠে ওর আঙ্গুল দেখাচ্ছে ভাই ওদের কি
really quite happy with this one.
It's all the fundamental stuff. The timing is excellent. They're confident. And they're doubling up together in these moments.
Manskin harmful.
From Zekken.
Manskin উড়িয়ে দিয়েছে।
But still decided just to take that fight.
আবার বাকিগুলো গেল একদম।
You're hoping that Gen.G players were not posted on an angle and trying to take a fight aggressively. When actually I feel like that's the way that Gen.G plays.
ও আচ্ছা সেন তো ইয়ে করে আছে পিস্তলে খেলছে। সেভ রাউন্ড
team to just drop back and keep giving up room over and over again for free. They like to disrespect utility a little bit and post up.
Clear game plan here though from Sentinels on their eco. And use a flash to re-clear into A main, make sure that the orb gets loaded up there onto Zelsis. He's only a few away from his ult, so they're just thinking ahead here.
But they are still quite a way away from this. Because there wasn't damage in this round particularly, Zelsis is still going to be 3 away from getting that online. Particularly going to be helpful.
Ovelina হলো ইন্ডিয়ান প্লেয়ার কেউ থাকবে না।
Now they're going to be hoping for a bit of a plan here, but a Paranoia sent
মাঝে একবার হয়েছিল না?
Litzing lighting him up here on 20 HP surviving. Strenuous in the approach, but look at that, just a collapse. Straight into the back.
Also save down ছিল কিছু করার
Sent flying, so flawless, everybody surviving for Gen.G.
Beautifully done. Now this is where I want to see what Gen.G have got planned. You see Texture buying the operator when the rest of his team is going for the bonus. It's not too crazy. Lots of teams that end up going for that. But do they have a game plan to set him up? One of the other things that stuck in my head actually from listening from HSK was that he said one of the things they've tried to focus on is snowballing the game by utilizing their aim and aggression. Right? Not by trying to make smart game plans necessarily, but by putting pressure on their opponents, by wanting to fight in moments like these. Texture looks like he wants to take the op for a walk off the back of Sova utility. That's great information, knowing exactly where John is. You don't have to be worried about other sight lines.
Turret broken.
Masters
still in the lineup here.
He almost got caught, didn't he?
Almost got caught, but look at it. I mean, a dash to
Texture. Back আসছিল কেন এইভাবে?
That's the same pace and anticipation problem that I was noticing before. Gen.G are quite a bit faster than Sen expect.
যদি ঘুরে দৌড়াতো না তাহলে কিন্তু বেঁচে যেত ওই জায়গাটা। না ব্যাক তাকাতে তাকাতে
ও ঘুরে কিছু করতে পারবে না।
Trying to take control of A.
Already
actually missing onto Sassy. No clear connection, but he's
You know me, I have fucked up.
ए अटक क्यों जा रहा है मेरा?
रिफ्रेश मारो एक बार ठीक हो जाए।
अरे यार তোমার না সবাই আটকাচ্ছে আচ্ছা
কি চিল্লায় বাড়া আমার আটকাচ্ছে না একদম
from Gen G is just so much better. They throw the paranoia and they're like, right, this is the timing that the main players gonna take. Let's stop them. The awareness is so good.
আর যদি পট করে লাস্টে আবার সেন তুলে দেয় আগের
Who
ম্যাচে
has not been a pro
আগেও তো খেয়েছিলই হবে
before joining Gen G.
It's insane.
He played on an amateur
ওটা
team and
বলা
basically
যায়
that was
না
a long time
এরা
ago.
খুশি করে দিতে পারে
Picked out a ranked
Player on the big stage, but he's really performing.
ওয়াচ টিলেন
Unshaken against it. Flash repeak. Karon knows to respect that one. He's going to be using the TP just to get the hell out of there. And a call is made again from Gen G. All stacked up.
Yeah, look at them. I mean, Meteor is already starting to rotate away from B. I'm so confident this is going to be an A exec.
Well, the util expended here, though. The dart fading away. Karon shuts that down, doesn't he? Tens forward with the sheriff, but again, not too much you can do, not without the rifles.
One enemy remaining.
Weakened down. Full awareness of the positioning here. This is Gen G. Not just in control, they're running away with this map.
It's Gen G's map pick, but it's one where Kaplan earlier in the coach interview said they were feeling very confident coming out of their game against Paperex. And the implication there that the desk picked up on is that they were going for a 3-1 win by winning on Bind, Ascent, and Split. This is looking less and less likely the more rounds go on. I want to see John start messing with the defensive rotations. It's not something we're really
Gen Z diffusing আলাদাই খেলে
faking at least half as much as your opponents are over rotating.
আগের রাউন্ড আগের ইয়েটা তো তাই খেলছিল তাহলে ডিফিউজিং এর জন্য ঢুকে ঢুকে খেলা
Return of the fire second. Right back at you with the nades rebounding. Meteor dodging.
ও বাবা
ভাই এটা কি মারলো দেখো ব্লাইন্ডটা ছিল বলে
punish, but Meteor is tucked into this corner. There should be that punish online. Karen seeking to relieve it. Zelt's just dropped down onto his knees. I mean, is there going to be any chance of even just Rez to pull him back up?
It's going to get
surely picking him up. Celsius there. No.
What the
through the wall, but no kill collected. John QT.
What a play.
ETA cosplay in effect. This guy is found the gaps and more.
Nice one.
And another one to the collection.
Nice one, John.
Sight opened up right when the team needed it.
এরা দেখেছো হট করে মারে না কিন্তু এইমটাকে স্টেবল করে ঠাস করে দেয়
because Meteor went down early and that was open to them. Huge play.
আমরা হলো কি শালা মান শালা খেলা
for the map control and beating them.
কেন মনে হয় টেন্স মরলো?
Tens is going to survive this interaction.
বড় কি
Never doubt him.
এই তোমার স্ট্রিম ডিলে চলছে নাকি?
Well, I'll shut my mouth.
লোডিং হচ্ছিল তো বারবার দু তিনবার লোডিং হলো
kill, but a funny one to end it.
আবার তো টেন্স মোডে রিপ্লে দেখাচ্ছে
that round though, was Zekken getting full blinded? Was that a team flash or what
looks like
happened here?
তোমার আগে
Yeah, I think it was a
card of local
flash play. He just full stares at Zelsis' flash. Bit weird, but didn't really hurt them whatsoever. John bailing them out of that situation. Not necessarily with his
have killed him,
but with a great solo play.
Hey, obvious could have killed him.
After all, it's tense.
The bankroll runs deep here for Gen G. Sentinels need to dig even deeper.
Karon made it
spread default to try to start
Give me the Red Bull.
Not over-investing over towards A, but certainly making it feel like A. Right? And this is where you start to see the defense pulled towards
A defense. Don't glow towards B.
But now as there's a little bit of mid pressure, you see things shifting around and text you with an operator looking to take that pick through mid.
Directly down mid, they might just walk into him.
Texture's quick.
Before
Zekken. It looks like it.
Now he's found the timing. It's just so damn instinctual.
The
difference maker. Zekken. He's left texture reeling. Back-to-back rounds now.
Game Call of Duty.
That is a ludicrous swing. Perfect pre-aim. I mean, pretty much a pre-fire, I think. There's no time to react to that. He just knows exactly where the jet is going to be set up.
Grouped up, gathered. Lakia. The shock dart. Here's that one now. Close. No,
almost got it.
Critical target. It needs to stay alive with the lockdown now in play. What is the call to be made? Gen G. How do you fight this one?
দেয়াল ভেঙে দেবে নাকি?
ওটা স্ক্যাম হয়তো।
জানি। লাগলো তো না কারণ সেটাই বলছি।
The location, 12 seconds left. They need to get this spike down and planted. Maybe to push this one back and away, but Gen G
out there. আবার সেন আমার মনে হচ্ছে উঠছে।
Sassy's miles away, doesn't have that ult to work with. Indeed. He's not going to have shock dart lineups from there, so he needs to find some way of having impact.
Start clearing the paranoia here. Still close quarters enough. It has revealed, and they have cleaned him up. With John down, finally a kill found. Second. Not going to be blinded up by that one, but still emanating out with waves of the suppression. He's dropped to his knees. Meteor, last one left, unless he can get Munchkin back alive. A tap. Fading out the spray here. 3 players left out in the open. Sentinels running over them.
বলছি না এদেরকে বোঝা যায় না একবার মার খায় একবার কেলাতে থাকে তো কেলাতেই থাকে
difficult situation there. John getting caught in his aggressive position.
Nice
Sassy way out of the fight. Zeka needed to step up, and he did it. This
7-10
is sublime.
8-10
And then he also follows up by being able to punish Lakia and to stop Munchkin.
এটা কে ছিল 3 HP তে বাঁচলো
from the star player of Sentinels. I say the star player. One of the
good
superstar.
job, man. Coming back. Good job, man. Coming back.
From.
Yeah. Good job, man.
Plenty to pick from.
So Sen is still making a go of this, even though
টাকলা
Genji
টাক ঘেমে জল বের হচ্ছে what the fuck
Still favored, but they are starting to put a dent into that economy for Genji. The loss round here. Genji vital for Sentinels. They're really hoping for a flash repeat.
Yeah, another jet duel.
Dash just fades away. They're going to be using util of their own now. Paranoia even layered on top, spamming away. Exchange of lead. No casualties.
Genji not over-rotating this time. Keeping a couple of players in mid, realizing that it's not a full commitment from Sen here. They're just fighting for map control.
এই সেন ফার্স্ট টাইম ড্যামেজ দিই না টিমে
Because they're going to be going into a site that only has 3 players on it.
তো ওটা অ্যাটাকিং আছে তো ড্যামেজ তো নেবে
And that's assuming they commit to A.
মার্কেটের পাবলিকটাকে যদি মেরে দেয়
Munchkin gathering that information.
মার্কেটে তো কায়ো
There's a nade ready. Here's time run short. John QT. Hello.
না
Flash forwards on top of it here. Backing away. Will get cleaned
গেছে
up eventually. The air is
না
sprayed down.
কেজে তো এদের কেজে গেছে
And Munchkin all combined. And they have shut down this approach.
Tens with ultimate. It's going to try to get into the B site and get the plant down.
Yeah, it's an open site for him. Still rapid.
Sassy get there.
Oh, Sassy. He's picked them apart. Texture
one, Sassy.
onto that rotation. But he's alone now. Tens is going to do a hell of a job to try and hold on to this one. Keron sticking. No way. Up onto it. Just gets that information. Now 2 players assaulting the position slowly.
Sassy's so far away.
He needs so much. He needs so much here. Sassy is miles away. Reinforcements are lacking. Lakia seeking to disjoint it. That dart was fantastic though. Still playing inside the smoke. Lakia shuts it down, but time has been bought. A tab, Sassy. Does he think it's open to the fuse? Spamming away. Counter spam from Munchkin. Sticking from Lakia. Full defensive setup. 11 now on the board.
It's a nice try there with that dart. Seeing if he
Hog
can
dart গুলো
assist
লাগলে
Tens
হয়ে
while
যেত
still being positionally a long way away.
একটাও লাগলো না
It wasn't quite planted in the spot.
এইটা
where he
এটা
was
বাজে
able to get
মূল্য
the ball back.
লাকিয়ার কাছে
It's this triangle set up again over towards A, stopping Sentinels getting in on the A splits. It looks really nice from Genji. Anytime Sen have tried an A split, the A main players have not been able to have any impact. They're just sending a drone in there. They can't actually push the players from Genji who are killing the people on Cat. The A splits are being defended immaculately. Well, look at this. Sen are so convinced that this is going to be defensive aggression in this round. They know that Texture had to pop knives. And they are ready for the Hunter's Fury play. Classic set play that teams would love to do.
Texture
It's pulled 20 seconds off the clock.
might go for a
How time has been
aggro
playing
pick, but
an issue for Sentinels. It's little moments like that that might make
জেকেনেরও আলটি আছে
জেনে সবার আলটি আমরা 3 জনের আলটি আছে কেজি আল্ট আছে ওদের লাকিয়ার আলটি
শোভা
টেক্সার তো আছেই আলটি কি বলা
Love this positioning from Lakia as well.
Target hit, okay.
Towards market, he'll have a perfect ult line, but instead he drops back towards B. Spotted people in mid and maybe just worried that it could be a B split.
50 seconds.
Time certainly is ticking here.
Decisions need to be made. Haven't pulled out good util from Genji. They can just stall you out. Right, they're going to be showing some presence, but with the knife tags,
40 seconds.
This doesn't give you too much info. It could be a cat push, it could still be a B split.
They're going to get destroyed, but they're trying to fake A presence, perhaps. I mean, the spike is in the middle of nowhere. And certainly they are fast. It was Zekin. He's rapid on the uptake. Texture, even more so. The Hunter's Fury to punish. Alarmbot chasing them into the top section of mid. That's tense. He's got to try and get some value in. He's got to try and get some kills.
The lockdown.
It's really just absolutely brutalized them, slowed them to a crawl. They can't break it. They have to fight it. Tense here onto the angle again. They're swarming into the position and behind them. Texture rips them to shreds, rips them to pieces.
Has to stick.
And there's no chances, not anymore. Gen.G up to 12.
You watch what Texture does on defense. It's so good. He gets pressure instantly updrafts, kills the player, dashes forwards to re-fight that, and he immediately notices it's a fake. If he dashes away, and those B players might not have saved. But because Texture is so confident,
Ascent actually defense
to look for the others,
strong already.
He gets to come to the rest of his team. This is Cap, guys. They ain't coming.
I mean, absolutely. It's looking disastrous, to put it lightly, here for Sentinels on this map. Now, of course, not like the whole series weighs on there, but I think that every single map matters, and especially early on, you know, going back to what we were talking about. I mean, Kaplan in that coach interview saying they found comfortable in the earlier maps in this series, Ascent being one of them, Split coming up. It's Icebox, that territory where it gets a bit messy. If Gen.G ends up taking this map, they're forced to win out on Split just to continue that series, and then they will be forced to play on Icebox.
And bearing in mind, Gen.G beat them 13-5 on Split, dismantling them. And does Gen.G look like they've taken any break today? Does Texture look like he isn't performing incredibly today? I don't think so. The SEN players themselves shooting back. But I think they're also just getting outplayed. The teamwork, the way that Gen.G are playing off each other, and their confidence is just getting them so much more info to play with on their defense side. This defensive Ascent has been lovely to watch.
Possible na. Ar jodi tene na SEN tahle bolbe era kichu kore sala. God level ar pagol.
Pacific to pick up their first ever global trophy. Gen.G, if they get this one step forwards on Ascent, they'll be one step closer to hoisting it.
Next the Split.
Through mid, that's Sentinels. All eyes on that now. Zekin with the knives.
Next map.
Now, SEN Zekin has ulti
as well. Might be looking for a flash. Forwards here, just showcasing. Oh, doesn't break it in time, so it actually spots both players, and they're already up through mid as well. Paranoid misses. Texture clean. Rips it away, and this is this. Being dashed.
Khatam. Gen.G.
And away, John QT, maybe a chance. Turn with the one kill, but it's still a player disadvantage, and they don't know where the rest of them are. Into the corner, hello, finding Lack here. 3 versus 3, Munchkin going, walkabout. Celsius dropped dead to rights, 2v2, still Spike in the open.
Oof, man.
Munchkin goes through with the fire. Doubled up now, understanding the win con. Smoke to block it off. It's all on Sassy.
They know he's not close. Karan is actually looking the other way too. They split up to form 2 1v1s. Could Sassy be given anything? He just doesn't expect them coming from spawn.
No, there's no way this could be it. This should be it. Gen.G. Edge ever closer to that title, ever closer to that trophy. But it's not done yet. The job isn't finished.
Odin niye onekhon dhore wait
They said that themselves when they won the upper bracket final.
Waited for that.
Just because we won here, they said, doesn't mean that the job is finished.
Reveal ta age mara uchit chilo. Mere
niye tarpore o bujhe gelei porei ota left side e
tarpore Odin niye agacche age.
To spike nite hobe na oke.
Na reveal ta mere dito.
Could have, used that reveal. Reveal मारने से उसको पता चल जाता ना कि अंदर कोई है नहीं तो बेकार में वहीं पे देखना उसका.
No problem. Yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that little thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
और कुछ ऐड दिखाना नहीं था इसका.
Preposterous amount of panos. That means panoramic. And as many portraits.
सब जगह এরকম ম্যাট দেন কি অ্যাপেলে?
How about none?
None.
বাহ.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro and iPad and Apple Watch SE all on us, only on Verizon.
वाह, क्या बात है.
ও এটা একটা স্টোর তাই বলি। অ্যাপেল এসব অ্যাড করে দিও। ইনি আইফোন সেকেন্ড হ্যান্ড কিনবে ওরা কিনে বেচবে রিফার্বিশড লাইক
घरों में क्या चल रहा है वैसे
गेम खुले বসে আছেন
gives you wings
खोल लिया थोड़ा गेम
ক্র্যাশ হয়নি
না
তাই বলি দেখছো স্ট্রিম ডিসকর্ডে দেখাচ্ছে প্লেইং ভ্যালোরেন্ট বলো what the fuck তুমি ওডিন মাস্টার হবে না যারা চালাতে পারে না বা দিয়াল মিয়াল ছেদ করে মেরে দেবে
If everybody jump right now with the world crack.
কত বড়
Bang in your head like it's whiplash. Can you feel that? All this back and forth to be free. But you can't tell me what's good for me. If everybody jump right now with the world crack. Feel the bang in your head like it's whiplash. Can you feel that? All this back and forth to be free. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good. Everybody moving scared. Don't know what the answer is. Told myself I say the word. Like a prophet did. Shit just feel like stranger things. Upside down and overwhelmed. Chaos just to set you free. Chaos just to set you free. Deep down, stood in doubt, hold a smile like a sock. Seeking answers, all I found is you. Look, man, I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing either. All I know, I'm doing what's right for me. That might not be right for you. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good. If everybody jump right now with the world crack. Feel the bang in your head like it's whiplash. Can you feel that? All this back and forth to be free. Cause you can't tell me what's good for me. If everybody jump right now with the world crack. Feel the bang in your head like it's whiplash. Can you feel that? All this back and forth to be free.
Gen G is just one map win away from making history. Not just for Korean Valorant, but for the Pacific region as a whole. It would be absolutely monumental if they were able to pick up this win, but they still have one more map ahead of them here, and that would be Split that we're going to be seeing in a moment. And oh boy, this could go either way.
But I think Gen G is on the course to win a trophy. They have two maps coming up where they have looked great thus far. That Ascent win could have been the make or break in this series.
Yeah, undefeated on Split so far here in Madrid, and they've taken down Sentinels, the ones we hyped up as the best Split team in the world. It would almost be poetic to close it out on Split.
Well, let's talk about some of the great ideas that we were seeing from Gen G, because honestly, it just feels like Munchkin Mike is just making some brilliant calls, and on top of that, the plays have just been immaculate.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a perfect example here, just a real slow burn pistol round. There's two opportunities for this to actually slow down and go back into Sentinel's favor, but Gen G just make the right decisions time and time again. There's a second freeze here where actually in the post-plant situation, they wait for the turret to come back up. It's just so composed.
I think the way that Gen.G plays like pace is like no one else in this tournament. They can have rounds like this where they slow down twice, they take these pauses, they force their opponent to make a move, and then they have rounds where when they have an advantage, they're pressing it, they're going hyper-aggressive, they're relying on the aim. They're so good at breaking the timings, but also going back to playing this super standard style of Valorant that just makes them so hard to call against.
Yeah, it has to be the most difficult thing for John and Kaplan to have to make these plays work against a Gen.G squad that just seems to have the playbook.
One round you're playing against PaperX, and the next round you're playing against a better DRX.
Yeah, no, real talk. That really is a great way to break it down. Of course, though, one player that we have to highlight as we, well, could maybe see him make history here for the region. It's Lakia, who, you know, he's been in these positions before, but now not like this. This is going to be monumental for this young man who's able to pull this off.
Yeah, in particular, I mean, he comes under flak occasionally, but here he's the second leg to kind of Munchkin's mid-rounding. The way that they use his utility in these re-clearances, being proactive, we come back to that composure as well. Their ability to swing mid-rounds back in their favor. When they concede a first blood, nearing on 50% of a 4v5 conversion comes down to players like Lakia.
And imagine if he could win a trophy now. He was there when Korea had their next best placement at an international event on New Turn all the way back. He has been grinding since then.
Full
had
circle.
Multiple opportunities, joined DRX, it didn't go his way, went down to Tier 2, but now he's back in the Tier 1 in the first final that his country has ever made in Valorant with a real shot at winning it.
Yeah, I mean, look, the odds gotta be on the side of Gen.G, and you can even see it in the poll. People are starting to come to their senses here. Don't get me wrong, I love Sentinels, but Gen.G's cooking.
Have Sentinels ever lost a Twitter poll?
Well,
Regardless, they're making a comeback now.
Oh, they're making a comeback now.
But it's going to be a lot harder for them to make a comeback in this server here.
This is crazy. The fans have no idea where this is going to go.
Yeah, it's wild. Sentinels honestly should be winning in this split. This has historically been their best map. They were excellent in America's.
শালা এখানে দুটো টিমে ফেটে আছে কে জিতবে কে হারবে এই মহিলাগুলো বেশি দাঁত কালে
Figured them out last time. The way they varied this place sent some really hyper-aggressive pieces with the Raze Jet double duelist combo. Took Sen by surprise.
And the concerning thing here is actually, I think we've been talking about a couple of times today, Gen.G have been the ones, the benefactors of controlling the pace. And that was the story last time. Sentinels just seemed 2 steps behind Gen.G every single round.
I think the biggest change was on their defense, doing a better job of handling Gen.G's disruption.
Yeah.
What they were doing so well was fighting forward and shutting down Sen's set retakes. If they can't make that change, if they can't come back on a map that has been their best, Sentinels will be out, and Gen.G will hoist that trophy.
Will we go to a map 5? I know the crowd wants it. We want it, but let's go ahead and see if we get it. Bren, Sideshow, the floor is yours.
For a 4th map here in the grand finals, it's up to Sentinels to really steal their hearts. You got to imagine despair settling in. Think about it, Gen.G, with a better momentum on this map. I mean, split that used to be the bane of many teams when they're up against Sentinels. People arguing why didn't they fight back? Why didn't they ban it?
But I mean, you look at what Gen.G have been able to do this tournament. On split, it's been fantastic. Early rattle take to start this one off. Paranoia being thrown, countered as well. Everyone blind.
No way, Tens, he can't get away with the kill.
Okay, but Sen also realized that that's a bit of a fake. It's not everybody in that area.
Second gets off the line for just a moment, and now he's going to be faced with an absolute onslaught. He rushes position in still, walks away with 2. Return to fire. Sen, not leaving anything to chance. They want to try and funnel and rotate everybody towards him, but yet still Gen.G. The play right into their hands.
আলাদাই লেভেলের খেলছে
Forced to scatter and back away. I mean, we are talking about the opening 35
এশিয়ান গুলো একটু বেশি হয়
মিটিওর যদি এটা
looking to put a pistol round on the board.
এইচপি নেই
John QT out wide, Tens wide face.
ওরে দিয়ে দিয়েছিল কিন্তু
না না টেন্স ওখানে ইয়ে করলো স্যাক্রিফাইস করলো মানে বেট হলো ওখানে না যাতে করে সাইফার মারতে পারে ওকে নাহলে পরে ওখানে ওটা যদি দুজনে ফাইট নিত দুজনেই মরে যেত
The last time these two teams faced was dominated by 8
বারণ
round
করলাম
fights.
আমি খুব একটা ভালো
fight
টিম
over
যাচ্ছে
heaven,
না ও
actually
গেট
even in the
খেললে
post plan. So Tens uses the paranoia instantly to
দেখি
try
ও
to
বেটটা
stop
হলো ওই
anyone from
জন্য
scaling. They realize that instead
ওকে কুল ডাউন
একটা রাউন্ড উইন করে এত লাফায় কেন
কুল
শুরু হবে ম্যাচ শুরু হবে
John is so excited.
Sentinels before getting smacked around by some of the APAC teams.
জন তো মানে ওই কি বলে
They might just try and jump onto this one, but Celsius
মানস্কিনকে গিয়ে দুটো থাপ্পড় মারতে পারলে শান্তি পায় না
still straight shots in. One of the key real win cons for Gen G I found as well when you revisit
আঙ্গুটা দেখা না তাহলে আঙ্গুটা ছাপ
and played against one another was Celsius kind of getting caught out in the open on top of those mid fights or at least the A ramp fights that you were talking
ওই
about.
দেখো কি হচ্ছে এটা এটা আর্মি
না ঠিক আছে যা ঢুকবে না চাপ নেই সাইফার আছে এখনো
উঠলে দেখলে দড়িটা ধরে আর্মি একসাথে
risky on the follow up after the rifle after the pistol.
Have given up a lot of space though to Cam. Putting out the tippy toes.
And this is a very classic position for John.
ধরছে না কেন
ধরছে না ধরলে তো বুঝে যাবে ক্যামেরা কোথায় আছে
break it. Zekan's the only player here.
ওরা ধরে না নাকি
চং
খালি দেখেছে
The wall goes down. Munchkin almost getting caught in mid. Will die.
চলো মানস্কিন কোন
Might be looking to swarm here, just a wide face.
একটা নেড়ে মনে হচ্ছে উড়লো
He's under attack.
Nice
Finally, he's going to have some reinforcements. Just allowed into the side here, but everybody survives.
Nice.
Could have got dangerous, could have maybe got expensive, let's say.
ইয়ানটা নিতেই হবে কিছু করার নেই যদি দিতে যায় শেষ
এরা ভাগ্যি যেটা ইন্ডিয়ান টিম না দুটোই তাহলে বাবা ভাই কেউ বাদ যেত না
মা বাবা ভাই বোন কি চেয়ার ছেড়ে ওটা কেলাকারি লেগে যেত
হ্যাঁ দেখলি চেয়ার ছেড়ে ওটা মারধর করতে লেগে গেছে এরকমও হতে পারে
লজিটেকের মাউসটা ছুঁড়ে মারলো দেখা গেল ফ্যাট করে মারার মুখের মধ্যে ওয়্যারলেস তো
হাতে সব ওয়্যারলেস মাউস আছে দেখলি ছুঁড়ে অপোনেন্টের মুখে ধাপ করে ইটস লাইক
It looks like he is again separated from the pack.
Time for Sen to try and cook something up here in their bonus round and fully grouped up. This time, flash through, no connection with the orb dropping down.
I believe
Not expecting it, but he does dash into the open. There is that follow-up. Now the reaction. Gen G, fast on the approach. TP forwards by Karen, and they have cleared out that B site.
I do like the way
আবার জেনজি শুরু হয়ে গেছে
pushing aggressively in post plants and waiting for the flood defense. This one just waiting to see if there's a reaction.
আরে না জেনজি কি বলছো করতে বললো একটু নিজেকে একটু কমজোর দেখাচ্ছে যেই কমজোর হচ্ছে দেখছে খেলা শেষ হয়ে যাবে
Nade as well, he's stunned up entirely here. Sassy so fast of it.
শালা মালটার কাছে অল্ট এসে গেছে
out wide. Munchkin seeking to at least relieve that pressure and damage and offset that disadvantage. Still locked down onto the pillar angle. They wait a pause, but now the paranoia allows him to play it a little bit deeper here. Smoke now, propped up.
Zekan is one. He's got to be healed.
He's going to.
দেখাচ্ছে হিল আছে
Still.
হ্যাঁ তো সাই তো হিল করতে পারে
Down to the way these fights get taken. Zekan from the side. Temple taken out of Charon inside the cage. Munchkin in the back. 1v1. No bullets. No chance. Munchkin with the sidearm saves.
Munchkin haram ke pille. কি মারে এগুলো
Sen on the bonus. Creating pressure. Applying danger. Pretty disastrous dash there from
মানস্কিন কে দেখ ভাই পিস্তল দিয়ে মেরে দিয়েছে ভাই
how much smarter he seems than on previous teams. And then grouping together to try to flush out these people one at a time, just a little unfortunate. That economic damage is going to mean one Guardian for Gen G, so it doesn't even have that much effect. Potential for a large fight.
এবার এই যে জেনজি নিজেরাই মনে হয় মেবি এশিয়ান ইয়ের থেকে ফার্স্ট জিতবে কেউ
This one though, 1-1-3.
Pause and now they
কেন কি জেনজি এই সেন জিতেছে আগের বার আমি দেখিনি কোনোদিন এই এশিয়া থেকে কেউ জিতেছে বলে ইন্ডিয়া তো ধারে কাছে নেই ইন্ডিয়া ক্যাচাল নিয়ে ব্যস্ত
Response from Lakia, realizing that Sen have overcommitted to the A ramp fight.
একটা প্লেয়ার ছিল সেটাও বদনাম খেয়ে গেল
It's not going to be expecting this. Not going to be expecting this. What a still lands it.
What a flick! What a turn!
4 সেকেন্ড
Is insane.
ও ছাড়ো ও কোন প্লেয়ারই প্রথম থেকে ওই করতো
He's not an option.
ও যে ওই অবধি গেছে তার আগে করতো না কি গ্যারান্টি আছে
Group up, collected together.
What.exe নিয়ে
Brute force and win these fights.
I'm seeing pings on the minimap, Brian, that indicate they want to push through B heaven into
এরা
spawn.
paint.exe চালাচ্ছে
Exactly whether they're going to commit on that. The cam is going to spot them.
30 seconds left.
Just about.
Camera dekhe
Yeah,
nilo.
look at this.
The
They're
fuck?
looking to try to take the fight towards stairs while Munchkin plants.
Has got a
Yeah,
plan. He was trying to pit. Goes down entirely here. The trades online now for Sentinels.
माँ का
Obliterating any
भरोसा.
chance here for Caron to even stand toe to toe. He'd have to hit those shots and he can't quite
Nice one,
manage it.
nice one.
Supremely better beginning to this
ওমেনটা দুজনকে মারলো না একজন ড্যামেজ
for
ছিল
Sen. Putting the pressure on Genji, dealing, I don't know how.
খালি তো
but
ইয়ে
dealing
ভাইপার
with
ড্যামেজ
Latvia
ছিল
coming through vent. Gotta
অন্য
see
দল
this
দুজন
again.
খেলে
ভাই ওর ফ্লিকটা দেখ ভাই
What a flick.
এলিসের ফ্লিকটা দেখ
That's an outrageous one. If Lucky is able to get that, the
বাপ
whole
রে
round just pivots.
মাউস প্যাড
All
ওপি
out in the Sen camp, not letting the stress get to them.
ভাই
I assume
seriously
it was an amusing reaction from Zelsis in comms as well. He seems like the kind of player to do it.
ফ্লিকটা মারলো শুধু দেখ আমি দেখছি what the fuck
Expensive bonus round.
টাক করে মারলো ফ্লিকটা
দৌড়ে দেখছিল দেখে পট করে মুখ ঘুরিয়ে নিল ঠাস শেষ উড়ে গেল
They've got it.
ওয়ান শট
You're right, we're feeling
শটগুলো
like
দেখতে
Hank
সেই
out
লাগে
out. I mean, this team
Yes,
named
bad
themselves
job,
as well,
bad
just in qualifying for this event by winning so many of these rounds where they weren't expected to. Shouldn't be as much danger, but you never know. Molly's flying overhead here. Quickly into the approach here. There was a paranoia and there's pillars close to it. Players getting beamed down and ran down. Showstopper rockets out wide with Celsius falling.
এবার
Jones'
টেক্সচার
team
দিয়েছে
scrambling. Trying to pick up these pieces. Pit collected and corralled now. It's only up to him in a 1v1 second. Maintains that composure and
Zekken
holds
ने
down
बचा
the
लिया
fort just when his team needed it.
যেকেন কিন্তু যেত
What a savior for Sentinels.
ওয়ানটা একটু লেটে দেখেছি
এইচপি ছিল ফুল এইচপি ছিল
না না নিচে যে ছিল নিচে কে ছিল এটা দেখো
In the low bracket final. But this one was so
যে
dangerous.
টেক্সচার তো উড়ে
As
গেছিল
much as he possibly could to make this one a win.
Zekken.
John taking out
Nice.
Munchkin though, dropping the pit, set Zekken up for success. So
so
much danger in that round.
কি করে
Pumped up after that one.
ভাই
Genji
Yes,
have
এত
just
হাইপার
so
কেন
crazy whenever
না না
they're at a
তাহলে ইন্ডিয়ান
disadvantage.
লাগবে কি হতো এটা শুধু ভাবি এত হাইপার
ও ইন্ডিয়াতে হচ্ছে না ছেড়ে দে
Never mind when they're on their eco, you know that you can just never count them
একটা না
out.
একটা টাইমে তো হবেই
Almost unheard of entirely. And again, it's a fast
শালা
break from
আই
Genji.
হলে প্যান্ট খুলে দেখাবে
Access
মনে হয়
gained over towards that B side, but now a fight into the spawn texture. Spamming the appropriate angles. It's running the gun
yeah,
play
texture মেরে দিল
at
যে।
work. That's purely
এত
stuff of a
স্প্যাম
read.
করছে যখন
Maybe even just a
দেখতে
sound cue.
পাচ্ছে
A great read though. And now Texture looking like he wants to get put into the smoke, or at least avoiding this flash.
Texture's going to get value. They're not going to clear him out as well. They topple and
ও
fall, and
ও
they collide right
ও
into him.
শালা হাফ
And
বিরিয়ানি
that's more like what Genji were up to previously. A great
একই
balance of
জায়গায় দাঁড়িয়ে
sometimes waiting
দাঁড়িয়ে
for the flood if they anticipate it,
দুজনকে
and then
মারছে
আরে
if they're
এরা
not going
বিরাট
to the
হোল্ড
fight,
করে
trying to
জায়গা দিয়ে
disrupt
নড়ে
the
না
Sen retake.
না না
There was a
ওদের
lot
জন্য
of talk
না,
about how incredible
ওদের
Sentinels
সেভ করাটা
retakes
দরকার
were.
না
We were at the beginning of this tournament saying Sen, calming core, retakes were
আমাদের তো লোকেশন দেখাচ্ছে এরা খেলছে কি করে শালা স্মোকের মধ্যে শালা স্প্রে দিয়ে যাচ্ছে কন্টিনিউ
ওটাই তো
That's
করবে ওটা তো নিয়ম
24%.
It's gone right down.
It's plummeted to not even being a good retake percentage at all. Never mind a great one, an incredible one, unheard of one. So if Sen can get back to that kind of level and deal with Genji looking to disrupt,
আবার যদি 6-6 রাউন্ডে গিয়ে হাফ টাইম হয় তাহলে বুঝে যাও কিছু হয়ে গেছে শেষ
But from Zelsis,
push
seeking
করলো
the
বেকার
position.
বেকার
Now this is an unusual angle. You can get cleared very easily.
it's nice though if Zekken continues to make noise and
Trailblazer
distract.
clears him. Trailblazer clears him. He's in trouble, and yeah, more
বললাম
so
না
than that, he's out.
Why?
বাজে বাজে অ্যাঙ্গেল বাজে
Really
angle.
well done, very diligent from Genji. Zels is getting caught by a mid stack again, hoping just to.
They are anticipating everything মানে ওরা সেন যা যা করছে এরা অ্যান্টিসিপেট করছে
Push out through B main.
মরলো
Call to make here, but Sassy surely not favoured into that one, and yeah, just backs away.
Nice shot.
Holding the angle for him, just over the shoulder. Offload those seekers as well, giving him a good indicator now, but already getting a move on, a run now. Over towards
Tense কতক্ষণ পরে গিয়ে মারলো হ্যাঁ
There are anchoring players. Zekken here. Oh my goodness, almost claiming that one as a dig. Drops him down to 10 HP. Meteor falling through the nade. Zekken still alive. Still playing towards the pillar with the help of
Bhai,
the
Shasha,
30
bhai.
seconds left. What is the call now for Genji?
There's very little time for them to work with. They're going into a stack. I mean, Where's the win condition here? How do they get this?
Unlikely. It just looks so damn unlikely. Texture forward in his approach again, but there's no setup ready for it. Just satchels to his doom and defeat. Spike drop down. No kill onto Charon. To get this plant down, maybe potentially TenZ is just pushing.
What the fuck?
A stop to it.
Great shot with the Guardian to open things up. But I think what actually wins the round, I've been talking so much about how the Gen.G look like they over-rotate.
TenZ location জানতো ওই জন্য
obvious ওটা যে স্মোকের মধ্যে প্ল্যান্ট করবে ওর কাজ ছিল হচ্ছে ওকে ডিস্ট্রাক্ট করা যাতে ও প্ল্যান্টটা না করে TenZ উল্টে মেরে দিল না TenZ যদি মরেও যেত নিজে তাতেও কোনো প্রবলেম ছিল না কারণ ও প্ল্যান্টটা করতে পারতো না এমনি হেরে যেত রাউন্ডটা ওটাইও করলো লাফিয়ে লাফিয়ে চলে গেল ভাই
TenZ এর ওখানে কাজে সিঙ্গেল শট ঠাস দিয়েছে মুখের মধ্যে
It's going to be that showstopper ready and waiting. He just looks for the right time to strike, and that appears to be now.
Oh!
Rebounding across the wall, Lakia finish gap into the wall. Maybe a chance for Meteor, but a nice just go amiss. All ran out, and so do the chances. Really attempt to try and take this space. Still.
Love that smoke from TenZ as well. Not something that they were previously doing. Just to fight A ramp. But now just making sure Gen.G have no opportunities to take this fight. And if they do, SEN triples up, looking to drop the wall and take the fight.
It's the paranoia texture! The Meteor combine their might and Sentinels. No chance entirely. It's all gone wrong.
Brutal.
कुछ भी भाई टेक्सा दाढ़ी तीन खाना मेरे दिलो.
And I said I love the fact that they were smoking it off and not taking the fight. Made me eat my words in about a second and a half afterwards as they just sent the paranoia, missed it and ran in one by one. That's a tragic misplay.
Extra দুটো মারেন. Extra তিনটে মারেন দুটো
মেরেছে. Meteor একটা মারলো.
It's an advantage situation they're in.
Yes, there is simply no need to make a play like that. They want to clear out a ramp, I understand, but you're just taking too many risks there. The paranoia doesn't clear out the lane fully.
আরে সেন ডিফেন্সে আছে বাট ওরা খেলছে অ্যাটাকিং এর মতন পুরো রিস্ক নিয়ে খেলছে কনস্ট্যান্ট.
What a huge one for Gen.G to be able to take.
দরকার ছিল না ওটার.
তিনজনে ঢুকছে একসাথে.
Most teams would get away with that. But Gen.G are so sharp and their positioning is so good over towards a ramp.
Gen.G's কল খুব সুন্দর হচ্ছে. ওদের কল, ওদের কোঅর্ডিনেশন, ওদের their like positioning, ওদের aim.
Third Gen.G have that economical advantage.
Aim তো সালা মাউন্ট স্কিন খাইয়ে দিচ্ছে সব.
Should be looking at that fourth round board.
Aim is good for both of team but হচ্ছে কি মানে এদের Gen.G's কি
Gen.G বলছে একে একাকে কভারে খেলছে পুরো ট্রেড নিয়ে নিচ্ছে মেরে দিচ্ছে.
Their calls are very good.
It's unusual for Zelsis to be here on A.
Let's try and play around these smokes here, but with the wires taken out, he's pitting. Pitting early preemptive. Paranoia will not connect there. Where will the rocket go though? That is the question. And
Harmonium
straight into Zelsis. It's dropped and whipped out the pit. It's an open side out, open still. Looks like a chance to take this fight, but they're not anticipating it. Meteor already up onto the high ground position. Sentinels not messing around. A rapid approach and a rapid retake of this one, but they are being cleaned up entirely.
মনে হয়েছিল আমার এই যাবে এই রাউন্ডে গেছে. ফরওয়ার্ড
Munchkin ready to stop anybody going through A heaven, but the players on site had already done his job for
him.
Tries to make the most of it, but he's going to have no chances there. Gen.G getting a couple of huge rounds back to back to put the squeeze onto SEN. After SEN had got such a great start to this map.
কোনো দরকারই ছিল না ওখানে ওর দাঁড়িয়ে থাকার বাইরে.
Great read as well from Texture. That Zelsis would not be playing inside the ultimate because he's scared of the showstopper and instead would be over towards elbow. And even if Zelsis wasn't there, that's a spot that John loves to play in. John also with the cage he normally uses to flood from CT into elbow wasn't really able to help Zelsis there.
লাফিয়ে উঠেছে পুরো.
এরা মারছে আর এরা হু করে হাসছে. কি অবস্থা.
Not just the map but maybe even the series. That's why Sentinels are taking their time with this one.
Maybe ওদের যায় আছে.
We knew that they were at a disadvantage coming into this. Gen.G earned that advantage by bullying Sentinels on 2 of the maps in the upper bracket final and cementing themselves as the leaders at Masters Madrid, but not the winners yet.
They No, the job's not finished. It's better taking it one round at a time because
খেলাতে ওই মালটা যারা তুলে ফেলে দে ভাই শালা
the Korean team,
LGTV কমিউনিটির লোক
international tournaments going all the way to the finals, but Pacific as well. They've had 10 chances. This is the 10th one here.
দুটো জিতেছে
In Masters Madrid.
আর যদি এটা সেন জেতে
And they've come close, don't get me wrong, but tumbled at the finish line many
deciding
times.
match. অনেক রাত হয়ে যাবে
even made it to the finish line. If we're going to talk about the Koreans,
শালা ওদের এখন তো সকাল
new turn DRX. Best was third.
কোথায় হচ্ছে ম্যাচটা
Genji already overtaken
Spain.
সকাল তো
to lift the trophy.
Midday.
It's that new era of Valorant that we're looking at. Teams being put together. Rookies filling up the pieces here. Shots going wide there from Meteor. They'll tag onto the damage, and it was definitely a threat on the half armor.
I wonder if they can get a read that because Meteor faced mid, he's not going to be lurking A ramp.
Cover going out.
Sassy and Zekken are still trying to clear that, but this is as the B hit comes through.
Paranoia does connect it, at least onto the dog, but into the back of the site. He needs to exchange positions, and he will do so. Wrapping back away, but Genji have nothing to do with this site now. They are fully rotating away.
But they're rotating without anybody taking space over towards A. And Zekken and Sassy cleared this out. You know, Sassy is perfectly fine facing ramp here. He knows he's not going to get punished. He's going to be able to hear some of this.
Sky মোড়বে
Zekken's coming forwards to try to help.
50 seconds. Now Karen does have util as well. Paranoia going to be getting good information with that one. Respecting the position here. Sassy not eager to take that fight. Instead, doubling up.
Someone is going
Sassy মোড়বে
Yeah, it is indeed. With him playing up onto Heaven. Satchel forwards. Cuts up the angle. Flash repick. No, not through main. Adjustment.
Oh,
necessary.
what the fuck?
Second comes up with the goods and more.
Nice play.
With 4 ripped away.
Nice.
মিডল ফিঙ্গার দেখালো নাকি
প্লে
I'm not sure if
এরা আর কিছু বলছে না জেনের টিমে কিছু বলছে না
1 2
Genji can handle more of them.
4
The flash play from Sassy cost him his
oh
life.
shit
Makes him look worse in terms of the stats, but it was
মাথা
exactly what
চুলকাও
his
এবার
teammates needed. It meant Celsius in through the back into heaven,
সেন
and also allowed Zekken to try to contest the main players too.
সেন টু টাইমের চ্যাম্পিয়ন না
He's 17 and 7.
এবার হলো থার্ড যদি হয়
দাঁড়া জেনজি ছাড়ছে না ভাই
কিন্তু এইটা একটুখানি মান সম্মান লেগে গেছে এই মাঠটা
Dropped on split this tournament is 8. SEN are looking good to maybe make it 7.
Add a few more to the tally perhaps, but maybe speaking too soon. We know
ক্যামেরাটা লাগলো পালিয়ে গেছে পুরো
Yeah, in the 4v5s. But look at this. Sassy and Zekken
Zekken এখানেও কিল পাবে এখানেও কিল পাবে
take the space.
Disrespect. Zekken knows if he gets one more kill, he's got a showstopper earned.
Zekken আলটি আছে তো
Try and get out of the dodge.
The trip will give him the timing here to potentially make the play.
There it is, flash through. TP pass, broken. Backs to the wall. Backs to him entirely. No way! The movement, a twist and turn.
কি হলো এটা
Looking like ballerinas out in mid.
লাকিয়া কম একদম
Zekken goes from high to low, but Sassy's here potentially as the safety net to clean it all up.
Might be your time.
Zekken এটা কি করলো ওই 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 ওই
সাসি আছে
Two top
নাইস
of
ওয়ান
ওই ওই
soon after.
নাইস প্লে
Wide swing, wide face.
হাফ টাইম
নাইস
Lead maintained for Sentinels.
হাফ টাইম
Vital, necessary, essential for it.
A relieved smile on the
Chance
face of
আছে
Zekken. No need for the replay.
ভাই এটা
I don't
কি
think.
ভাগলো
After
ভাই
picking
এটা
up 4 in the previous. Look at that hand on his head. He'd ruined it.
এটা ভাই
But his
জ্যাকেন
teammates were there to pick
আরে না
things up.
জেকেন একটাকে মারতে মারতে কি সেকেন্ডের টাইম ট্রান্সফার হয়ে গেছে
To make
না
Zekken's play work in the
আমি
previous
দেখলাম
round.
মানে জ্যাকেন
And what a read from Sen as
বেসিক্যালি
well
এটা
that they can
হলো
get away with that because Genji
ও
grew
আগের
up so
রাউন্ডে
much
4টে কিল
outside.
নিল নিয়ে এই রাউন্ডে এইরকম পিচ্ছিরি হবে
এই রাউন্ডে ভাবছিল এই তো আমার রেস হবে
7-4
Last round of the half.
এটা হলে কি হাফ টাইম নাকি
এই গেমটা এই রাউন্ডটা হয়ে গেল হাফ টাইম
Constant information. I mean, Sassy is pushed.
বেশি না বয়সে 1 মিনিট থাকবে
He's
হাফ
giving
টাইম
him the full information now, just calling it out to the rest of his team.
It looks like
কি করে হাফ টাইমে
just believing in the read.
Okay.
Celsius cannot peek into that
প্লিজ
many
প্লিজ
players.
প্লিজ সেন এটা সেন নে হাফ বিরিয়ানি
Zekken's death.
Sassy কোথায় পুশ করেছে
Sassy can't die here. He can't take that level of risk. He's just looking for the information.
Genji, all eyes now on the B side. Will be trips waiting for
তো আলুর দম পুরো একা খেলছে
layer of it. Smokes now up with the paranoia through, and it's a call made to flood right back into it. The rocket damage done, but already Texture right behind, snaps back second, shuts down the adversary, shuts down the nemesis. But does he anticipate this? Yes, he does.
The king. The John QT মারলো
Nice play. Oof. Nice fucking play.
Another 4 kills and only 4 rounds on the board for Gen G. SEN were held at 5 in their matches against both of the Pacific teams here, but they've broken through that.
আচ্ছা হাফ টাইমটা কি করে দেয় বাইফেস তো চলে না
না এটা কাস্টম চলে কাস্টম গেমে চলে
Zekan can feel it.
এটা তোর ল্যানে হচ্ছে
21 kills for this young player.
ওদের এমএস কত হবে 1-2
0
rallied.
জিরো এমএস আবার হয় না এক তো থাকতেই হবে
হ্যাঁ মানে ওই আর কি এক or something like that সবারই সেম ল্যান তো না
কাস্টম ইন্টারনেট
না 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 ল্যান তো মানে ল্যান তো ইন দ্য সেন্স হচ্ছে তোর আমাদের ভ্যালোরেন্টে যেরকম আমরা ম্যাচ ফাইন্ড করি না তো ওরা ওরকম করে না আমরা যেরকম কাস্টম গেমে প্র্যাকটিস করি ওরকম ওটা কাস্টম গেমসই চলছে ওটা
Sois un público maravilloso y vamos a demostrarle al mundo entero que no hay ninguno. Así que quiero saber con quién vais. Primero, ¿quién va con Sentinel? এটা ইন্টারন্যাশনাল ল্যাঙ্গুয়েজ তো আমি বুঝি না
স্প্যানিশ ইজ অ্যান ইন্টারন্যাশনাল ল্যাঙ্গুয়েজ why not
শিখতে হবে ¿Quién va con
ইংলিশটা জানতে ইন্টারন্যাশনাল ল্যাঙ্গুয়েজ
আজকে মাউসটা পরিষ্কার করে আরে আমার বেশি না আমার হাত ঘামে তো এর মধ্যে একটুখানি ওই নোংরা
একদম একদম
আমি WD-40 দিয়ে পুরো ধুয়ে দিই
ভাই ক্রাউড দেখ শুধু ওহ
আমার এটা দেখে একটা জিনিস মনে হচ্ছে যে বাজাচ্ছে না এগুলো কি বললো তো ওইগুলো তালি মারে না সবাই একসাথে এগুলো দেখে মনে হচ্ছে এটা সিন দেখেছিলাম কে মরে গেছিল সবাই এরকম করে তালি দিয়ে
সিরিয়াসলি তুই ভাব ক্রাউড
ইন্ডিয়া হলে এর দিয়ে ডবল ক্রাউড ইন্ডিয়া পাবলিককে মারতে শুরু করে দেবে
ক্রাউড হবে তারপর না না প্রবলেমটা অন্য জায়গায় ক্রাউড হবে কিন্তু কি হবে জানিস তো তারপর দেখলি ওখানে ওরা খেলছে ওপর থেকে কোথায় বোতল পড়লো মাথায় কোথায় পানি চটি পড়লো হ্যাঁ চটি পড়লো কোথায় স্টাম্পার বল পড়লো এসে মাথায় ধূপ ধাপ করে এইসব হবে দাঁড়া এবার জেনজি ডিফেন্স হোল্ড কর
carving out their own path.
ওরে খেলানো টাইম
ওই একটা খেয়ে গেল
like this it can just feel a little too real. The realization hits you. Texture knocked down to only 20 health when that's combined with the vibe.
জেনজি শুরু হয়ে gেছে
Few shots flying. Nade rebounding but not expecting me to here with the damage. Kills collected. All on top and it's all in as well for that advantage still. There are players low.
আমি স্ট্রিম 2x এ দেখি
Calling for the pause and around here for Sentinels, understanding the importance of it, not getting ahead of themselves.
Their map control is actually fairly good here, with Sassy watching behind. Lakia not getting punished for this re-exploration, but also finding incorrect information. That might drive people into Sassy. He's weak, but he has a sheriff.
They're going to walk about themselves. What's the thought process here? Flash. Acknowledgement now, at least, that there's going to be players behind him, but Sassy feeling no real pressure. Now he's going to hear it. Jumping down into vents, they are just forcing the position and forcing the fight straight to them. Surely not favoured into this one. 3v2, damage! And down, drop down to the players here. Single shot will do it. Texture survives. Spike. It's still in the hands of Sassy here, but he's got so much more to do. And does he hear the drop down? He does not.
That's a crazy round from Texture towards the end. Combined health pools. Barely in the double digits. And yet Texture's able to weave around slightly. Pops ahead. Great resilience on show here for Gen G. Even though they're in the lead, the players that haven't been in this kind of position before, the closer you get to win it, sometimes the more the pressure mounts. I was wondering if these players, or rather some of the players with less experience at the big level as well as Karon, Might struggle in a spot like this, but certainly Meteor has not given up.
আরে হবে না জেনজি শালা বহুত ভালো খেলে ইম্পসিবল এরা খেলাচ্ছে শালা স্প্রে দিয়ে ফাটিয়ে দিচ্ছে
We met though with a few shotgun pellets. Munchkin.
ওদের মাউস নড়াচ্ছে what the fuck
A possibility. It's all being shut down, all being locked down.
Clean from Genji, very clean. Second just trying to get the orb online, and he does. He runs away with it. Call that a silver lining, yeah.
Second 22 খানা kill করেছে
Sen have got to be fairly happy about this.
Lakia, hello, knives out. What the hell is going on here? Realizing it.
Could go for a knife fight. Why not?
Second তো ফাটিয়েছে ভালোই মেরেছে
Won't be too bothered about that. Another huge difference between Sen
damage দেখায়
split
না
in the upper bracket final and now.
damage কেন দেখাবে
The vibe, the atmosphere, it's so different. They don't feel as timid and confident.
In 10 kill ভাবা যায়
the game. Couldn't really find good timings to be able to take his ones. Second got shut down. It's different, and yet Genji are still keeping it within 2. They're such a dangerous squad. It's on them to cook up some idea for this bonus round. A weird wall from Munchkin over towards A.
This is bizarre. Different twist onto some of them that are being thrown out. Blocks up this angle.
Yeah, IPL দেখেছো
Meteor happy to jiggle it. They could have crossed onto either side here. Okay, there it is. Just spotting the one and now backing away. Munchkin. Did he miss that time? Was he going to be aware of it? Meteor close now. Tucked to the corner. Trailblazer, any seek or attempt to punish this one. Might just be met pound for pound. 3 players grouped up mid. Also being explored here. First kill. Damage done. Meteor dash to disengage away. And Lakia.
They're going to get caught here.
Covering fire. You're right. They are getting caught in all sorts of positions. With Caron falling. Second creeping and crawling.
Whoa.
Again. It's not quite enough still. It's an overwhelming advantage now for Sentinels.
I'm watching for this again. Texture
okay.
So much value.
27টা কিল মেরে দিয়েছে
Again, it feels like a hard read from Sentinels to me.
আমার তো শেষ 8
just creeping up mid with the contact play. Any time where you see Sen taking mid control without using Dog or Boombot, you've got to call it a hard read in my opinion.
Oh, John.
They just know that Genji love to group up heavily on sides of the map, and this is where you're finally seeing that adaptation, abusing the holes that Genji caused.
Next match ki ice box.
Trying to stack players. It is difficult though, because if you get the read wrong, you're just walking up mid into a crossfire. Meteor is now going to have an operator online.
Okay.
But he's holding very far back over towards A. It's not a position where you're likely to get too much value. At least not in the early round.
তুমি স্ট্রিমটা একবার 2x এ করে দাও একবার ল্যাটেন্সি কমে যাবে
Probably the seconds one away from the ult.
Yeah, it also allows them to get good
2x এ করে ছেড়ে দাও অটোমেটিক নট ঠিক হয়ে যাবে
which he's put at the front of B main. And now as it goes down, Genji knows that there's nobody over in this area of the map.
Clearing a push with the flashes out. It's a wide face, really wide face, but all the kills eventually being collected and traded there by Caron. Meteor though, got a miss though to where these potential players could be. Good information, at least with the acknowledgement there. Trailblazer finding the target and the mark, but really chaotic situation. Pings on the map though, Genji are aware.
Yeah, and I don't think Genji are actually going to think that it's a full commitment at Heaven. You would expect Zekken to be with the play here because he's one away from Showstopper. He's the entry player. So the fact he was in market, I think, has scrambled Genji a little.
Yeah, they're all over the place this time. Less trusting of the gut and wondering where the hell these players have gone to. Tens almost going down there, out to the open. Meteor left to anchor now, and his position is being assaulted and swarmed. Paranoia is good. Shot missed. Going stray, still walks it down onto this angle, but look at it. They've just absolutely overpowered them.
Teens ke dekh Meteor ke naki
really beautiful attack side from
Sen. मेरे malta ke
gorgeous calling from John Cudy from the whole team.
Shorty diye mere
contact plays. In the previous, contacting up mid to pinch the players over towards A Heaven. This time,
Tens to এটাই করে জেট খেললে তো এরকমই করে স্মোক মানে মুখের মধ্যে ঢুম করে মেরে দেয়
caught a glimpse and gave up the game. Take a look at the replay as Lakia saves. Look how deep they are before Genji get the read. And to me, the biggest strength of Genji on defense is the fact that they get the reads. they either play aggressive or they re-clear in the mid-round or something to give Munchkin that gut feeling that he's going to make the right call. And I think you could see it on the mini-map there. Gen.G were so spread out, even after they re-cleared B main. With the Trailblazer and Market was a real head-scratcher for them. Love what John QD's bringing out here. You can see that they've put in a lot of effort. And what a tight turnaround for SEN. They had to play basically the entire time since losing on Split. They haven't really had a break to work with. No. Gen.G are the team that should have been able to get adaptations out of it, but it's harder when you won. It's actually easier to learn from your mistakes. Yeah, it seems like what SEN are doing.
Gen.G now calling this timeout, seeking a few adaptations. Realizing the map slipping away from their grasp, Sentinels holding this lead, looking more and more likely that this map 5 is just inevitable.
Now map 5, Icebox, would be good news for Gen.G. A lot of it has to do with keeping up that spirit. I feel like it's difficult from the outside to understand just how much mental game there is involved in VALORANT. If you lose your confidence, if you hesitate, it doesn't matter how good your game plan was, how good your ideas are. If you can't execute on them because you're feeling the nerves, feeling the pressure of the moment, you're going to let it all slip away. So that's what I need to see from Gen.G here. Even if they're not able to rebound on this map, which I'll be hoping they can, that they're at least keeping their heads above the water.
Toss the hesitation to the side here. Trust the gut, make the plays. That's what carried Gen.G so far all the way to this grand finals. You can't lose your nerve here, not when you're at the finish line.
So this is the Viper wall now being put over towards B. That is a difference. Normally Zelsis has been putting in A and the orb on B. But it doesn't look like Gen.G are thinking it's a real threat. It's only Munchkin in this area with a bucket.
I've seen Gen.G do work in spots like this prior, especially inside the orb. Hello, Munchkin. There's the dog now, breaks it, will let loose that snake bite. So covering the retreat, but at the same time, John QT here anticipating every single play. Getting two, there's a job well done. Karen did return that fire, but Munchkin pushed back and away. Snakebite vulnerable. Boombot in his face, barely dealt with. Still alive and kicking the Meteor. Rapid on the approach, rapid on the uptake.
They didn't help Zekken. Zekken got into sight and they were scared.
Oh.
Scared of the Buckies, scared of the Snakebite. Something caused a hesitation in SEN here. And it's a 3v3, still with knives on the other side.
Fear might cost you if you are Sentinels, Karen. It's close, not quite concealed, only good for the one. There's that instant trade. The Meteor's way ahead of you. Look at this guy, already taking a position forward and underneath. He's picked up a rifle, and this could be the playmaker. Real time, watching it play out. It's like a car crash in slow motion, but a tough plant. Not anticipating it, labored in that 1v1, or 1v2. Sassy removed. Meteor, what a play.
The anticipation again of the rotate coming through before SEN had even realized they were going to end A.
বেরিয়ে চলে গেছে তুই দেখ মানে ওরা ফেক করলো বিতে মারলো সবকিছু করলো মানে এখানে ঠিক আছে মেরেও বেরিয়ে চলে গেছে এতে ও জানে ওটা রোটেট করবে
Munchkin set up on B. They're probably there to help Zekken, maybe even trade that out. Listen, there's a possibility that it all goes wrong as well. That's how dangerous Gen.G can be. Solo and HSK looking like that's given them new life. Wind in the sails.
Yeah, you can understand why. Zekken does have this showstopper. Critical tool that they could be using. Maybe swing this round when the economy, well, a super heavy investment. Gen.G should have some money just left in the bank, but they lose this round, it won't look ideal for them.
Zekken was dominating on the defense side. I think he ended it with 23. Hasn't quite been able to find the same success, but here he comes.
Yep, just following it. It's all going to be leading. No way, Meteor! Plucks him out of the sky.
Didn't get cleared, he was on top of the box.
And the threat of that rocket is just negated immediately. Tens though. He's looking for timings of his own, and this is the right time to take them. Play riskily now when you're a player down, especially against a team like Gen.G.
Texture.
Stacked.
Oh, they just missed the timing.
তুলো না দেখতে হবে
spot him now. Tenzis and
ভালো prizes
called
He's
out.
a dead man walking.
He really is. Should not be getting away with this at all. In fact, Texture not
তুলো
even
না
worried
4
about
তারিখের মধ্যে
it.
পেয়ে
Teams
যাবো
will be calling for it. He wins the fight out. Munchkin taking that one alone, but already it's Texture sees the advantage and now that close position tucked to the corner, punishing the all pick. Himself is wondering how the hell did he get there? 2 players to stand, but turning it down, and Meteor turning up the bloody heat. All up to John.
Again, another center
Bora
player
কথা
in
বলছি
1v2 to end this situation. Not favoured. 25 seconds. Doesn't know where Meteor is. There's barely going to be any time here. At some point, he's got to get a move on. He's going to give the information away to Lakia.
15 seconds.
Can he knife out walk the entire way?
As much as he possibly can. Wants to give away absolutely nothing. But at some point, they've got to know it's A. And Lakia, yeah, finally realizing, turns his attention towards it. Barely enough time. So John's got a hell of a task ahead of him now. Doesn't know where the players are. Left to take some gambles. Lakia, what the hell was that peak?
That's an unbelievable shot, though, from John.
Absolutely. Brought it to the 1v1. 8 bullets left in the clip. Smoke out. Open Meteor.
70.
Spoils
Wow.
the potential play of a lifetime.
I believed it for a moment. He even got the game reset, but Meteor comes up with another huge round, saving Gen G. They looked down and out. And here it is, the punish on the showstopper after already winning that previous round.
এই দুটো তো ফালতু কিল খেলো এই দুটো
He dominates, shuts down Tens, wins the 1v1 at the end as well. They'll have to film another take of that.
Oh, frustrations on display.
Not the cinema that John was looking for there.
প্রচুর চাপ হয় এগুলো এইসব মোমেন্টসগুলো না
I believe
বিশাল
we're going into
চাপের
a tactical timeout here as well.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, timeout for Sentinels then. They've just lost 2 rounds in a row. And things have gotten very scrappy in the middle of them. I mean,
চাপে এসে গেছে
the
এখন
engage up into B heaven seems to make a lot of sense there. Dog, showstopper follows it. They just weren't expecting there to be 3 players.
No.
They had the audio cues that they were chasing one away. They're expecting another to be hard anchored on B. They just don't think the Meteor's also going to be there. How do Sentinels adjust their attack side to get value? Because now they're also heading into Texture's ult. I mentioned it earlier too. Zekan, I think, had 23 kills to end his defense half. It was somewhere in that area, even if I'm wrong with the exact number. He's only at 26 now.
Yeah, it's been slowed down.
Yes, he hasn't really been able to have the same level of impact on the entry. And to be honest, him entering was part of what looked magical in the game against Paper Rex. And when he played Lotus against Gen G, actually, he was just sailing in, dominating opponents, cracking stuff open for the team. Kind of dragging the rest of Sen through some difficult moments.
Not in hot water just yet, but again, that lead that they had, no longer steady. Gen G creeping back up to it now, trying to make it an even map, an even game. Texture. Got that showstopper here. Caron setting up the play out towards Ram.
That's pretty risky, actually, giving away his positioning there. Intense is taking the timing.
Smoke out. Texture, though, with the rifle in his hands. He's the one who has to really land this one. Shot! The crouched up. Not expecting that. Too many players to account for. Texture falling. Caron now with the judge. Now, I've seen this one before. If they walk right into him, there could be trouble.
Yeah, but they've got the Cypher on. They see that he's got that weapon. They want no piece of that smoke.
Now a maneuver all the way over. Lakia out wide, trying to anchor this position. Follow through with the kills, and they do trade out those available plays, but Caron TP'd in the fight, in the mix, inside the smoke, trying to dominate this one, but he only has the judge. What can one man do? Not enough. Pit, lay it down for Sentinels. They're not leaving this one to chance. They need to clean it up now. Munchkin, the IGL. Does he anticipate Zekan's forward position? He does not. So, 11-1 now on the board for Sentinels. Off the back of that timeout. New lease of life on their side.
And that's a great attack side call again. Sen are really adding fake plays into their game. Yes, it's this one that opens up the round officially on the kill feed, but the whole reason that they're able to take that space in mid silently is because they created pressure A-ramp and then got knowledge about where Caron was playing and knowledge that there was an opening in mid they could take advantage of. Last time we saw Gen G on a broken bike, they won the thing. So don't count them out here.
Definitely have the tools to do so again.
But I mean, their positioning is, it couldn't be more wrong at the moment. Munchkin's got to try and hold it down with the judge until the cavalry arrives.
Not going fast onto his approach, but now they might just be. Still that judge. Prime position to really get some work done with this one in the close quarter avenue. Still they dash past him. They don't know where he is finally. Dealing with him. But that push down mid has turned into a fast flank with all four of them. The trip. They're giving it away, but are they going to be aware that there's this many players?
No reaction from SEN. They're not trying to take space elsewhere.
No. Holding the ground, ensnared onto the site. Now from that high ground position, spam through, but Ten's not being baited with this one. Texture, how has he got that? Opened it up onto Zelsa's rocket, rebound into the bag, kills, collected, and there's a 1v2 out of nowhere! Caron delivers! I'm telling you, man, you cannot count Gen.G out!
It's another thrifty for Gen.G, man. And it's SEN not being quick enough, not realizing fast enough that everybody was on the flank there. You know, from our position, seeing all of the perfect information, it seems obvious. Okay, you need to take screens control. You need to be able to take heaven control there. But they didn't plan for heaven, and they just all got stuck on site. They were expecting there to still be some people over towards screens or ramp or heaven.
Yeah. And unreal mechanics on display.
Yeah, absolutely. Meteor to open, Texture's ult, and then Caron closes. The three heavy hitters.
Putting in work. 2 rounds stands between them in terms of that equalization. Again, looks like a fast play out, and it is. Gliding forward, Zelsa go down to his own nade. And takes a with the damage follow-up, the rifle in play. John QT is so fast here, just trying to follow through with Sassy. He's already gained that ground here, but they've lost too many players.
Surely. I mean, Gen.G don't have that many holes in their defense side either this round. Munchkin's already keeping B main control. You know, you've got Caron looking for the lurk play too.
Yeah, he's taking that real quick.
That was just an attempt from SEN to try to up the tempo. Use the fact that they'd faked fast A control earlier. But I think as soon as you saw the cages come through with the blast pass.
This is a full investment round for SEN. You lose this, the economy goes tumbling once more. Gen.G up to 10. Maybe, just maybe you can find this. Kills Elsis! How's he getting away with it again?
But they can't use that. It does pull the Gen.G players away slightly, but as soon as the plant goes down, Gen.G are going to know that they have to focus on B, and Zels is going to get rooted out here.
Not again. No! Not again! No way! The 3 versus 3. The discipline, the diligence, paranoia sweeps through. Now the Seekers over the top with the flash, trying to hold his ground. Sassy does not go down. Pillardo, blade up, double up, guns need to be out, and AI in play. Finally, Lakia.
Next one on.
Get out of here!
He's been so good for Gen.G in the clutch. And he cleans it up again. Zelsis got away with murder in that round to make things doable. But finally, Gen.G got rewarded for their good early round play.
এটার প্রয়োজন ছিল কি বলতো 1v1 বা 2v1 রাউন্ড নেওয়ার কোনো দরকার ছিল
Gen.G otherwise finding moment after moment. And look at the reaction. Pure relief on Lakia's face.
ভাই 2v1 নেওয়ার কোনো দরকারই ছিল না ওখানে কি জন্য পিক করতে গেল প্ল্যান্টের পরে
Tension is there, palpable.
But the economy declining.
Now they have to make a play, they have to make a play, they have to make it now, backing away with a position of respect being shown. Don't want to tangle with that judge.
Gen.G have made such an incredible comeback in this half. They're starting to believe it. They're starting to earn it. They're only 3 rounds away from lifting that trophy. And this one should be a gimme.
Even up 11-11. It's up to Sentinels to pull out. Not just miraculous moments, but honestly just divine intervention. Might just be necessary. A jiggle. And folk gathering for Lakia here. There's not as much chance of a punish. Here's the dog trailblazer broken, denying any sort of ground, and he might be able to gain Meteor. He's up close and personal now with this rifle in his hands. Does he anticipate this kind of danger? It's returned, at least with the fire, but he's already gained
Meteor already
for his team, and now John QT wants to put a bit of a move on here. Still doesn't have a rifle to take that fight. Dodging, ducking, weaving. Finally, the run and gun in action. Sassy sticking his plan down.
Very nicely done there by Sentinels. Lakia just giving it away a little too early by taking the shot. Missed it on John. He's opened up a chance for Sen. Post plants look good as well, honestly.
They do.
They've also planted so that Tens could get one and then ult away to heaven.
Possibilities now for Sen. Twist and turn and find themselves up to 12 here. Paranoia's exchanged. Okay, the nade just dodged the bow with the TP. Engage. Texture. Matters into his own hands. He's just blitzed his way onto the site now, out through the back of it. Neurofem. Maybe some false information, but they are looking everywhere now. Smoke. Drop down. Texture. Sticking. Half. Denied.
Tails is the only player जो कि jumping जपंग नहीं कर रहा.
will not go quietly. Both
teams calmly मारे.
to be able to turn these
चाप धूमधाम पिट
into miracles. It's Lakia there who just pulls the trigger a little too early, gives away his spot, and from there John and Sassy wiggle their way in to be able to get the plant down into such a nice area for Tens to play. Didn't even have to use the ult to reposition. Pit in mid.
और उसके बाजू वाला ऐसा कूद रहा है.
Point looking to try to extend the series, deny Gen G the trophy at least for now, and move us on to Icebox.
Here.
Icebox. Gen G have been playing. There's no certainties.
नहीं होगा.
I think Sen are happy.
Take the trophy
in this spot now.
Guns
are good. Gen G's economy has stopped them in the past.
I'm thinking about it, but
hit.
Gen भाई एतो बिस्किट टाइपर धूमधाम मिनिस्पत्र করে দিচ্ছে না.
He's really in the worst spot of things.
Gen Z যা করছে আচানক. No one
আচানক কি দেখ পজিশন দেখ.
Loses his fight out.
Against the high low there, it's very difficult to get anything done.
Full angle was there.
Instant reaction, yeah, it's a fake counter. He commits a TP to try and reinforce that A side, but it's all for naught. Texture, the lone player to stand against it. The onslaught, sweeping through all rounds, and the Stinger's just not good for it, at least for that. Paranoia though, has to be a follow-up and it has to be a clean-up, and there is there on time. Texture. Dropped in the process now with 30 seconds to take a breather because Sentinels realize it.
মার ছালা হ্যাঁ ভালো হয়েছে বার
play in the series to take it all the way to Icebox. A tap.
13-10
first low wave of the util.
এই তুই দাঁড়া হোল্ড কর.
আরে হতেই পারে আইসবক্স হয়ে যেতেই পারে.
ও বাবা.
Map 5 is on the cards.
So guys, the stream is not gonna end.
From a 13-5 loss, back to back, the last two times that Sen play split, they take back.
Tens ke তুমি দেখো একবার. হ্যাঁ হয়েছে হয়েছে আমি বাড়ি যাব আজকে. টেন্স মিলে আমাকে কিছু খেতে দে ভাই.
Tens is like भाई मेरे को घर जाना है.
An unbelievable series so far. Would we have it any other way? Map 5 Icebox coming right at you.
আমাকে কিছু খেতে দে ভাই. 3 মিনিট.
Seriously, second have done so good. Second ওখানে অনেকগুলো রাউন্ড উঠিয়েছে.
MVP হবে
3 minutes.
স্টেডিয়াম দিয়ে নিচে যেতে যেতে তো 3 মিনিট চলে আর রাস্তা আরো 3 মিনিট.
তুই আমাকে কোনটা বললি 2x করতে?
সে দেখছো টুইচে. ওই জন্যই ল্যাগ হতা হয়. ইউটিউবে আরো ফাস্ট স্ট্রিম হচ্ছে না. 1 মিনিট তোমারটা দেখাচ্ছে 20 মিনিট 30 সেকেন্ড ইয়েতে 1 মিনিট 50 সেকেন্ড.
ঠিক আছে
জন্য তোমার আগে দেখ. পুরো 20 সেকেন্ডস এর ডিফারেন্স. Secret Labs से चियान डेथ ऑन
इंपोर्ट करते हैं आ जाओ और इंपोर्ट कर आना था
क्या आना है क्या था
how do I know
have to ask. বলবে আমার তো কোনো সিক্রেট ল্যাবস নেই। মাস্টার কার্ড থেকে প্রাইসলেস হয়ে গেছে। 60 seconds. এটা কি সুসু ব্রেক? এটা কি সুসু ব্রেক? না পেলেও করে আসতে হবে মিড ম্যাচে পেয়ে গেলে।
এতক্ষণ ধরে মানে এত স্ট্রেস গেল
কারোর হাগু পেয়ে গেল তখন কি হবে? হাতটা ফাঁকি ধরতে হবে, পাছায় প্যাকেট বেঁধে আসবে।
লেজি আছিস নাকি টিমে?
দেখো
ফাইনালটা তাহলে দেখা যাক একসাথে। চলো let's enjoy the final round, like the final round now, the final game actually, VCT का final game
2-2 जो जीता वो
वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप का फाइनल game, और वो भी आइस बॉक्स में। Let's get it on, guys.
जो जीता वो सिकंदर, जो हारा वो बंदर। आभार।
We still are beating hearts on pins and needles. Everyone in the Madrid arena was, and Sentinels pull it off. And they managed to force a map 5 on Icebox. What an incredible game we just witnessed. And if anything, it just goes to show for the Sentinels, hey, on split, third time's the charm, baby. You know?
Yeah, they look back. They were incredible on that map. I think coming in with a great game plan. Their attacking side in particular. John QT was making some crazy calls, just walking into mid, reading these stacks and punishing in the late round. But damn, did Genji make it close with that comeback.
Yeah, they did, but I gotta say, this is the first time we've really seen Genji actually struggle in terms of
মুখের থেকে তো মাইকের পপ ফিল্টারটা বড়।
Actually noting Lakia a couple of questionable decisions along the way, but his utility usage was amazing, and Sentinels still benefited in that regard.
And in that first half, I mean, we had a couple Sentinels
ঢুকে যাবে, ঢুকে আটকে চোখে মরে যাবে।
Business happening. I feel like Genji in that
ওই যে
first half
হাগাটা
was
দেখালো।
letting some things slip, right? We have this round where Zekin in one position manages to come out and hit the nastiest break transfer you've ever seen, and then immediately the round after this, Saucy goes and does this, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this flank, the fact we're even showing this replay again, it's criminal, but yeah, this was the sort of thing, there was time and time again we saw Genji just have kind of things slipping through their fingers, not having a solid grasp on exactly the position of Sentinels in the plan.
Made difference.
And look at this man,
just
19 years old, his first global final, almost dropping 400 ACS. He has 89 kills right now. If he keeps up his performance on Icebox, he's on pace to beat the global record for the most kills anyone has in a single best of 5 series. Right now it's Demon 1 at 101. Zekin's on track to best that.
নয়েজ ক্যান্সেল করে নাকি?
না, উপরটা মেইন মাইকটা আছে না উপরটাতে।
হ্যাঁ, তো উপরটা পড়ে কি করতে?
ওটা আরো ভালো সাউন্ড আছে না, দুটো একসাথে পড়ে ওরা মোস্টলি। আই ডোন্ট নো, আই হ্যাভ নেভার ইউজড মানে
মেবি উপরটা নয়েজটা ক্যান্সেল করে। কারণ কি এত ক্রাউড আছে।
হ্যাঁ, হতে পারে, ওই জন্যই তো ইয়ার প্লাগে খেলে ওরা।
ইয়ার প্লাগ মোটা মেন আর উপরটা নয়েজটা ক্যান্সেল করে।
হ্যাঁ, ওটা তো সাউন্ড হয়, বাট নয়েজটা উপরে ক্যান্সেল করে দেয়। মানে
নয়েজটা ক্যান্সেল করা মেবি একটু সাউন্ড জেনারেটর করা। দেখতে হবে
তুই ভাব, ডিফেন্সে 13 8, 14-12 বাইন্ড, অ্যাসেন্টে 13 8, আবার স্প্লিটে 13-10।
Absolutely agree. And in terms of the mental, in terms of the emotions here, for SEN to bounce back, take split back as their own and force the map 5 here, that's got to be a big boon for them.
You can see, I mean, look, I got to talk about it. Fans obviously going crazy for Sentinels here. Goes without saying, but oh man, I can't help but wonder, what are we going to get from Genji on this one? Because there is so many directions that they can elect to go here. But what I think is most important is there anyone that's like standing out on the Gen G side? Because when I look at the numbers on Gen G, I just see a lot of consistency, Mike, across the board. But you know, you're really looking for a texture here to pop off and have that standout game.
I mean, historically on Icebox, it's been Munchkin really the one to be numerically delivering. Again, had a rough performance here on Split, but I mean, if we do have a pop-off game from Texture,
so the decider game
from Meteor, then actually Icebox could be really interesting for things.
I think it's going to be about that Jet head-to-head, honestly.
Yeah.
Second is looking quite hot. It's the same for Texture last map. And also, this one's really interesting, because a lot of the times with new Icebox, we get different head-to-heads. We get to see the Gecko KO versus the Harbor Viper, or versus the old default. This is straight up Gecko KO versus Gecko KO. Both these teams playing that new standard of composition, which means they're going to be hyper-aggressive, using those flash combos to set their Jet up, having tons of util to re-clear in the mid-round. I think all of that util, all of these 4 maps we've played thus far, really comes down to this and that head-to-head between those stars.
It's safe to say that this is one of the best Masters finals we've ever had.
The best.
The best.
The best
you know,
Masters
you're right.
finals, yeah.
The best. Let me go ahead and say it with my chest, because honestly, man, what we're getting here, just to go ahead and quote the John Cutie line, it truly is absolute cinema. A game where you got Gen G taking it, SEN taking it, the constant left and right hooks that we are seeing to make a boxing reference and contextualize it here. That's what it feels like. It feels like a slugfest, guys. Who's going to walk away with this? Are we feeling SEN? We feeling Gen G?
I mean, I'm still leaning Gen G. I have to give it to them.
That's
again,
stick to your guns.
Statistics coming in. I agree with Mimi's point, obviously, about the emotion, the mental game that's on display here on the stage, but I feel like Gen G are going to be able to drag this across the line.
Sentinels are hot out of that map number 4. I gotta believe in these guys to take it home. It's always the hard way with them.
It definitely has.
It's never
easy.
An uphill struggle.
I actually saw Kaplan at breakfast this morning, and I was like, hey, man, what's going on? He's like, hey, man, you already know. We just got to do it the hard way.
He just looks 10 years older now.
Yeah, bro, my guy Zekin, he's aging before our very eyes right now. Might be able to drink coming out of this one. All right, well, let's go ahead and see. As far as the agent select goes, nothing crazy, as you pointed, Mimi. It's going to be that Gecko KO, Gecko KO.
Both these teams know how the other plays. Gen G is good on this map in the past. They're favored here, but this is going to come down to the individuals. Pacific will either lift their first ever trophy, a redemption arc for so many of these players on Gen G, for their rookies coming into their first ever tournament, or it will be Sentinels joining that elite few of organizations to lift 2 international trophies in Valorant.
Yeah, and looking at Texas to be the one to step up here. Alongside that, it's got to be Lakia and Munchkin to really enable him.
This is it. It all comes down to this map 5 and to determine who lifts the first trophy of the 2024 season. Let's go ahead and find out and send it back over one final time to the one and only Brent and Sideshow.
I don't think the Madrid Arena has really seen anything quite as electric as this. 2 teams pushed to the limits. Map 5, Icebox are staging ground set. For both of these teams looking to tussle and tangle. Potentially get an edge over one or the other.
Let the deciding
For one,
game
at the end of Icebox,
begins.
all the glory. The other will be gutted to have come so
That's
far
cool.
and go away
Tense
empty-handed. Texture takes a
Kyo
little
আছে
bit
তো
of
সবার
space
লাগবে না
over towards A, but that knife indicating, I think, that it's going to be a bit of fake pressure.
Yeah.
Sentinels have already stacked 4 players over towards A, ready for Gen G's classic flash, dizzy, engage. But they're not going in that direction, and I think SEN are just starting to realize before TENS takes contact.
Wondering where they might be.
কমেন্টরি ছাড়া গেম দেখতে চাই এত না
Mid exposed, got to try and watch those angles. TENS gets off the angle.
Munchkin's trying to sell it. It's only him here.
Yeah, it is just this lone player lurking up. Still SEN choose to stack the bodies towards it. In fact, they full board it.
Munchkin was thinking for a moment of calling his team back. You saw Gen G doubling back towards mid just for a second, and now they've started walking their way into B. You're right, SEN.
গেকোর এইটা আমার বেস্ট লাগে শালা গেম প্ল্যান করে দেয়
Errors of their ways. Dizzy lays the groundwork now to try and take towards this B site. Man with the plant down, but it's an open angle here. It wasn't actually smoked off. It's not available for them. Still fights ready to be taken here. Sentinels get fast onto the approach and hot on their heels. Kill onto Lakia. It's out to 4-4, but you got to think the advantage now to Gen G.
হ্যাঁ তো মিডের রোটেট মারছিল মরে গেছে
Was he able to pick that one back up? Surely.
ফ্যাসির পদে দিয়েছে টুম করে একটা
Seeming like he might be aware of it. Drifting back and forth. What a shot straight to the cranium. Sassy defusing is already on half. Sassy defusing.
One.
The half, but it might have just brought them that critical, crucial lifeline. Munchkin from the side. The attack from second is that uncertainty, but he's defended in time by John QT. You absolute beauty.
Nice play.
What a way for Sen to get back in. And that's after missing the read in the round. They were forced to play retake. They got a nice little spam kill to open things up. The pick onto Lucky is huge. But the defense of Wingman and then the defense again. As John held it down.
Nice play.
Huge.
Hey. Aste. This is the first round. This is the first round, guys. This is the first round.
Whether the difference between experience
keep down, bro.
and lacking
Keep
it
calm.
makes
ওরা তো ওই করে
না ঠিক আছে ওটা দরকার এই এনার্জি জিনিসগুলো দরকার যত চিল্লাবে তত এনার্জি
ওই ধরো পটি পেয়ে গেল কি করবে
পটি পেয়ে গেলে পটি করে দেবে আবার কি করবে
প্লাস্টিক দিয়ে বসবে আরেকটাকে খেলানো না
most successful iterations of a Korean roster we've ever seen. Forwards now into the angle. Zelsis retreating and away.
What the fuck?
Munchkin caught out into the open. Still a plan down for Gen.G. Can't be too much more behind this. They are dropping and toppling.
Very diligent play by Sentinels, making sure that they deal with the lurk. But not diligent, not clearing. I mean, speak of the
He got discipline there too.
না ও বুঝতে পারছে না যে পিছনেতে পাচ্ছে না কোন চিটকানোর চেষ্টা করছিল
না ও পেছনের চেষ্টা করেনি তো পেছনের চেষ্টা করেনি ওখানটা দেখেনি ওখানটা চেকও করেনি
চেক করলে কে থাকতো প্রেস ফিল্মে কমে
নাইস ফিগার ডিসিপ্লিন
It's only Paper Rex in that final
তুই ভাব
একটা দুটো who were in a similar position to this map 5 and it slipped away from them.
Brilliant aim.
But not only are they on the precipice of making history, but when you look at the two people at the top of the scoreboard here early on for Sentinels,
এরা এই যাবে দেখেবার
both wanting to get into that, as the Des said, very exclusive club, double trophy lifters, and Sen as an org would only be the second org ever to have two trophies. The first and the last, or at least the most recent. I hope we don't stop doing them anytime soon.
মনে হচ্ছে ঘুরবে এখান থেকে
Certainly hope not.
Sen looking aggressive at the start of this round, going forward with 3 players over towards A, and Gen.G get funneled into a B hit. I think Sen look very confident and comfortable in playing the B retake.
Because
they seem set up for it.
KJ এখন এইতে ঢুকবে
Also, you've got to be aware that Gen.G at some point could try to flash Dizzy combo into Snowman.
Yeah.
That's another thing that Sen might be ready for.
Dizzy's
What the fuck?
The handshake there in the
Gen.G.
air. Shots are fired off here, but the plan's still down now for Gen.G.
Maka bharosa.
Again, that weaponry isn't good, but the util is. Look at that. It's a coordinated effort. And absolutely
দেখলে
What?
transfer. There's Lakia.
তোমার তো পড়ে আসছে
Texture with the final
What?
blow.
Lakia?
Any of that funny business.
Does not matter how good your utility is. If
যেটা
you're
তো
not
বলছি
able
তোমার
to
তো
get the
পড়ে
kill onto
আসছে
Lakia as he sprays down 4. I mean, so many players that he was fighting there just didn't really seem to have the guns out ready to take a duel. Not anticipating that somebody would have gone in front of all of that util. That's spectacular. That gets his ult online. That can really start some momentum going. Huge play from Lakia.
Shit, man. Shit.
Yeah, sorry. The big stage, seen the big scene before.
Finals, bro, finals.
I was just going to say, Brent, by the numbers, this would be disaster for Sen. If you care about 0-6 on Icebox Sentinels since May 2022. God. I mean, different roster at that point, basically, right? It's but essentially just not a map that they've ever had success on. Does it matter in a big moment like this, though? I would say it doesn't. There's so much more to it.
The emotional aspect, playing to each other's forms. If you can stop this one here from Gen.G, and they do with the knife.
হবে না কারণ আমার সাথে বাদবাকি লোকগুলো ততক্ষণে পুশ করে গিয়ে মরে যাবে
We stopped and stunted, and the full group up again from Sentinels, looking like they are really ready to fight this one. Seems to be the call. Everybody through now with the crash. Setting up from Sassy. That hasn't been dealt with here. Still, Wingman forward. Entertainment not online, and they are really trying to flood in and through. But Gen.G The high ground positions on high, trying to topple them over.
Nice play, Chelsea.
আর 2-2 ভয় লাগছে দেখি ম্যাচগুলো কি হচ্ছে সব ঘামছে শালা
अरे भाई बेचे गलो जेल्सिस का एस था भाई अरे
SEN have a clear game plan of how they want to defend against this. They're not getting caught by the flash combos at the beginning of the round, but they use their own utility to get back in, doing a retake before Wingman can even get started, making sure to break that as well so the spike's lost in enemy territory. But Genji got too many picks as SEN were trying to flood. That round win for Genji has knocked the economy of SEN. Celsius one away from the lockdown too. Certainly something to fight with if they can get picks early.
Doesn't expect the angle though. Meteor be close to the corner, swinging out, only gets the body shot, so 100 damage done, and already Texture gained all that ground, scaled rapidly on the approach. Looking to pick apart this Sentinels players that are left standing.
And this top 4-10 position is one where Genji were able to get value in the previous round.
It's broken. Just creeping right into it.
Yeah, and by the way, throughout all of this, Caron has just walked up B into Snowman and is calling for his team, listen, you don't need to take the risk of going into A. Yeah, you're favored, but why even bother with it? Let's go B, let's make sure that Munchkin gets his ult online for the next round. Keep this snowball going.
Play it safe. We've got players in forwards, advanced positions. I mean, if there's any pushing out of position here by Sentinels, it's going to be captured by Lakia. If not Lakia, then Texture.
भाई सीरियसली लाकिया भाई आलादा ही लेवलेर खेलছে দেখ ছেড়ে দিল দেখ
pressure over towards A.
There it is.
But also being able to get the lurk in on B. The Genji A hit is so powerful. And really, this flash dizzy lineup that they use with Munchkin on top of pipes and then Lakia following it in afterwards, it's crazy hard to deal with. And that means that Sentinels are starting to stack A to deal with it more and cheat over towards the A side. And Karen's found within the first 5 rounds that opening on B as a reaction.
Chomping at the bit for the chance.
Already thinking ahead about how to stop Sentinels' counter-strat.
Okay, second got operator.
With these recurring wins, rounds online, they have big ults. Try and punish and keep that snowball going. Now the knife wasn't broken, so Zekken tagged up here. Players have to watch the belt position, at least on that high ground approach. Wall up in his face. There is some danger here. Up close. But again, they could come from any direction. It's a jiggle. I wasn't anticipating and expecting there to be that level of aggression. But still Tens. He's in that top position with the operator. Still into half clearance, and punishment in place.
Beautiful adaptation from SEN. Decided to take the fight to Genji. They know that the classic Genji exec starts from pipes control. And so Tens is already up there, using Zekken as a distraction, essentially. Everyone's going to be focused on the operator, shutting them down, trying to punish them. They just end up running into Tens' waiting arms. Munchkin, the IGL, going to take a moment to see if he can win this round. Does he have an opening still? This isn't going to be a full save where he uses it as a timeout. He does still have chances here.
I mean, the money's stacked.
30 seconds.
Make a go of it.
Okay.
Spotted. Planned.
Spotted.
Now 1v3.
Sounds into this one here, but it's Munchkin
I really don't believe these players. Seriously, भाई Genji players are like, oh god, हम मार देगा.
Clearing all the potential possible spots, but there is that blind spot. Munchkin eventually cleaned up, but
फालतू का जलीस को मरना पड़ा.
I'm a believer in almost any scenario.
Now that Munchkin's had his go at winning the 1v3, he'll have to start thinking about what went wrong in terms of the macro of that round. Did they need to put more B pressure in order to pull players away from A?
Okay.
Was it that they need to be applying a little bit more utility to clearing out pipes before they go for the exec? These kind of things are going to be racking through his brain as the score's at 3-3.
Really good job. Really good positions.
Celsius clearly happy with that one. And Sen don't start this round with a stack over towards A. I think already anticipating a change
3-3.
up from Genji. There's not one coming.
Genji happy to opt into that brawl. Knuckle fighting. Up by the knife, slowing it down for but a moment. Now waiting for it. Right time to strike. Big ultimates for them to use to try and get themselves into this. In fact, it's on the other side of things. Do they have anything to deal with Zelsis? This lockdown contacting, walking right now. Finally, the mollies being used to try and take that backside control texture. Oh, he's
lineups. Here it comes.
Spotted lineups.
Oh, missed!
Against the wall here. Moshpit has to be committed. Will it break it?
No, because it needs the fragment as well.
So the additional util just doesn't add up. It was all missed in time. Tens forwards here. There is entertainment. Fragment nade. Does he expect it? No, he does not. Meteor again taking matters into his own hands, and he's snuck himself up into that forward position, but finally dealt with. Shut down. Back here. Cannot withstand it. This pressure is just immense.
Nice
with a
play.
successful retake. And part of that has got to be down to the fact that Munchkin missed the nade.
Nice play.
Every team at this point has a setup to try to counter that lockdown. We're talking the best teams in the world. Of course they have setups for that. But it got missed somehow, the fumble from Genji. I don't know what piece of architecture that hit onto.
भाई भूरीटा देख ली
As well, but
it's just on a door frame by the look of it. Devastation.
Pioneers of differences.
কে ছিল
Take the lead here in map
how the hell do I
5.
know?
Grand finals on the line.
10th শ্বশুর মশাই
Meteor Karen closer to those ults, and Lakia already has his. It's going to be difficult for Zekken, I think, to really get a peek if they decide to invest the Thrash.
Oh my god, the knife, no way!
Nice
He
shot.
just disrespects it, and Zekken is out of there on top of the ropes. He does not want to be hunted down and away, but there's that entertainment. Where's the help? Dash through, Tens is there! Finally, support arriving, but Lakia cleaning up that pesky player close towards yellow.
But Sassi's done enough, just by staying in an open area where the rest of his team could cover him.
Spotted in the window.
Yeah, by the turret. Great turret position there. Utilizing the new window that got carved out of Tube.
Got him.
Real read here for Sentinels. Again, have to maintain these advantages when they are handed to you, and if you lose that fight into mid, suddenly 3 versus 3. Have a peek of things here. Out, open, timing against him. Second, he loses his fight, and just like that, it's turned.
Absolutely brutal for Sen. Great punishment on these peaks by Genji.
Reaction test here for Zelsis. He doesn't even need it. Blind as a bat, but he still sprays him down, but he can't follow through with the second kill. 1 versus 2. Knife out on QT.
अरे knife out करे के दौड़ो भाग भाई.
Injected into the round by Genji at just the right moments.
हाँ तो knife लेके दौड़ रहा है क्या मतलब है भाई.
Little plays. I mean, Zekken didn't know exactly
আমরা
what to put his
করলে
crosshair.
না seriously like Zekken ওখানে অফ নিয়ে দাঁড়িয়ে ছিল, ওখান থেকে কেন অফ স্কোপ খুললো?
What a gift for Genji.
অফের স্কোপটা ওখান থেকে স্কোপ আউট করার কোনো দরকারই ছিল না তো.
No imbalances here when it comes to the rounds.
यार बोलो लाभ.
Fight taken straight to them here, opting into the scrap. Zekken, there's no way
यार
he
भाई.
that angle, and he is punished.
Wow, what a flash from Munchkin. Just bleached the eyeballs of Zekken, and Tens looking to try to take the fight.
The dizzy didn't get broken in time. No,
Nice one.
What a
Nice
wall
one.
bang. Right through the wall. And Tens still not going to be removed from
আরে
the spot. He just
এই
sees it,
মালটা
poking
এত
over now,
লাফায় কেন?
respected players all
রিং
around
বসানো
him.
নাকি
Sassy,
পিছনে?
your turn to strike back if you can, buddy. Iron is hot, and hot it is.
Nice one, nice one, nice one.
No entry into the site.
Brilliant game,
Stand
brilliant
your
game.
ground. Say your piece. The Vibe Merchant on his feet.
টেন্স ঘোরালো জায়গাটা
Genji
মাঝখানে.
cannot crack this A
এই
defense.
গেম
I've not
টেন্স
seen
ছাড়া
any
কেউ
team
টানছে
put
না,
up as good
এরা
a
শুধু ফ্র্যাগিং করে.
defensive setup against this.
মেন মাল
as Sen
কিন্তু
have.
টেন্স.
না না স্যাসিও খেলছে ভালো, স্যাসি আর টেন্সই খেলছে ভালো করে. স্যাসি স্যাসি মারছে প্রচুর.
স্যাসি জেকেন তো টানছে পুরো.
জেকেন স্যাসি ওই তো বলছি, জেকেন স্যাসি এদের টিমটা ভালো. সেন্টিনেলসটা জেলসি স্যাসি জন সব এদের ইয়ে খুব ভালো, এক্সিকিউশন খুব ভালো. মাঝখানে এদের একটু
মাঝখানে না, এটা গ্র্যান্ড ফাইনাল
বলছি ঘাবলা
টপ বেস্ট টিম.
In round 5.
আইয়ন আইয়ন শেরিফ ওরা দৌড়চ্ছে কেন পেছন দিক দিয়ে এ স্ট্যাকে যাচ্ছে কেন বিতে তো একটা আরে সারা পজিশনিং দেখ এই টাইমিংটা খুব বাজে হবে দেখো সরবে আর ঠিক মরবে দেখ তুই
obscuring, hiding the intent of Gen G, but out wide that's Munchkin, no kill to be claimed, but Zekin, let's give it up anyway. Now the pixel angle, holding forward, it's going to be that high-low, and a peek with the Dizzy on top of things, running and gunning forward. Zekin, drop down, one kill found, but already the pit is down, and out, cover at the site.
ওদের ড্যামেজ আছে অনেকে নাইস
Using it to clear them all the way back here, so Sentinels won't be able to withstand their ground here, but there is that gap out towards the back here. It seems like there's some hesitation. How do they want to try and fight towards this one? It looks like now the plan being committed. Here with the ults all the way through now. Thrash to set it up, and it has cleared the way through. No! Timing! Timing! Karon! An absolute menace! In a 1v2, Sassy. So much to do. Mosh rebounds, Pit still alive and active, but it finally fades, and look at it. It's hectic, it's frantic, he's looking this way and that way, Wingman out!
Oh, nice try, nice play, try bhai, nice try. প্রচুর ট্রাই করলো প্রচুর ট্রাই করলো স্যাসি বহু ট্রাই করছে ভাইপারটাকে মিস করলো এটা ভাই টেক্সচার অলওয়েজ মানে এত অফবিট ওকে মানে প্লেয়ারগুলোকে পিক করছে না টেক্সচারের অফবিট পিকিংগুলো খুব বিচ্ছিরি টাইপের লাকিয়া এমএ মারছে ঠিক আছে টেক্সচার ভাই এত ऑफ गार्ड पिक করছে बहुत ज़्यादा ऑफ गार्ड पिक कर रहा है टेक्सचर मतलब इतना ज़्यादा कर रहा है ना हर क्रूशियल जगह पे उसने वो पिक करके निकाल दे रहा है 2 प्लेयर 3 प्लेयर को निकाल दे रहा है एक साथ
Look how good the flash dizzy is.
Yeah, just can't break it, can't withstand it. Here comes a lockdown though. It's fast by Sen.
Is there anything to break it?
Pushing back right into the flank. Sassy! He's scored in the open. Didn't withstand it with his gun out.
He thought Gen G were going to fight the lockdown, but the lockdown came too early. Gen G weren't in position for the lineups. Zelsis in mid.
Catching Meteor, crucial to the round. Success. Orb in his face. Blooms and blossoms fading away. Here's the footsteps. Here's the running gun. Zelsis! Awareness off the charts. Pit dropped down too. But dodging that one with entertainment. The Thrash not getting anything. And the decay damage. There it is. Putting in work with Zelsis leading that charge still.
The spike. It went down. Wingman able to plant it in the midst of all of this. But this Pit, it's not a post-plant play. It's for Sen to go for the retake.
They got all that space still, have to clear through this one. Karon has a snake bite, at least one with the tap. And now they're flooding through. Flash! Magnificent! Munchkin to deliver. And he's got to stand and do it now. The tap, forcing out the bullets, no more. Left in the chamber.
What an incredible beginning. Could be set at an absolutely tied first half. On a map where, by all accounts, Gen G should be hugely favoured. But I don't feel like I'm seeing the nerves hit the Gen G players in this It definitely does. The adaptations they've made and the awareness of how Gen G want to play Icebox, loving the way that they're defending. The Pit there from John Cutie was immaculate. Zelsis awareness too. And the flash out from Tens just all working really nicely together.
কি গেম চলছে ভাই 5-5 6-5 হলো আবার 6-6 এইসবই চলছে খালি তুই দেখ 1-0 ছিল 2-0 ছিল 2-2 হলো দেন 3-2 হলো তারপরে 3-3 হলো
এটা সেই সেকেন্ড গেমটার মতো
তারপর 5-5 হলো লাস্টে তারপরে আবার 6-5 হয়েছে এখন আবার এটা 6-6 হওয়ার চান্সেস আছে
Too long, the knife might be back online for Tens to just throw it from Boiler.
Tens has his
মানসিনকে দেখ হোল্ড করেছে কোথায়
The closer they get, the less they can really rely on the Viper wall to do anything for them. Do they have an idea of where Tens is? He's set up for another knife lineup. Here comes the knife again. Might get bad info though here actually.
Catches back over to A.
Yeah, that knife caught onto Munchkin. But then Tens is still rotating off.
It's really orchestrated. I mean, they just know. When the orb's up like that, they only catch one onto the knife. Yes, they could cut noise, but Zekken holding from the top rafter position here. Plenty of angles to adjust and choose from, but they are walking right into the one that matters most. Dash online, backs away, Sassy, close now. In their faces, willing to take the fight straight to them with only 25 seconds left. It's the final round of the first half. And an important one at that. Wingman broken.
What?
That's the confirmation. Gen G have to follow through with the weaponry and the guns, and they're finding their own place.
Bhai sahab, blaster ta ki marlo.
Soul Survivor breaks it down. Munchkin late to the party and jumping around.
Nice.
The nerves at play.
7-5. Half time.
Sentinels can feel it. They've got the lead at the half on a map they weren't favoured on. They were banking on a 3-1 finish to this series, but 3-2 would do the job. Heartbreak on the horizon perhaps for Gen G as they were looking at the first trophy for Pacific and now have such an uphill battle to be able to make that a reality. What a finals we have here.
Absolutely insane stuff. Send it down to the desk. They want to break it all down, I can tell.
The electricity in this room is unreal as everyone is on their feet and honestly just blown away by what we've been seeing in this game, guys. Not just are we getting great ideas from Gen G, but we're getting even better ideas
again
from
Gen G
Sentinels on
defense.
a map, as Brennan Sideshow were noting, Hypoc, that they were just not favored in.
Yeah, and I think Sentinels achieved the primary objective, shutting down the main win condition, which is this A-site execute. After that, though, the adaptation from Sentinels is perfect. They read the game to perfection. Start stacking towards B, baiting Gen G into their stronger setup.
For 8 of these players, they've never been in a grand finals of an international event of this level before. For 2 of them, they're rookies in their first ever appearance at an international. You can see the nerves, even in the veterans. The shots from Sashi shaky at times, but what matters is how you convert in the end. That was a half of hero plays, of moments towards the end to come back, but Sentinels is up. But at this halftime, this is the last chance really for the coaches, for the teams to talk together, to come up with that final plan to lift that trophy in front of them.
This is it.
I mean, you've seen some of the cracks start to show on the side of Gen G. I mean, Josh even referenced this as well. The pressure getting to them, some questionable decisions, couple of misplays here and there. Is this where it all comes apart?
Pacific has been in the finals before. They've never lifted a trophy. Gen G want to make this comeback happen, but Sentinels, you can see it in their eyes. They're standing up on the stage. They can feel that trophy. They are ready for it.
This is it, folks. The next time you'll hear our voices, we have crowned a Masters champion. But hey, you know, this matchup feels quite global in itself. But let's go ahead and send it back over to Brennan Sideshow to send this bad boy home.
The tension is palpable, energy building in the arena. You can see it, we can feel it. History will be made right here on this half of Icebox.
Gen G won every single pistol the last time that these 2 teams played in the upper bracket final and walked away with a comfortable win on 2 out of 3 of the maps. They need this one.
Open face by Caron, almost with the punishment. Tagged down by the turret, just seeking to at least destroy it and remove some of that mid-round information.
That's not the only piece of aggression in mid. Texture, Lakia, still trying to get posted up there, making sure that Sen don't play in that area.
Jump spot from Tentia, but he's out wide now with the face in top of the Dizzy. They have to give up their space here, but Gen G might seek to try and fight this one. Wingman, he's already in the fray, through the back of the side here, broken, down, lands out in the open, but behind the box, Second finds his mark. Precision being the name of the game, but Gen G not willing to give up even a scrap of territory. No map control, and no gain really. Bottom, Gen G takes to, oh my goodness, 2, but eventually brought down. 3 versus 3, and the spike's still not retrievable.
It's a strike
30 seconds left.
They keep getting tucked behind this box over and over. He took so much damage earlier on, they could just spam him out.
20 seconds roughly in the round. It all comes down to this for Sen and a pistol round. 1 to stand. 1, 2, 4. Sentinels are feeling it.
Zelsis on his feet again. And Sen in the driving seat, despite having that map veto disadvantage because they had to come through the lowers. Sassy on that stage for the third time knows that it can be done. He, every time he'd made it to a grand finals before, went through the upper bracket, but he didn't always win.
तो
He knows it's doable.
ওটা গেঞ্জি বানিয়ে দিয়েছে ওটাকে
Energy just is truly palpable for Genji. A shy investment. Utility, maybe a sheriff of Meteor to get something done, but this is Sentinels in all likelihood wrapped up to that 9th round.
মানে শালা সোনে দাঁড়িয়ে আছে নাকি ভাইপার
Depending on whether or not they go into the stack, I really feel like you can't count out Genji even when they only have pistols and Meteor, who hasn't really been hitting this map, the only one with the sheriff. If TenZ goes down and they pick up the Stinger, maybe something can snowball off the back of it. SEN are playing this so cautiously. They do not want to give an inch to Genji.
Caution can spell defeat sometimes. Knife, no info, it's caused to rotate.
That's an amazing timing for SEN to start to hit A. TenZ has read this one perfectly.
No
Just
way,
like that.
bhai.
We talk about it, the tiniest
No
of differences
way,
affecting so much
Where you going,
more.
mate? Where you going?
Stinger from that range.
All right.
Oh bhai,
Taking
No
away with
way,
all
bhai.
sorts of murder. It's a massacre in front of
No
back of
way,
the site, but he
bhai.
gives up his life in the end.
but it's
এখনো এই আছে
Decision. But I think that shows you the confidence on play. SEN setting up for the aggressive post plans.
ঝামেলা শেষ
Genji's
Meteor আছে
composition
Meteor
can be very potent when you allow them to get into
Nice
retake
one.
scenarios. And SEN are clearly planning to play forwards even when this turns into rifle rounds. You can see the kind of angles that they're taking. Genji are going to struggle to get back into sights if they allow SEN to walk in like that. Yes, it was a gamble. Yes, they needed to try to make the play. What a beautiful read from TenZ there. Saw the knife whistle past him and realised an opening could be his. A 4-round lead for Sentinels.
Nice play.
Genji, unfamiliar position that they're in here in this grand finals on this big stage. Now got to do the most. They've got to try and steal their hearts, calm down the nerves, get some form of collection together. Because the map is running away from you, and not just the map, it's the series. It's your chance of etching your place into history.
One thing.
Texture has gone for a glass cannon operator this round on the anti-bonus. Triple stack over towards
এটা
A.
ভাবলাম এটাই যে
Knife catching Sassy
next
over there.
time I will upgrade something
Texture already starting
the
to come off
system
that aggressive B long line.
It's all past the
I'll
ball.
go for Intel
It just has to. Taking a gander. Walking back over to the angle now behind yellow box. Lots of angles to really choose from too.
बस यूं ही
He can't expose himself to Zek's
almost
position. At any point here, he could
10
be getting walked up on. That's why you
14
see him
साल
just
तो
going for the check.
यूज कर लिया है AMD 14 years
You are open to being timinged here. He's taking a risk.
Risks are
एक तो मरेगा
necessary
कोई
in this particular
टेक्सचर क्या
position.
ऑप से
All up. Everybody crossing. Texture can feel it now, and it's going to be taken up. Knife has to respect this now and back away. No, he's just out in the open. No man's land. Flash though, eventually respecting it and backs behind the wall.
मरेगा फॉर श्योर मैं बोल तो रहा
G trying to
हूँ
be fast. Now with this rotate, plan
बच गया
denied.
Plant हो गया छे
Down here with only 33 seconds left now. Cavalry has arrived.
30 seconds.
All 5 players here. There's 25 seconds left. How are they getting back in?
Question, isn't it? Waiting for that regen util, but again, there's only 20 seconds remaining. Got to get a move on, and it needs to be now for SEN. What is the game plan? Wall up, just about.
They've got to push
fuel.
forwards.
Push forwards, and that's why TenZ is there. Underhanded, flash through, takes it. The fight straight to into Meteor on top of bridge. Genji though, surely the guns prevail. It's 1 versus 2. There is that value. Rifle upgrade. Celsius here. Is it even planted for it? I'm not even sure. Tucked to the corner here. They know where he is. Wingman sets its sight onto it. Lakia half on the defuse and even more. No kills to be claimed. No kills to be collected. Genji narrowly avoiding it, but they need to keep these guns.
That is so rough, losing the op in that situation. They knew that they had the round secured and they still couldn't keep that supremely important weapon online. Nerves in these big moments. SEN, yes, it wasn't the most successful round in the world. That was a bonus. They were coming into it with Stingers, Spectres. And they've hurt the economy in the sense that Genji coming into this one with double Guardians and no operator. That is huge. They know they don't need to deal with that in the next round.
সেটা হয়ে যেত ওই আর কি হয়ে গেল মেরে দিতে পারতো
Familiar scenes here, seen that one before.
কালকে সকালবেলা
Chance for Munchkin to try and build that all, but here it is, fast and loose. It's a call made here by
কালকে
Sentinels.
সন্ধ্যাবেলা গেমিং হবে
Looking to disrupt.
দুপুরের পরে সন্ধ্যাবেলাতে গেমিং স্টার্ট হবে
So Assassin can be able to get that plan down. So again,
রাত্রিবেলা স্টার্ট হবে
full Genji going to be tested now on every take.
Genji are looking for the lurker, coming around throughout mid.
গুলি খেলবা না
There isn't one.
না
Just trying to clear it out.
Sassy can play so far back and just work off his thrash. Does Munchkin have some kind of knife to be able to deny this?
আবার টেক্সচার
মানস্কিন মর বাড়া মর
মানস্কিন finally being used but it's offloaded all the voices as well. Thrash broken. Wide texture.
Nice.
Fuck out. 10 HP. 10. Surely he falls. Surely they go down. Half out. Munchkin. Has he bought enough time? He's got too many targets to deal with. Too much indeed.
Nice play.
Small smile on the face of Zelsis.
Nice.
Throwing in the wide swing, knowing that the aim is going to be at its shakiest in this, the latest hour.
আমি ট্রাই করছি যে এটা দেখার জন্য যে হুইচ মাউস
hold off all sorts. The swing that came through here.
বেনকিউতে মনে হচ্ছে জেনটা দেখ
একজন এদের মধ্যে অনেকে আছে সিল সিরিজ কিউসি কে হেভি ইউজ করছে আই ক্যান সি দ্যাট
Paralyzed at 6.
But
SEN creep up and up.
আমার পিসি স্পেকটা জানার ইচ্ছা
Within touching distance, they can see the trophy in front of them.
বেনকিউ
What they've been working for
তো বলছি
since
বেনকিউর মনে
October.
হলো একটা
Honestly,
go for that.
All throughout last year as well.
অবশ্যই আমিও নেব
The turmoil
যখন
of
এসছে
the
যখন
roster of
এক
trying to
পিস
figure
আমি
out an
দুটো নেব
identity.
রেখে দেবো যদি ফিউচারে না আসে
John, his first time on the big
কোয়ার্টার
stage
হ্যাঁ
like this
মোটামুটি
as well.
তিনটে নিয়ে রেখে দিতে পারি অসুবিধা নেই কারণ ওগুলো এই মালটা পার্টিকুলারলি আসে না
না আসলে আর আমি তো ওই ইম্পোর্ট করে এসব জিনিস আনা সম্ভব
না একটা জিনিস কি এটা তুই রাখতে পারিস না কারণটা হচ্ছে এই পার্টিকুলারলি যে রেড কালারের মডেলটা আছে না রোগটা দিস ওয়ান ডাজ নট কাম মানে খুব কম আসে 2-3 দিন থাকে চলে যায়
কালকে ডিসকাস
আমি তো ভাবছি এখনই একটা মেরে দেবো টুকুস করে ওটা
এটা দাও তোমার তো লিমিট আছে না
আচ্ছা এবার দেখতে হবে যে ওটাকে কত কি দিচ্ছে মানে কত দিনের কি দিচ্ছে না দিচ্ছে দেখতে হবে যদি দেখি যে না দিচ্ছে না তাহলে পরে করা
খুব কম না ভ্যালুটা খুব কম 3500 না 3200 টাকা
ওটাই দেখছি
They have to pick themselves up.
ইন্টারেস্ট প্রচুর খাবে
দুটো মার
ওরা ট্রাই করে এমনি তুলে না দামটা এমন কিছু না
But it takes a special kind of team to be able to pull that one
চাপ
off.
হবে
The Molly misses the Nana Swarm.
But going off the sound cue there, the turret still gets retracted.
Yeah, pulled back.
3 months না চাপ হয়ে যাবে ঠিক আছে এটাকে আমি ইয়ে দিয়ে দিতে পারি দেখছি দাঁড়া আমি যদি ওই কার্ডটা দিয়ে তুলতে পারি 69 তো
এটা দিয়ে চেক করলে না
কোনটা দিয়ে
পেলেটা দিয়ে চেক করলে
হ্যাঁ 1179 বলছে 1179x3 1179 চাপ হবে
There is no noise.
Should have
really
take from that
the way that Munchkin likes to make hard reads.
কার্ডটাকে আবার ইউজ করতে
There
হবে
with the knife. That is going to be the go button. Pressed here by Sen.
কি জোর ঢুকলো রে ডুয়াল ফ্ল্যাশে বাপ রে
Scaling deep into the back of the site. They're giving an edge to them. Second is tucked deep, and there's going to be that supportive util. Look at that. Ten's already holding for it. First signs of life from Genji.
আরে টেক্সচার খুব আলতু ফালতু মারছে মানে ও বহুত ডেঞ্জারাস মারছে
Dizzy. It's been broken. Not quite. Just sailed right over, but a bit of miscommunication. Out. Here,
2v2, please. Nice. Man. Ten's hook.
Victory. Genji finding that footwork.
লু শেষ গেম শেষ 11 ও ভাই
He's going to be holding this one. He's going to be diffusing this one, but already the wall fades and topples away. Half needs to be earned, and he doesn't
এখন
get it,
কেসটা
but
কি হয়েছে বলো তো
against him entirely.
এবার জেনজি ট্রাই হার্ড করছে যতটা পারে কেন কি তখন যে 6 হয়ে রয়েছে আর বাড়ছে না
হয়তো কিছু করে না ওই একটা রাউন্ড জিতলো না 5 ছিল একটা রাউন্ড জিতলো 7-5 ছিল উফ বাবা টেক্সচার ঢুকেই মুখে থপ করে নাই
আবার থপ করে নিজে পড়ে গেল আছাড়কে
Emotional leader for Sentinels, thriving under the pressure. making sure that every one of these tight moments is closed out. Gen G, they must pick this timing to respond if they want any chance of forging their place in history.
তুই দাঁড়া আগে থেকে কমেন্ট্রি করছে আগে থেকে ও আচ্ছা
And now pushed away from the angle. In fact, even activates the dash, anticipating like it could be a follow through. But he's getting out of there.
He's getting good information here, Brent. The fact that Texture popped the dash and got back on the angle is telling Gen G three players A, and they have like lights too. This is looking like the way that Sen wanted to defend.
3v1. Here's Ekan! Matters into his own hands, leading the charge with the dash. It just collides right into the collision of 410. There needs to be the adjustment. It's not there. An inevitability.
Thanks, bro. Thanks.
Texture in a
10-0 শালা জিগেলটা দিচ্ছে না উপরে আসছে আর ঘুরছে কি করছে দেখো মালটা
Shreds a hope in his heart, but it must be feeling heavy. He knows that this is Sen likely to get up to 12.
Look at the triangle they formed as well.
বাচ্চা এখান থেকে বেরো তোমার দ্বারা হবে না শেষ গেম শেষ
And he knows it's not possible.
বাচ্চা যাও
In the movement, in his posture.
You see that he's just forced to take the smart play and back off, but this has got to be devastating. The silence in the Gen G camp as they allow Texture to play the clutch, settle in like fog. Memories flashing back. Where did it go wrong in the series?
ওরা ভাবছিল
We were favored on
যাবে
split, weren't
গিয়ে
we?
একসাথে তিনজনকে মেরে দিয়ে চলে
Surely we
আসবে
had the advantage.
ক্লাচ করে নেব
How are we in this position? 6 rounds in a row that Gen G would need to take, and Zelsis is on his
নেতা
feet.
নাকি জেলেসিস্টার
The
নেতা
round was still going on.
টিমের নেতা
ওটা মনে হয় ইয়ে আছে ওদের মেন্টর আছে মনে হয়
HSK head in hand.
হ্যাঁ মেন্টর থাকে তারপরে ইয়ে থাকে
And this is it.
কোরিয়ান টিম এখন ঘুমাচ্ছে সব ডিপ্রেসড এত ভালো খেললো লাস্টে এসে
And this will be them as an org, as players, as individuals, etching themselves in the history books. But one last hurrah for Gen G. Has to put a stop to it now. Thrash clears through. That's entertainment. Texture drops down, but he's fallen prey to it. Hunted down.
টেক্সচারই ফার্স্টে হান্টেড হয়েছে
Up to Lakia.
ভালো হয়েছে তো ও বেশি ইয়ে করছে লাকিয়া গায়ে
আর পারবে না হয়ে গেছে
মানস্কিন আছে এখন
আরে সে দুজন মরে যাবে মানস্কিন থাক আর যেই থাক মিটিওর থাক মানস্কিন থাক
যেখানে তীর ধনুক নিয়ে পালাচ্ছে দেবে মাথার মধ্যে
যেই থাকুক না কেন
ইলজার আল্ট আছে না
ইলজার
আল্ট হলে ভালো ইলজারটা আল্ট হলে আমার মজা লাগবে
Cleared away through. It's Munchkin standing his ground. Knife just a little bit too late here. They can feel it now. Pressure mounting. Gen G stacking, but they will topple. They will fall. The rifles are too good. 1,000 days and counting. Sentinels maintaining their relevancy.
30 seconds left.
Hyper vessel.
The last time they were at an international event, last time they earned any sort of accolades. And Caron from ranked to rookie to tier 1 play, left to Stew.
Shit.
Pacific's hopes and dreams laid on his shoulders. Gen G's hopes and dreams laid
nice.
on his shoulders.
Oh, bhai.
But how much can one man do? First one found. Second it's over. Sen City.
It is জেতার পরেও কি শান্ত? What the fuck?
And history.
কি introvert নাকি?
No, he's very calm. মানে ওর ওই যে বাপের নাম গুলো ওর ওই যে ওরকম মারে না the reason behind it is he's calm. He's very calm. উত্তেজিত হলে এইসব শট খেলা যায় না. He's very calm.
নেতা সব নেতা
এই সিক্রেট ল্যাবে চেয়ার কখনো আনাবো একটা দেখবো বসে কেরম লাগে
লজিটেকের মতোই হবে
না অতটাও হবে না লজিটেক ওটা এক্সেসিভ দাম এই সিক্রেট লেভেলগুলো অত দাম নয়, ওগুলো বাইকের মধ্যে পাওয়া যায়, মানে অ্যারাউন্ড 30, 32, 35 এরকম প্রাইস রেঞ্জের মধ্যে আছে।
Hopes and dreams, and that's what they'll remain. But for Sentinels,
মানে তুই
proud of how far they've come here. Genji will take a bow. It's a curtain close finish. Not how they hoped, not how they liked.
Within budget.
It was supposed to go differently for them, but they just couldn't pull it over the finish line.
They've still made history. They've still made history, but that trophy is not for them.
But কাট পড়ে আছে কেন? What the fuck?
ফাইনালিস্ট ছিল ভাই, জেনজি সারা আনবিটেবল খেলে গেল এই পুরো ম্যাচ, মানে ইয়েতে টুর্নামেন্টে।
বাট যে আনবিটেবল সেই উইন
বলেছিলাম তো কাকা, হ্যাঁ আমি জানি তো সেন্টিনেল উইল উইন ভাই। ওদের টিমটাকে দেখেছিস সেন্টিনেলতে, মানে ইলেকট্রিফাইং টিম ভাই ওদের। জেন অ্যাকচুয়ালি কি ওদের কোঅর্ডিনেশন অ্যান্ড ইয়েটা খুব বেটার ছিল দেখলাম, যতটাই টাইম থাকে না কেন যতগুলো রাউন্ডে
ট্রফি তুলতে দিল ফার্স্টে,
ওদের সবাই একসাথে তুলবে। জেনজির যে মানে ওদের কোঅর্ডিনেশনটা, ওদের আইজেলিং যে করছিল মানস্কিন, ইজ সো গুড। এত অ্যান্টিসিপেশন, মানে তুই ভাব না, বাইন্ডে বল, তারপরে ব্রিচে বল, ম্যাপগুলোতে যে ধরনের অ্যান্টিসিপেট করে করে জিনিসগুলো রাউন্ডগুলো জিতেছে, ব্যাস হাতে উঠে গেছে টেনজের। ব্রিলিয়ান্ট গেম, ব্রিলিয়ান্ট গেম।
An unreal sight here as every single member of the Sentinels hoist that trophy over their head. A long and difficult path for each and every one of those guys on that stage.
Scotland naki Malta?
Sassy ota, sassy. Bhai ki bolchi jara sassy.
A journey that stretches over 1,000 days. Sentinels are finally back on top, solidify their start to this year as world champions. Madrid will forever be known as the second coming of Sentinels.
They did it the hardest way possible. They played every match in the offseason, grinded since October. Every possible game in Americas. They went the long road here in Madrid and all 5 maps in the finals. After over 3 years, Sentinels joins the very few to have 2 international trophies in VALORANT.
An unreal run from an unreal team. Guys who joined in a unified vision to bring a trophy to the fans of Sen City, to the organization
by the
that
Sen
has
bundle.
stood by this game from the very beginning. And for
Well,
them to do it in the way that they have done it, taking the
1000 red
hard
points.
road, Mimi. This right here is something that, oh boy, it's a special moment for sure.
And you see Tenz on that stage. He's been there since the beginning, since that first trophy lift. Went through 3 years of turmoil, of grinding it out in North America. Unable to make another one happen. But now he has that trophy.
Status update.
How they managed to put this one together.
Congratulations.
But also, I do want to say real quick, commiserations for Gen G on one hell of a tournament as well. They played hard. They played this team as tough as they could. Pacific's got a lot to be proud of. But on this day, Sentinels got the better of them. But I will say this much. I don't think that this is going to be the end of us seeing this rivalry between Sentinels and Gen G, because I want more.
We're bound to get it. You see Zekin lift the trophy just days after his 19th birthday.
Crazy. Actually crazy. To even put that in and having, I'll go ahead and say it now, solidifying MVP status here in Madrid. Just an individual performance for the history books.
This kid has been waiting for his opportunity, and he finally had the right team around him to make it happen. Sassy as well. Champions 2022, the last time this man felt a trophy on a completely different team. With 4 new members around him, he's made it happen again.
He took that risk after winning a world championship with Loud, decided that he wanted to bet on himself, go and join the Sentinels, come to the Americas region, not alongside his Brazilian brothers, but instead joining a lineup that was mixed at the beginning, that was struggling, and now for him to be right here, I mean, it's just unbelievable.
And for Zelsis, the man's more than just a salesman. He's the guy who kept him in it. You saw him on that last map, standing up, shouting at every moment. His teammates have said he's the reason they play for. He reminds them what they're after. This is it. They don't need a reminder anymore.
Yeah, his contribution in and out of the game today has been so visible the whole way through, regardless of when the wins came for Gen.G, regardless of when the wins came for Sentinels. He's been on his feet. He's been elevating his team today.
Of course, it was a back-and-forth affair between both of these teams, and it really couldn't have gone any other way. When you think about the great finals that we've had already in the history of this game, the short history of this game, whether it's Fnatic versus Loud, EG favorites last year, some great matches across the board. This one, most definitely a special one, as it just goes to show me how the game has just continuously evolved.
And I'm just so impressed in Sentinels staying in this series. The final map not favored to them whatsoever, but they played their damn hearts out and earned that trophy. John QT, his first international event as an IGL, regaining with Kaplan, the coach who he played with, what, 2 years ago now, back in Tier 2, failing then, but reuniting and lifting a trophy together here in Madrid.
And I'll be honest, never the easy road for Sentinels, but bouncing back on Split, righting their wrongs from previous series, and
चलो
टेंस भी लाइक आज कुछ हुआ है क्या?
हो गया खत्म गेम खत्म स्ट्रीम भी खत्म सब खत्म जीत गया VCT जीत गया सेंटिनल्स और क्या ही बोले congratulations to the Sentinels and Tens and everybody. well, बड़ा मैच मैन बड़ा मैच बिल्कुल ग्रैंड फाइनल में जो जैसा मैच होना चाहिए एकदम वैसा ही हुआ बहुत बढ़िया चलो भाई आज का स्ट्रीम यहीं पे ख़त्म करते हैं पूरा ग्रैंड फाइनल दिखाया मैंने बैठ के आप लोगों को थोड़ा लाइक्स तो बनता है वीडियो पे तो चलो आज के लिए स्ट्रीम में इतना ही कल फिर मिलते हैं शाम को वैलोरेंट के साथ तब तक के लिए टेक केयर स्टे ब्लेस्ड एंड कीप गेमिंग